Chapter 12. The Mistake of a Good Man. James, Remus, and Sirius apparated with a loud crack into the courtyard of the Potter family home. Sirius, still in dog form, let out an anxious bark and immediately bolted towards the wild overgrown grass. "Don't forget why we're here," Remus called after him, then turned to James and added, "It's remarkable how easy it is for him to act like a dog, isn't it?" But James wasn't listening. The sight of the stag statue with its shattered antlers clenched painfully at his heart. His memory of the last time he'd visited his parents' house was old, and he'd thought he'd learned to live with the pain. But now, being back, the memory felt sharp and raw again. "You all right?" Remus asked gently. "Yes," James replied in a steady voice. "Let's find Harry and get out of here. Billy." The house elf appeared before him in an instant. Her large eyes were red and swollen, and she kept dabbing them with the corner of her dress, even as she bowed deeply. At first James thought it was because she was overwhelmed to see him, but before he could say anything she burst out hysterically. "Master Leopold is hurt. Hurt very badly. Billy tried to help, but Billy doesn't know what to do." "Uncle Leo?" James asked in surprise. He hadn't imagined his grumpy old uncle was still alive. "What happened to him?" "Bad men's hurt him very badly," the elf wailed, fat tears streaming down her large eyes. "Who?" James asked, but then a terrible realization struck him. "Where's Harry?" "Master Harry fled on his broom," Billy said with some relief. Sirius, who had returned at a run, barked disapprovingly and frightened the elf. "Death Eater found him. This is exactly what Dumbledore was afraid will happen," Remus said, calm and composed, and asked Bill, "Do you know where he went?" Billy shook her head. James said, "Maybe Uncle Leo knows. Billy, can you take us to him?" In a blink they were in a small bedroom. It contained nothing but a wardrobe, a single chair, and a narrow bed where James's father's cousin lay. He looked dreadful. He'd aged considerably since James last saw him, though in fairness, Leo had always looked ancient, and it seemed he'd lost vision in one eye, likely due to the aggression of one of his owls. And if that wasn't bad enough, it was clear he was in immense pain. His skin was chalk white, and beads of sweat trickled down his wrinkled forehead. The moment he saw James, he cried out and reached for his famous saber, which was propped against the wall by his bed. But when he tried to sit up, he collapsed back down with a heart-wrenching groan. A white owl perched on the window sill flapped her wings disapprovingly. "That's Harry's owl," Remus said to James, as the owl spread her wings and screeched sharply at Sirius, as though trying to communicate. "I won't go without a fight," Uncle Leo cried, waving the sword from his bed towards James. "You won't take me, do you hear?" Realizing his uncle thought he was a ghost, James said, "I'm not taking you anywhere. It's really me. It's a long story, but I'm not dead." "I don't believe you," Leo bellowed. "Don't touch me, boy," he snapped at Remus, who had approached to examine his injuries. Years of dealing with full moons had given Remus considerable skill in healing charms. "He can help you, Uncle Leo," James said patiently. His uncle had always been unbearable, but this was extreme. "I won't talk," Leopold continued shouting, even as Remus passed his wand over the wounds. "I won't tell you where he's gone. You'll have to kill me first." "It's not good," Remus murmured to James. "He's been hit with multiple curses, mostly cruciatus. The damage may be beyond repair, even for the healers. We need to take him to St. Mungo's." "You won't take me," Leopold shouted again, then burst into a coughing fit. A drop of blood was visible on his lip. "I will die in this house, like my ancestors before me. Do you hear?" "Uncle Leo, who did this to you?" James asked, though he suspected he already knew. The worry for his son and his uncle was drowned out by a stronger emotion, rage. "This is all your fault," Leopold screamed at James so loudly that Billy fled behind the wardrobe in fright. "You brought them here. Because of you, he's dead." Remus glanced at James with concern. Even Sirius sat quietly, gazing at him with sympathy. Something cold crept up James's arms, but he kept his composure and said, That happened a long time ago, Uncle Leo. What happened today were the Death Eaters here. It seemed Leopold had finally got tired of shouting. His body sagged against the pillows and he rasped. They were looking for the boy. Where did he go? James's heart pounded in his chest. I didn't tell them, Leopold mumbled in pain. I'm grateful for that, but where did he go? James urged, his patience thinning. I'm his father. You have to help me find him. It really is you then, Leopold said, his glazed eyes fixed on James. You were always insolent. Uncle Leo. All right, Leopold grumbled, closing his eyes in exhaustion. I told him to fly north to Artery St. Catchbull. That's where the Weasleys live, Remus said. Sirius barked and bolted out of the room. Remus rushed after him, but stopped James in the doorway. You're staying here, he said quietly. Try to convince him to go to St. Mungo's, but even if he will, he hasn't got long. But Harry. We'll find Harry, but you need to stay, James. No one deserves to die alone. James groaned. You're right, he said. Remus was always right. Keep me updated. Remus patted his shoulder and hurried down the stairs. James waited until he heard the front door slam, then returned to Leopold's room. You can go, Billy, he told the trembling house elf. She obeyed and vanished. He dragged the chair closer and sat beside his dying uncle. Harry's white owl flew from the window sill to perch on his knee, hooting softly. James stroked her feathers, a sharp sadness tugging at his heart. Will you go to the hospital, Uncle Leo? He asked, although he knew the answer. I knew you weren't dead, Leopold said in return, ignoring his request to help him. When he wasn't shouting, it was clear he was lucid. The moment I saw the elf woke up, I knew you were alive somewhere. James nodded and tried to smile. The last time they'd spoken, 15 years ago, his uncle had blamed him for his father's death and the murders of 4 other wizarding families. He didn't know how one can move past something like that. I told him everything about you, Leopold said, speaking despite his obvious pain. James could only watch him wither. That's nice. I told him you were an ungrateful little scoundrel. I'm not surprised. But he wouldn't hear it, thick-skulled like his father. James gave a bitter smile. A wave of gratitude towards his son washed over him. He's better than you know, Leopold continued, his voice trembling. He respects his elders. He listens. I know, it's Fleamont's soul in his body. A lump rose in James's throat. He hadn't thought of his father in 14 years, but that memory of the light fading from his eyes was fresh in his mind. The memory of the saddest and happiest day of his life. He's the best thing I ever did, James said, aching with the urge to see his son again. Yes, Leopold agreed, his whole body shuddering with pain as he coughed. Look, Uncle Leo. I don't want to hear your apologies, his uncle interrupted firmly. I know you don't mean them. James didn't argue. Leo had always berated him, always tried to discipline him, and when he failed, had called him the devil's spawn. He only ever saw the bad in him, never the good. He had never forgiven James's mistakes. Why should it be different now? James could do nothing but sit and watch his uncle die, still blaming him for all the terrible things that had befallen their family. Bet you were happy when you heard I had died, he told his uncle. I was not, Leopold rasped in reply. And then, as if to make sure that James didn't think he had any affection for him, he added, It's just like you, to go and die so you won't need to pay for your mistakes. James smirked bitterly. Oh, I paid for my mistakes, Uncle Leo. You have no idea how dearly I paid. When the sun began to set, Uncle Leo finally fell silent. His eyes closed slowly, as though he were drifting into a peaceful sleep. There were no bells, no trumpets. He simply passed, quietly with humility. James sat beside him for a long time, even after he was gone. At last, the white owl fluttered restlessly back to the window, as if urging James to move on. He stood, sent a patroness to Lily to update her, and turned to the task of burial. He charmed a pair of shovels in the back garden, then returned to the room to carry his uncle's frail body outside. He was all skin and bone, yet somehow felt heavy, as if every grudge and memory had a weight of its own. James lowered him into the grave and forced himself to watch as the earth piled atop him. Then he planted the saber upright in the center of the mound and cast a powerful preservation charm over it, so it would stand eternal and unmovable. He allowed himself to linger a few moments more, until the sun dipped behind the trees and blinded him, then turned and walked slowly towards the house. He passed the headless stag, climbed the broad stone steps, and entered the entrance hall. Curtains of dust drifted gently in the setting sun, filtering through the hole in the ceiling. Above the wreckage, the stern stag of the Potter family coat of arms stared at James reproachfully. "Yes, I know," he told it. "It's all my fault." He crossed the hall and climbed the stairs he had climbed so many times before. Halfway up, he paused and looked down at the hall below. This was where he and his father had stood together for the last time. They had fought the intruders side by side. His father had taught him everything he knew about dueling, and Fleamont had laughed. For the first time since his wife's death, he laughed with joy. He felt alive for a fleeting moment before his defenses failed and the killing curse hurled him into the staircase. And James was left alone until the reinforcements from the Order came. He continued up, guilt rising in him again, as though his father's body lay once more in his arms. He didn't push the guilt away, he welcomed it, savored the pain it brought. It was his punishment, and he deserved it. The mistake he made that night hadn't only cost his father's life, it had sealed his son's fate. That night, James had taken the invisibility cloak after a rumor reached him about Voldemort's hiding place. He told no one but Lily. Dumbledore had strictly forbidden him from pursuing the lead, suspecting it to be a trap, and he planned to find and defeat Voldemort himself. He had been proud, foolish, arrogant. He thought he knew best, thought he couldn't be deceived. Lily had begged him not to go, and when he refused, she followed, 7 months pregnant, and grabbed him just as he disapparated. Once they arrived, not even the cloak could save them. They fell straight into the trap. They fled, but Lily was hit by a curse. It hadn't struck her directly, and under normal circumstances it wouldn't have stopped her, but it made her water break 6 weeks early. The rest, as they say, is history. James had to apparate her to safety, and without thinking, he took her to his parents' home. The Death Eaters tracked them and broke through the house's defenses. By the time the Order's reinforcements arrived, it was too late. His father was dead, along with 4 wizarding families James had known all his life. They hadn't spared even the children. And Harry, born while James desperately held back the Death Eaters from the room where Lily lay, became the boy prophesied to defeat Voldemort. If only James had listened to Dumbledore and Lily and not gone that night, Harry would have been born in mid-September, and they would never have needed to go into hiding. His feet carried him to his old bedroom. He was glad to see Billy hadn't changed anything. The Gryffindor Quidditch banner still hung proudly on the door, and inside were all the hallmarks of a teenage wizard's room. Despite the tidiness, James immediately realized someone else had been staying there. A large trunk rested on the floor by the bed, and in the laundry basket were freshly washed clothes that clearly weren't his. He stepped closer to examine them when something on the mantelpiece caught his eye, a photo he didn't recognize. He approached and picked it up. It was of him and Lily in front of a frozen fountain, snow falling gently around them. He didn't remember it, and he knew it hadn't been placed there by him. It was in a cheap plastic frame, unlike the silver ones used for all the other photos. The picture belonged to Harry. For the first time, James truly understood what it meant that he and Lily had been missing from Harry's life all these years. They were dead to him. He had no idea they were searching for him, thinking of him every moment. And he'd carried a photo of them everywhere, because it was the only way he could feel close to them. James sat on the bed and pressed the photo to his forehead. The glass was cool and soothing. He ought to get up to help Remus and Sirius find Harry, But at that moment, he simply couldn't. For now, just for a moment, he needed to feel close to his family. Chapter 13. The Senior Undersecretary. Harry flew for what felt like an eternity. Normally, he wouldn't have complained. He would have relished the complete freedom he'd been granted and the vast ocean stretching beneath him. He'd never seen the ocean before, only in dreams. But he couldn't absorb the sense of power all of it gave him. Not when he was glancing over his shoulder every few minutes to check if he was being followed. Not when he kept seeing his last remaining relative standing alone, armed with nothing but a fencing saber, as Death Eaters closed in on his home. It was as if the third task was repeating itself. Once again, he had escaped by the skin of his teeth, and someone else was paying the price. Self-loathing filled every cell in his body. He didn't know what had happened to Leopold, but whatever it was on his conscience. So when he spotted the town of Ottery St. Catchpole to his right, and beyond it the crooked silhouette of the burrow, he descended and landed in a nearby wood, not even remotely close to the Weasleys' home. He wouldn't condemn the Weasleys to the same fate as Leopold. He wouldn't endanger Ron, his parents, or any of his siblings, even if it meant hiding in this woodland for days until it was safe to come out. He leaned against a tree trunk and tried to think. He had no idea how the Death Eaters had found him, nor whether they'd been able to track him. He looked up through the tree branches. The sky already suggested afternoon, but saw nothing. At last, he decided it would be best to move further away from where he'd landed, just to be safe. Clutching the firebolt in one hand and his wand in the other, he began walking in the opposite direction from the burrow. With any luck, someone would have seen him land far from the Weasleys and understand he wasn't seeking refuge with them. The sun still hung in the sky, but in the woods, dusk seemed to arrive early. Harry walked for a long time, constantly alert and scanning his surroundings. Eventually, he reached the edge of the woods and realized he was close to the hill where he and the Weasleys had taken the portkey to the Quidditch World Cup the summer before. He turned away from it and delved deeper into the woods, his self-hatred swelling again. Cedric Diggory and his father had also taken that portkey. Could Mr. Diggory have imagined that a year after that day he would be mourning his only son? A flash of light between the trees startled him, and he ducked behind a trunk. Violet beams shot through the branches like long fingers, and he pressed himself closer to the bark, not even sure why, as one of the beams brushed the tip of his shoe. Only once the light passed did he dare peek out. Something glowing was hovering in the distance, drifting slowly away. He decided to follow it, if only out of the hope that whatever it was, it had no reason to turn around. He moved cautiously, trying not to tread on twigs or make a sound, all the while attempting to see what was generating the light. Just when he least expected it, a new light dazzled him. What looked like a floating orb of violet light suddenly appeared to his left. He spun and bolted the other way, heart pounding. What was that thing? Had it seen him? Could it even see? Tonks was finding it very hard to concentrate at work. Lily Potter had told Molly Weasley, who told her husband, who told Kingsley, who quietly told Tonks, while she was handing him search warrants for the Sirius Black manhunt, that the Order had picked up Harry Potter's trail. He had escaped a Death Eater attack in the Potters' old home on his broomstick. Kingsley had given her an important task. Since he was in charge of the Sirius Black operation, he wasn't meant to go out on unrelated field missions. But Tonks was still a junior Auror, and it wasn't unusual for rookies to approach more experienced Aurors in their spare time and beg to tag along on fieldwork. So her job was to keep an ear out in the department, and if anything came up involving a mysterious attack or Harry Potter, she was to do whatever it takes to get involved. The words, whatever it takes, were still ringing in her ears an hour later. She searched for any excuse to leave her cubicle and wander around the department, a heavy sense of urgency pressing down on her. She couldn't shake the feeling that this was her moment to prove herself to the Order. She went to the loo so often that Raymond had started giving her odd looks, so she told him she had a girl issue. That made him blush beetroot red, and he stopped complaining about her constant breaks. But the real reason for her frequent trips was that the women's loo was past the locker room, where auras equipped themselves before heading out. Every time she passed, she tried to peer inside and catch whether anyone was gearing up for a mission. On the fifth pass, she spotted Hyde grabbing a truth detector from his locker, looking less than thrilled. Knowing he was one of the auras who actually liked her, she tried her luck and approached. "Hey," she said casually, as if chatting out of boredom. "Important mission." "Yeah, sure," Hyde replied with an eye roll. Helping out the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A wizard was seen flying over the western coastal plain, and when they sent agents after him, it turned out to be Harry Potter. Now they're claiming they're too scared to confront him. Can you believe it? Scared of a kid. And then they whine about not getting the same work benefits as auras. "Yeah, real clowns," Tonks agreed, struggling to hide her heart's leap at the mention of the criminal. "Mind if I come along? Haven't been out in ages." "You actually want to come? It's going to be dead boring," Hyde said, not quite falling for it yet. "The only reason they're sending me is because I'm the youngest." Tonks shrugged, keeping her cool, just like Moody had taught her. "Can't really afford to be picky, can I? If I want a promotion, I've got to get results." That seemed to do the trick. "Tell you what," he said suddenly, "go without me. That way you'll get all the credit." Tonks was stunned by the offer. It was almost too good to be true. "You sure?" "Yeah," he said, returning his equipment to the locker like it was a done deal. "You deserve that promotion. Go get clearance from your supervisor and meet me at my office for a briefing." Tonks thanked him excitedly for the opportunity, even though she knew it was probably more about laziness than generosity, and hurried to find Kingsley. He was in his office, talking with an aura named Williamson. She waited, barely patiently, for them to notice her, and asked Kingsley for permission to join the mission. "What about the report on the Diagon Alley break-in?" he asked blandly. "I gave it to Scrimgeour's secretary. And the search warrants? Delivered to the special unit this morning." "All right," Kingsley agreed with a yawn, and as he turned back to Williamson, she caught the spark of excitement in his eye. Hands sweating with anticipation, Tonks hurried to Hyde's office. As she passed her cubicle, she noticed Raymond eyeing her suspiciously, but she ignored him. Inside, Hyde sat with his feet on the desk, fiddling with a snitch-like ball. You'd think he'd use the time to catch up on other work, but he didn't seem inclined to do so. "Right," he said. "There's a portkey waiting for you at Magical Law Enforcement. It'll take you to where he was last spotted. We've had reports he was hiding in the back garden of some local wizarding family. If their trackers are doing their job, he probably hasn't gone far. I assume you'll be paired with someone else, but once you've got him, it's your job to detain him and make sure he doesn't cause trouble." "Bring him back here?" Tonks asked, making sure she understood. "No," Hyde replied, rifling through scattered bits of parchment and handing her one. "You need to take him to this address." "What's there?" Tonks asked. She didn't think she'd ever heard of the place. "That's the home of Madame Umbridge, the senior undersecretary to the minister." Tonks was about to ask why a suspect was being taken to a ministry official's home instead of a holding cell, but she stopped herself. She didn't want to seem like she was questioning orders. She thanked Hyde again for the opportunity and turned to leave, the address in her pocket. "Tonks," Hyde said just as she reached the door. "Yeah," she replied, a trace of wariness in her voice. There was a strange look on his face, something that made her think of a fox sizing up a canary it planned to eat. "What are you doing after work?" "I'm having dinner with some friends," she replied. It wasn't a lie. Sirius had indeed invited her for dinner at Grimmauld Place, and afterward, Remus was supposed to brief her on the start of her shifts, guarding the mysterious object the Order was protecting, about which she still knew nothing. She was looking forward to it immensely. "Why do you ask?" she added, mostly because his gaze was starting to make her uncomfortable. No reason, he said, suddenly losing interest and returning to his ball. Good luck out there. Harry ran until he couldn't breathe. Thanks to years of escaping Dudley and his gang, he weaved nimbly between trees and bushes, dodging the violet beams that kept appearing among the branches, until he felt sure he was far from the Diggory house and that no one had followed him. He found himself in a small clearing, surrounded by trees decorated with hanging mobiles and bells. He looked at them in confusion, trying to catch his breath, wondering who would hang such things in the woods. He spun around and raised his wand. Behind him stood a girl his age, wearing a blue dress. After a moment of panic, Harry realized he'd seen her at Hogwarts, though he didn't know her name. She had very long, almost white hair, nearly invisible eyebrows, and wide, unblinking eyes that gave her a perpetually surprised look. "You're Harry Potter," she said, peering at him with great curiosity. "I'm Luna Lovegood. Why are you running?" "No reason," Harry lied innocently. A light flashed through the trees, and he ducked out of its path just in time. The glowing orb swept past them, scanning Luna in a beam. She didn't seem fussed by it, and continued on its way. "What is that thing?" Harry asked. "A Ministry of Magic tracker," Luna replied, searching the branches above her. "I saw two of them near my house earlier. Are you running away from them?" Harry wasn't sure. He thought he'd been running from Death Eaters, so what was the Ministry doing here? Were they after him, or the Death Eaters? "Act like you didn't see me," he told Luna, and turned to leave. "That'll be hard. I'm not very good at pretending," Luna said, though Harry thought he'd never seen a more serene, unreadable face. "Trackers don't get tired, you know, but you do. That's how they catch you. My dad says the Ministry borrowed them from wizards in India, who use them to torture their enemies." Harry had no idea how to respond to that. "You should hide at my house," Luna offered cheerfully. "I can't," Harry replied immediately. "Why not?" Luna looked almost disappointed. "I can't put your family in danger." "From the Ministry?" Luna asked, puzzled. "It's true Fudge is doing awful things to goblins, but not to wizards." "What?" Harry had no idea what she was talking about. Another tracker swept past, and this time Harry barely avoided it. He was becoming aware of just how long he'd been running. It had been late morning when he'd left Leopold, and now it was nearly evening. He was tiring quickly and didn't know how much longer he could keep it up. "All right," he told Luna. If it really was the Ministry after him, her family had nothing to fear. "Can you take me to your house?" Looking extremely pleased, Luna began leading him through the trees, almost skipping. After only a few minutes of walking, they reached the edge of the grove, where a tall, crooked house appeared between the trees. It bore some resemblance to the burrow. Luna led him through a garden overflowing with strange plants, some of which made odd noises or squirted sap at Harry as he passed, and she entered the house through the back door, which was decorated with a wreath of mistletoe, even though Christmas was nowhere near. Inside, Harry was met with a mess of legendary proportions. The only way to tell the room was meant to be a kitchen was the presence of pots and pans piled among books, newspapers, and scrolls of parchment that occupied nearly every available surface. Amidst all this stood a thin man with white hair, wearing what looked like a white nightshirt that reached the floor. "Who's your friend, Lunalove?" he asked in a croaking voice, eyeing Harry with one squinting eye. "This is Harry Potter, Daddy," said Luna. "He's on the run from the Ministry of Magic." "Ah," Luna's father declared, his good eye scanning Harry's forehead for the famous scar. "No doubt they're trying to silence you once and for all." "What?" Harry blurted out, unsure whether to laugh or be alarmed. "Yes, Fudge would like you to stop telling everyone who must not be named, has returned, right? I've written about it in my paper, The Quibbler, you know. Wonder when he will try to silence me, too." "Let's have some tea while we wait," Luna said cheerfully, apparently not concerned about the Ministry silencing her dad. "Yes, yes, of course. Show your friend to the den, Lunalove. I will put the kettle on the stove." Luna gave Harry an encouraging smile that made him feel he was in safe hands, then led him out of the kitchen, picking her way through the clutter. They passed through a narrow corridor lined with pictures and entered what could be considered a den, though it contained a bed entirely taken over by an enormous map marked with various colored symbols. The floor was packed with stacks of old papers. The cramped space was made even smaller by the presence of an enormous painting of a very ugly purple unicorn. Feeling confused and slightly weary, Harry sat on one end of the bed, trying not to crumple the map, and leaned his firebolt against the mattress. Luna was propped on the other end of the bed. "So, you go to Hogwarts too?" Harry asked awkwardly. It seemed that Luna had no problem simply staring at him in silence, so she probably had stronger nerves than he did. "Yes, I'll be starting my 4th year in September in Ravenclaw," Luna replied serenely. "I know that now I'm supposed to ask you what year you're in and what house you're in, but I already know everything about you." "Right," Harry mumbled, glad that she was at least being honest. Mr. Lovegood drifted in, holding a folded newspaper, followed by a tea tray laden with colorful porcelain cups and a few strange pink pastries. He squeezed into the small space between Harry and Luna and pushed the paper into Harry's hands. "The latest issue of the Quibbler. The minister must not be happy about this one." Mr. Lovegood gave a crackling laugh. Harry looked at the front page. It was covered in a grotesque caricature of who must have been Fudge, hanging on ropes like a marionette, controlled by smug-looking wizards in fine robes. Realizing it must be an essay criticizing Fudge's spinelessness, Harry flipped through the paper to look for the story. He was utterly confused to read the headline, "Minister of Magic Fuge, Wizard or Mannequin." "In the next issue, I'm planning to write all about how they're covering up the return of you-know-who," Mr. Lovegood told Harry as he poured the tea. "Sugar, Harry." Harry shook his head, speechless. He was glad someone was willing to speak publicly about Voldemort's return. Thedily, Prophet certainly wasn't going to, though he only hoped that story would be a little more rooted in reality than the one about Fuge literally being a doll. A knock at the front door made Harry jump. "And here is the ministry now," Mr. Lovegood said with a sigh, as if these were merely unwanted guests and not officials looking for a fugitive he was harboring. "Come on, then. Behind the painting you go." Harry allowed Mr. Lovegood to push him into a hidden compartment in the wall behind the painting of the ugly purple unicorn. "We'll call you when it's safe," Luna said in a calming tone, and her father closed the picture. Harry was left alone in darkness. He sat down on the floor and leaned his head against the handle of his firebolt. How did he always end up in situations like this? For what felt like a very long time, nothing happened. Through the narrow cracks at the edge of the painting, he could tell the sun was setting. He wondered what Mr. Lovegood had meant when he said the ministry wanted to silence him. Harry knew Fudge didn't want to believe Voldemort had returned, but would he really go so far as to try and shut Harry up by force? He was just starting to think he might have escaped when a knock echoed clearly through the house. He stiffened, pressing his ear to the painting in an attempt to hear who it was, but he couldn't make out anything. He waited tensely for long minutes, until suddenly the light flickered, and he knew someone was in the room. All at once, the sound of his own breathing felt deafening, and he covered his mouth with his hand to muffle it. Someone was moving things around with loud clattering. Harry's heart pounded so hard, he was certain it could be heard. Then the noise stopped. For a moment, Harry thought perhaps he was safe. "Revelio," said a male voice. Harry gripped his wand tightly. The picture swung open, and he was blinded by a sudden burst of light. Squinting, he could just make out a young man in formal ministry robes standing outside his hiding place. He had neatly combed ginger hair, and a pair of glasses rested on his long, freckled nose. It was none other than Percy, Ron's older brother. "Blimey, am I glad to see you," said Harry with relief, stepping out. "I thought." If he hadn't been so stunned by what happened next, he might have had time to react. But as he smiled at Percy, who looked at him with a pinched expression, the young man disarmed him. Then, while Harry stared in disbelief, he bound his hands with a glowing rope. "Got him," Percy called to someone outside the room. Harry was too shocked and betrayed for words. Why would Percy do this? He knew Percy worked at the ministry, but did that mean he had to treat him like a criminal? A young witch entered the room. She wore dark blue robes with the letter embroidered on the lapel, and her serious expression clashed oddly with her short hair, which was dyed a vivid bubblegum pink. "He didn't resist?" she asked Percy, who handed her Harry's wand and broomstick with barely concealed irritation. "No," he replied, as though she'd asked something offensive. "Take him. I've already wasted far too much of my time." The witch looked like she wanted to give Percy a piece of her mind, but she only nodded. She tapped Harry's broom with her wand, and it vanished before his eyes. She tucked his wand into her robe pocket, then gripped his arm tightly, and with her wand pressed between his shoulder blades, began to lead him away. Harry looked back over his shoulder at Percy, but he had turned his back and stood still, as though pretending not to know him. They passed Luna and her father, who both gave Harry apologetic looks. "I didn't do anything," he told the witch, but she didn't reply or even look at him. As soon as they left the property, Harry felt the sensation of being squeezed through a very tight tube. Before he knew what was happening, they were standing elsewhere, before a perfectly ordinary, rather pleasant-looking cottage. It was almost dark, and lights shone behind lace curtains in the windows. "What is this place?" Harry demanded, struggling to pull his arm from her grasp. "Listen, we don't have much time," the aura said quickly, quietly, pretending to inspect the enchanted rope that bound his hands while keeping her back to the house. "Don't look at me, just listen. I don't know what'll happen when you go inside, but if she tries to take you anywhere, stall. Do whatever you can to delay. Someone will come for you soon." She gripped his arm again and jabbed her wand between his shoulders a bit harder than necessary, then marched him down the path to the front door. He began to ask who she was and why she was helping him, but she only whispered for him to keep quiet. She rang the bell, and something that sounded like a choir of cats meowed from within. A shadow flickered across the lace curtain, and then the door opened. Harry didn't know who he'd expected, but it certainly wasn't the toad-like woman standing in a pink cardigan, with sagging pale skin and bulging eyes that gave her the appearance of a famished amphibian. "How lovely," she said in a high-pitched, sickly sweet voice that didn't match her toad-like face at all, looking at Harry as though he were a treat. "I hope you didn't give the nice aura any trouble, Mr. Potter." Harry was too stunned by her familiarity to even think of replying. "You may release him and return to work, dear," the toad-faced woman told the pink-haired aura, eyeing her outlandish appearance with a hint of disapproval. "I'll be sure to let your superiors know you've done an excellent job, though I don't believe we've met. Your name?" "Aura Tonks," the aura replied coolly. A remarkable feat considering the woman's smile looked like that of a toad preparing to snap up a fly. Harry felt a shiver as the enchanted bindings around his wrists vanished. "Thank you, Aura Tonks, for your dedicated service," the woman said. "No, Mr. Potter won't be needing his wand. You may hand it over for safekeeping at the office. You may go now." Harry had an overwhelming urge to beg Tonks not to leave him, but all he could do was watch her disappear down the garden path with a pop. "Come in, Mr. Potter," the toad woman said with threatening sweetness. He had no choice but to follow her, wishing more than anything that he still had his wand. He found himself in a carpeted hallway with thick pink rugs and walls covered in flowery wallpaper and decorative plates featuring pictures of kittens. If Harry hadn't been frightened before, he certainly was now. The toad woman stood behind him. He started to walk, wondering if this was how Hansel and Gretel had felt when they realized the witch in the gingerbread house meant to eat them. She led him into her office, which was decorated in the same dreadful blend of frills, flowers, and felines. She sat behind the desk and motioned for Harry to sit in the chair opposite. "Well, Mr. Potter," she began with a tutting noise, as though scolding him for misbehaving in class. My name is Dolores Umbridge, and I am the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, Mr. Fudge. Do you know why you're here, Mr. Potter? Harry shook his head. It felt like the events of the day were colliding inside his skull like a train crash, and he didn't know what to think anymore. Only 3 days ago you received a summons for a disciplinary hearing, and now you've broken the law again, said Umbridge, her large eyes boring into him, cold and empty as a snake's. Do you know how many Muggles saw you flying your broom this afternoon? That's a serious breach of the statute of secrecy. Harry's heart sank. With everything that had happened, he hadn't even thought about that. I had to run, he said desperately, even though he was fairly sure she wouldn't believe him. I was at my father's old house, and Death Eaters showed up. That's enough, Umbridge cut him off icily, her eyes flashing. She smiled, but the smile only made her look more menacing. Enough with the stories, Mr. Potter. I don't like liars. I'm not lying, Harry protested, then added quickly. I can prove it. I wasn't alone. Ask Leopold Potter. He'll tell you I'm telling the truth. Umbridge sighed, as if Harry's attempts to defend himself were a waste of her time. She picked up a scroll of parchment from her desk and read aloud, Leopold Potter, aged 87, squib. Am I correct? Yes, said Harry. Ask him. The ministry received notification of Mr. Potter's death only a few hours ago, so I'm afraid he won't be able to testify, said Umbridge coldly. My condolences. Harry felt as though he'd been punched in the stomach. He looked down at his shoes so she wouldn't see the pain and guilt on his face. But his grief and anger quickly gave way to a blazing hatred for the woman seated before him. Your most recent offense will be reviewed at your hearing on the 12th of August, Umbridge continued in that infuriatingly sugary voice. And I promise you will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. The Wisengamot does not take lightly to such blatant violations of the statute of secrecy. She paused, perhaps to see his reaction. He looked up, meeting her ugly face with a blank expression. If he'd learned anything from living with the Dursleys, it was how to intimidate someone stronger than you by pretending nothing could hurt you. It seemed to work. Her expression flickered with a flash of anger. But, she went on, I have the power to reduce your punishment, perhaps even avoid it altogether. Perhaps, she added when Harry didn't react, even have your hearing cancelled. Harry said nothing, still staring at her. He was willing to listen, but he had the strong sense that whatever she wanted in exchange wouldn't come cheap. We'll just take this parchment, Umbridge said, speaking to him like a child, and you'll write in your own hand and sign that all the stories you've told about the Dark Lord's return are filthy lies. Harry let out a snort of laughter. Her eyes flashed dangerously, but he didn't try to stop himself. The laughter came rolling out of him uncontrollably. What else was there to do but laugh? Today he'd been attacked by Death Eaters, got his last relative killed, fled and hid in strangers' houses, and now this woman thought he'd simply say it was all made up. Is that so? Umbridge hissed, all sweetness gone from her voice. We'll see how funny it is when you're expelled from Hogwarts and your wand is snapped in two. The threat was probably meant to shut him up, but instead it pushed him into complete hysteria. If there was any other way to cope with such a day apart from crying, it was laughing like mad. He covered his mouth with his hand, hoping to muffle the sound, thinking maybe if he cried, he wouldn't seem quite so insane. Clearly, Umbridge misinterpreted his reaction, because her expression darkened further. This is your last chance, Mr. Potter, she screeched. Cooperate with the ministry now, or you'll regret it. Harry's laughter, which had just begun to subside, surged back in a wild, uncontrollable wave. Tears streamed down his face, and his whole body shook. Regret? How could she possibly make him regret anything more than he already did? Impudent child, Umbridge spat, suddenly standing, wand in hand. By the authority of the Ministry of Magic, you leave me no choice, Mr. Potter. Harry jumped to his feet, as if the murderous look in her eyes had slapped him across the face. He was still trembling, but his mind was clear. Would he reach the door before she cursed him? Obliviate! Harry raised his arms to shield his face from the blinding white light that flooded the room. Suddenly, he was back in the graveyard in June, everything happening at double speed, like a film being fast-forwarded. Cedric collapsing lifelessly, Harry dragged to the headstone, Voldemort rising from the cauldron, pale skin glowing against the darkness, red eyes locking onto his. A scream rang out, snapping him back to reality. He opened his eyes when had he closed them, and found himself kneeling on Umbridge's fluffy carpet, clutching his scar. He realized he was the one who had screamed. A searing pain flared in the scar for one more agonizing moment, then vanished without a trace. He jumped to his feet. Umbridge was leaning against the wall behind her desk, clutching a bookshelf as if Harry had somehow managed to throw her backwards with great force. She was staring at him with a mixture of shock, fear, and fury. Harry understood what she had tried to do. She had attempted to erase his memories of the graveyard, but for some reason it hadn't worked, and he still remembered that night with perfect clarity, perhaps even more clearly than before. A part of him would have liked to forget that night once and for all, but it didn't compare to the sense of triumph he felt at having resisted Umbridge's spell. "I don't think you're supposed to do that," he said hoarsely. Umbridge straightened up, her sagging cheeks quivering with rage. Suddenly, Harry regretted provoking her, remembering he had no means of defense beyond his bare fists, and she looked ready to do something terrible to him. The doorbell rang, flooding the air with meows. Harry's heart pounded as if he had just finished a marathon. He and Umbridge stared at each other. The bell rang again, harsh and shrill. Umbridge jabbed her wand sharply, and Harry was forced back into the chair, discovering he couldn't stand or even move his arms. "Don't move," Umbridge hissed, and went to open the door. Harry twisted in his seat, trying to see or hear anything, but whoever was at the door was speaking in an extremely quiet voice. Umbridge took a long time. Harry tried to rock the chair to break the spell, but all he managed to do was tip it over with a painful thud. Muffled voices could be heard through the closed door, arguing heatedly. A few long moments later, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Harry craned his neck to see who it was. He saw Umbridge's fat legs in her pink shoes, followed by a pair of old brown ones. "What is this?" a man's voice said in anger. The tone was unfamiliar, but Harry knew the soft, slightly hoarse voice well. He craned his neck and saw that the visitor was none other than Professor Lupin. "It is within my authority to restrain a prisoner if I see fit to do so," Umbridge replied shrilly. She seemed very uncomfortable in Lupin's gentle presence. She was even pointing her wand at him as if she thought he might attack her. "A prisoner," Lupin echoed angrily. Harry had never seen him so furious, not even that time in third year when he'd caught him sneaking into Hogsmeade. "He's a child. Let him go now." "I won't take orders from the likes of you," Umbridge shouted, her eyes bulging. Even so, she waved her wand at Harry. The ropes disappeared, and he fell to the floor. He jumped to his feet immediately and stood beside Lupin. "Are you all right, Harry?" Lupin asked, looking intently at his face. "Dumbledore sent me to get you." "You have what you came for," Umbridge cut across him. "Now take the brat and get out of my house, you beast." "What's your problem?" Harry snapped, shocked by her behavior. Abusing him was one thing, but what had Lupin done to deserve that kind of treatment? "Come on, Harry," Lupin said, placing a hand on his shoulder and steering him towards the door. He didn't seem fazed by the way Umbridge had treated him. "Here, the letter signed by Dumbledore, asking me to take custody of Harry," he said to Umbridge before they left, tossing a folded piece of parchment towards her. "Proof that you had no choice but to let me into your home. Merlin for Bidward gets out that Madame Umbridge received a social call from a filthy werewolf." Umbridge looked as though she were about to explode. Harry couldn't help but grin as Lupin led him out of the house. Chapter 14. at the end of a long day. Night had fallen while Harry had been in Umbridge's company, and crickets were chirping energetically in the bushes. Lupin crossed the drive in long strides, and Harry had to break into a run to keep up with him. As soon as they had crossed the property boundary, Lupin turned sharply and gave Harry a grave look. Harry's relief was suddenly replaced by weariness. Before, at the Lovegoods, he had been glad to see Percy, but then Percy had turned him into the ministry. What if Lupin was going to turn on him as well? But then Lupin's face broke into a warm smile. Harry felt his shoulders relax. "It's good to see you again, Harry," his former defense against the dark arts teacher said in a reassuring tone. "You too, Professor." "I haven't been a professor in quite some time. You don't need to keep calling me that," Lupin said. "Are you all right? What did she want with you?" "No, let's talk somewhere else. Take hold of my arm. We're going to apparate." Harry had a million questions to ask Lupin, but he also felt a strong urge to move away from the lace-curtained windows of Umbridge's house. He took hold of Lupin's arm, and they vanished with a crack. They appeared on a particularly shabby urban street. The houses around them were tall and narrow, towering over the road with dark windows and pointed roofs. Above them, the sky held a threatening, rust-colored hue. The wails of ambulances and the hum of traffic left no doubt. They were in the heart of a large city. "Not here," Lupin whispered, and handed Harry a piece of parchment. "Memorize this quickly." Harry squinted in the darkness to read the note, which was written elegantly. "The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is located at number 12, Grimmauld Place." Harry wanted to ask what the Order of the Phoenix was, but Lupin motioned him to be quiet. Still, he stopped thinking about the Order quickly, because right before his eyes, a new house began to grow, shoving aside numbers 11 and 13 to make space for the grim facade of number 12. Lupin climbed the steps to the front door, and Harry followed hesitantly. The door was peeling and neglected, with no handle, only a knocker shaped like a serpent. Lupin knocked. The door swung open almost immediately, as though someone behind it had been waiting for him to knock, and Harry was pulled inside. He found himself standing in a narrow hallway lit by outdated oil lamps. The wooden floor had been stripped bare of carpet, and he wasn't alone. The person who had opened the door was none other than Harry's godfather. "Sirius," Harry blurted in complete surprise. And then, as if everything hadn't been strange enough already, Sirius did something he had never done before. He hugged Harry. "Never," he said over Harry's head, his voice trembling. "Never do that again." Sirius's hug was nothing like Mrs. Weasley's or Hermione's, but before Harry could quite understand how it was different or what exactly it made him feel, his godfather let go and looked him in the face. "I hope you're pleased with yourself," he said sternly, but then suddenly smiled. "I've aged about 10 years from the worry. My hair started to turn grey." Harry felt a stab of guilt, partly because he'd worried Sirius, and partly because, even when he tried, even when Harry deserved it, Sirius just couldn't seem to be angry with him. "I'm sorry," he said, even though he'd sworn to himself when he ran away that he wouldn't apologize. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. Harry dropped his gaze to the worn floorboards, ashamed to meet his godfather's eyes. "I know it's hard with the Muggles," Sirius said, "and I know it probably felt like we'd all forgotten about you. But when I tell you to stay put, you've got to stay put." Harry nodded, feeling a mixture of appreciation and resentment towards Sirius for scolding him like that, without being angry at all. He felt like he deserved someone to be angry at him, and at the same time, he knew that Sirius, in his place, would have done exactly the same thing. "Come on, you must be starving," Sirius said, giving Harry's shoulder one last squeeze and leading him inside. Lupin seemed to have slipped away as soon as they entered the house. "Just be quiet in the hallway." Harry looked around as they walked down the corridor. The place looked like a particularly old house someone had tried to renovate, with little success. Blackened portraits hung on the walls, surrounded by scorch marks and scratches, as though someone had tried to rip them down by force but failed. "Is this your house?" Harry whispered to Sirius, not even sure why he was whispering. "Yeah," Sirius replied, also whispering, "but it's not happy about it." "What's that supposed to mean?" Sirius gave a quiet laugh. Harry was surprised to find it wasn't the usual bitter, joyless laugh he was used to from his godfather. It was a real, genuine chuckle, and it made him realize that even though it had only been a few weeks since he last saw Sirius, something about him had changed. He didn't just look healthier and more put together, he seemed happier. "You'll see soon enough," Sirius said, leading Harry down a narrow, windowless staircase. "But for now, we've got more important things to talk about." They entered a large, stone-walled room, lit by a blazing hearth and a multitude of candles scattered over an enormous wooden table in the center. The place couldn't have been more different from Aunt Petunia's bright, spotless kitchen, and yet it was unmistakably a kitchen. Around the table sat an unlikely collection of people. Mrs. Weasley, dressed in a woolly dressing gown, was commanding a pair of knitting needles with her wand as they worked on a brownish-purple jumper. A few seats away, Lupin was leaning against a chair, chatting with the pink-haired Aura who had helped Harry earlier that day, though now she was wearing ripped jeans and a weird sister's t-shirt instead of her Aura robes. On the table beside her elbow rested Harry's firebolt. "Surprise," she said brightly as Harry entered. "I believe this is yours as well." She pulled Harry's wand from her pocket and handed it to him. "Thanks," Harry said in surprise, relieved to feel it in his hand again. "But how?" "Thank Merlin," Mrs. Weasley gasped, yanking Harry into a sudden hug. "We were so worried. Are you all right? Were you hurt? You're so thin again. Haven't you been eating?" "As you can see, Harry's alive and well," Sirius said with a trace of impatience. "You can go to bed now, Marley." But Mrs. Weasley ignored him, continuing to fuss over Harry's weight while, at her wand's command, a ladle served hot soup into a deep bowl. "Mrs. Weasley, what are you doing here?" Harry asked, trying to think what reason she could possibly have to be in Sirius's house. "We're spending the summer here for now," she replied, ushering Harry into a chair and setting the bowl in front of him. "It's safer this way." "Ron's here?" Harry asked, unsure if that was something that pleased or irritated him. "Yes, and Hermione too. They're asleep now, but you'll see them tomorrow." "Thanks, Marley," Sirius said again, more pointedly this time. Mrs. Weasley seemed to get the hint. She gave Sirius a cross look, bid the others good night, and left the kitchen. "I believe you've met Tonks," Lupin said, introducing the young Aura to Harry. "We had quite the adventure together," Tonks said. "That Umbridge is seriously creepy, isn't she? What did she even want from you?" Glancing at Sirius, Harry told them about what he'd experienced at the home of the senior undersecretary. When he finished, Sirius looked furious, and Lupin studied him with great concentration, a crease appearing between his brows. "I'm sick of the Ministry thinking it can do whatever it likes," Sirius snapped, pacing in front of the fire. "Don't like someone, just wipe their memory, or better yet, chuck them in Azkaban. Easy, right?" "Wait, so she didn't succeed?" Tonks asked Harry, resting her chin on her hand, looking at him with unrestrained curiosity. "You still remember everything?" Harry nodded. "I didn't know you could resist a memory charm," she said, turning to Lupin. "I've heard of a case," he said, still watching Harry closely. "The mind is complex. Different people react differently to spells that affect it. It's not impossible. I heard you resisted the Imperious Curse once, didn't you?" Harry nodded again, and Tonks looked impressed. "Well, I suppose we'd better report this to Dumbledore, shouldn't we?" she said to Lupin. "We can't let her get away with it." "I've a feeling that's exactly what'll happen," he replied darkly. "Bet she wasn't at all happy to have you giving her a visit," Sirius said smugly. "What, you know Umbridge?" Tonks asked Lupin in surprise. "There isn't a werewolf in Britain that doesn't know of her," Lupin said bitterly. Harry had never heard him speak in that tone before. Umbridge's life's work is to strip werewolves and vampires of every right possible and have us shunned from wizarding society. Tonks bit her lower lip nervously, then suddenly smiled and said, "Oh, so that was why you jumped to go get Harry from her. Wanted to see the look on her face when she realized she had to do as you asked, did you?" Lupin grinned at her, almost mischievously. "I did no such thing." Harry dropped his gaze to his soup bowl. He knew he should be angry about what had happened to him, about how Umbridge had treated Lupin, and should demand that she be punished. But he was simply too tired. The long day weighed on him like a stone, and his thoughts kept turning back to Leopold. You all right?" Tonks asked. It took Harry a moment to realize she was talking to him. He looked up to find all three of them watching him. "Yeah," he said, guessing he must look strange, just staring into his soup like that. He started eating, even though he didn't feel remotely hungry. But it was hard to concentrate on eating with the three of them still looking at him. He wanted to shout at them to stop staring like he was some sideshow attraction, but he held himself back and focused on the ripples in his soup. Professor Lupin cleared his throat. That must have been a signal, because Tonks sprang to her feet, saying she had to be up early for work. The two of them left, and Harry was left alone with Sirius, who watched them go like he wished they'd stayed. Then his gaze shifted to Harry, an uneasy, worried expression crossing his face. "You can go if you want," Harry said angrily, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. "Everyone who's ever been alone with me ended up dead, so you'd best keep your distance." Sirius looked stunned by the outburst. "Why would you say that?" he asked evenly, though he sounded a bit worried. "Is this about Uncle Leo?" "Leopold," Sirius clarified. "You heard what happened to him." Harry nodded, a lump rising in his throat. What had happened to him? Or rather, what Harry had done to him? "Listen, Harry," said Sirius, trying to speak in a soothing tone that only irritated Harry further. "I know you feel awful, but he was very old and—" "Oh, so it's all right for him to die for me because he was old," Harry interrupted furiously. For the first time since Harry had met him, Sirius looked like he didn't know what to say. "He told me about my dad," Harry said painfully, bending his soup spoon against the table. Sirius gave him a strange look. "He wasn't all that nice, but I was glad he was at least family. I bet he didn't know that meant he had to die." A heavy silence fell at his words. He didn't dare look at Sirius, afraid of what he'd see. "I should just turn myself in and be done with it," he said, tears rising in his throat. He forced them back. "I'll give Voldemort what he wants. Maybe then." "No," Sirius cut him off, his voice loud and urgent, startling Harry. "Don't you dare say that. Do you hear me?" Harry didn't respond, fixing his gaze on the table. "That's not you," Sirius said sternly. "I know it hurts, but lying down to die, that's not who you are. You can't change what happened to Uncle Leo, that's awful, but you can make the best of his sacrifice." "What does that even mean?" Harry replied weakly. He had no energy for riddles, he just wanted to sleep. Sirius seemed to run out of words again. "You'll understand one day," he said at last, sounding tired himself. "But listen, before you go to bed, there's something I have to tell you." Harry looked up at him anxiously. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, looking slightly nervous, but when he saw Harry's face, he added, "Don't worry, it's not bad news." He stood up and resumed pacing in front of the fire. Harry followed his movements, curious despite his exhaustion. "Right," Sirius said finally, in a tone of finality. "I've no idea how you're going to react to what I'm about to tell you. Just know that I wouldn't say anything like this unless I was absolutely certain, and unless Dumbledore was, too, that it's true." Harry watched him expectantly. Sirius had said it wasn't bad news, but he couldn't help feeling a deep unease. Did this have something to do with Voldemort? "Harry," Sirius said, his back to him, "your parents are alive." "What?" Harry said at once, thinking he hadn't heard properly. After a moment's thought, he was sure of it. He must have misheard, because the words didn't make sense. "You heard me," Sirius said apologetically, turning slightly to gauge Harry's reaction. Is this a joke? Harry asked angrily, even though he knew Sirius would never joke about something like that. I told you. I wouldn't say this if I weren't certain, Sirius said. There was a new glint in his eyes, one Harry had never seen before, and Harry realized Sirius really believed Harry's parents were alive. So what, two people showed up and said they were my parents, and you just believed them? He asked in a hard voice, refusing to accept it. Things like this don't happen, he told himself. People don't come back from the dead. Sirius must be so desperate to have Harry's parents back that he'd believe anything. That's what I said to Dumbledore at first, Sirius replied. Except I shouted it. But it's true, Harry, it's really them. Remus even saw James transform. It could have been a Death Eater, Harry said loudly. He wanted to shout, but felt he might faint from exhaustion if he tried. You saw what happened to Moody last year. Sirius shook his head. A wizard's animagus form is unique. It can't be copied, not even with Polyjuice Potion. So, but Harry couldn't think of any other argument except that it simply wasn't possible. But Dumbledore said, there's no spell that can bring people back from the dead. That's true, but Lily and James were never actually dead, Sirius explained, scratching his chin. There are still loads of questions not even Dumbledore can answer, but the truth is, there's actually quite a bit of logic to their story. A silence fell as Sirius seemed lost in thought, and Harry watched him intently, half expecting him to suddenly laugh and say it had all been a joke, just when Harry was beginning to let himself hope. All right, Sirius said once he realized Harry was waiting tensely for a proper explanation. The night Voldemort. Well, it actually started long before that. You remember how we told you the four of us, me, Remus, your dad, and Wormtail, were at Hogwarts with Snape? Harry nodded. Well, your mum went with us too. And at first, when they were kids, Lily and Snape were friends. What? Harry blurted in shock. His mum and Snape, friends. Yeah, I know how it sounds. But don't worry, they grew apart quickly after they got to Hogwarts. Lily was in Gryffindor with us, and Snape was sorted into Slytherin, where he made friends with a lot of dodgy types who eventually became Death Eaters. Lily didn't approve. Anyway, she married James and they joined the Order, while Snape became a Death Eater, and their paths split. That Order again. With everything that had happened, Harry hadn't even thought to ask Sirius about it, but now didn't seem like the time to interrupt. But the bitter truth is, well, Snape was in love with your mum. Yeah, I know, it's revolting, Sirius added, seeing the horrified expression on Harry's face. But nothing ever happened between them. Lily says she never saw him as more than a friend. You'd think he'd have moved on after she married James, but he didn't. He was obsessed, you could say. And when he found out Voldemort had discovered where you and your parents were hiding, he followed him, probably trying to save Lily. He paused, perhaps to let Harry absorb it. And then what happened? Harry prompted him. That's what we don't know, Sirius said. When Snape arrived, Voldemort was already gone, and he claims your parents were alive. How could that be? We're not entirely sure, but it's not that strange, right? You survived the killing curse, why not them? But Dumbledore said, Harry rubbed his scar, which throbbed painfully. None of it made sense. He said I survived because my mum cast a spell to save me. That's true in a way, but it wasn't a curse or a charm. It was more like a raw magical force, incredibly powerful but not controlled. Lily doesn't even know how she did it. It felt strange, almost surreal, to Harry hearing Sirius talk about his mum in the present tense. So Dumbledore theorized that maybe that same uncontrolled magic that protected you also protected your parents. Harry tried to think it through, but the thoughts spun chaotically in his mind, and he couldn't concentrate. What happened to them after that? He asked at last. Well, like I said, Snape did all of this to save Lily, so he decided, and here Sirius's voice dripped with hatred, that she'd only be safe from Voldemort if she left the wizarding world. So he suppressed her and James's memories and implanted new ones, ones that made them believe they were Muggles, and moved them to the United States. They lived there until a few weeks ago when Voldemort returned, and so did their memories. Harry's thoughts flew back to the graveyard. Even in his exhaustion, he could remember clearly how the echoes of his parents had emerged from Voldemort's wand, how they'd spoken to him. He'd thought they were speaking to him from beyond the grave, but now Sirius was saying that at that very moment they'd been living halfway across the world. "It doesn't make sense," he said, pressing his palms into his eyes to ease the pain in his head. "If Snape really did all that, why would he take my dad too? You said they hated each other. If he really wanted to keep my mum safe, he'd have taken just her and gone off to live with her somewhere." The idea of his mum living with Snape made him feel sick. "You're right," Sirius said, and for some reason sounded quite pleased. "But you don't know your dad, Harry. Snape wouldn't have fooled him easily, and he knew it. He knew that if James had lived and found out Lily was dead, he'd suspect something. Why had she died and he survived? And he'd have likely realized the body wasn't real at all, just a transfigured fake. He was brilliant at transfiguration, even better than Snape, and that's saying something. Snape must have known that if James even suspected Lily was alive somewhere, he wouldn't rest until he found her. At any other time, that story might have warmed Harry's heart, made him feel proud of his father, made him want to be like him. But now he wasn't sure what he felt. He loved his parents, even though he'd never met them. The idea of them gave him strength, like that night the Dementors had attacked him. The knowledge that they'd loved him enough to die for him had driven him, given him hope that good things could still happen. But now that hope was darkened by the knowledge that through all his childhood with the Dursleys, all the times he'd come close to death at Hogwarts, his parents had been alive somewhere, living their lives without even remembering he existed. "Harry," Sirius murmured. Harry felt his hand on his back, and only then realized he'd rested his head on the table. He felt sick, like his body was about to fall apart. "I'm going mad," he told Sirius, because it felt like a balloon had inflated inside his skull and was now pressing all his thoughts painfully against the sides. "You're just exhausted," Sirius said. Harry heard him as though from underwater. "You can sleep in my room tonight. I'm sleeping as a dog anyway." Before Harry knew what was happening, Sirius was guiding him up the stairs, through the entrance hall and up again, lighting the way with his wand. The mounted heads of house elves stared down at him from above, but he wasn't sure they were real. After a long climb, they reached a bedroom. It looked like an old version of Harry's father's room, except the windows were big and dusty, with street lamps visible beyond them, and posters of motorbikes and girls in swimsuits adorned the walls. "You don't need to worry," Sirius said as Harry looked out at the Muggle street beyond. "My father was paranoid. He put every protection known to wizard kind on this house. I don't hesitate to say there's no safer place in Britain except Hogwarts. The Death Eaters won't be dropping by." Harry nodded and took the old-fashioned pajamas Sirius handed him. Sirius kept talking about something, but Harry didn't really hear. "Sirius," he said, "thanks." Sirius smiled at him. Now Harry understood why he'd seemed so much better. He got his two best friends back. Harry knew he should be happy, but he couldn't feel anything at all. "No need," Sirius said, and just before transforming added, "Your dad's got some competition." Harry gave a tired smile. He put on the pajamas, his ears ringing, as Padfoot curled up into a ball at the foot of the bed. He lay down, thinking that with everything he'd just learned, there was no way he'd be able to fall asleep. But the moment his head hit the pillow, he was out. Chapter 15. Reunion. It felt like he'd only just gotten into bed, and morning had already arrived. Harry woke up suddenly, as if someone had yanked him out of sleep. He supposed that was a good thing. He felt refreshed, and he hadn't had any nightmares that night. He realized he was lying in Sirius's bed, with his feet pointing toward the headboard and his head resting against something furry and warm that rose and fell rhythmically. It was Sirius, still fast asleep in his dog form. Feeling slightly embarrassed, but relieved that Sirius was still asleep, Harry sat up. Bright sunlight was streaming through the windows. The events of the day before came rushing back to him, sharp and clear. And with them, the knowledge that, if he was willing to believe it, somewhere in the world, maybe very nearby, his parents were alive. What were they doing now? Were they still asleep? Or perhaps they were sitting up, wondering when they'd be able to see him. Or maybe they didn't want to see him at all. Maybe they'd been just fine without him all this time. Maybe. Harry pushed his glasses up his nose and told himself to stop thinking like that. It was silly to try and guess what they were thinking. Again, assuming they were even alive and Sirius wasn't just completely mad. He found the en-suite bathroom and washed up, his head spinning with dozens of questions demanding his attention. He found a clean towel in one of the cupboards and stepped into the shower. Hours of running and hiding in the forest had left their marks on him. He couldn't work out how to turn on the hot water, so he showered cold. He shivered as the water ran down his back, then tilted his head back and kept his eyes open against the sharp droplets striking his face. He only closed them when they started to sting, and thought to himself that these were sensations Leopold would never feel again. Once he'd finished, with no other option, he put on the same clothes he'd worn the day before. He remembered that his trunk and Hedwig were still at his father's house, and suddenly he realized what Billy had meant that night she'd taken him from the Dursleys, when she'd said her master had returned. That night, Harry had thought she was talking about him, but now he understood she'd been talking about his father, and suddenly it was very hard to keep denying the mad story Sirius had told him the night before. He returned to Sirius's room and found him sitting up in human form, yawning and scratching his neck in a vaguely dog-like manner. He smiled when he saw Harry. "Morning." "Morning," Harry replied, then quickly asked, "Last night? It really happened, didn't it? It wasn't a dream." Sirius's grin widened. "I know it's a lot to take in, but once you see them, it'll get easier." Harry wasn't sure he was ready for that. They're here, in this house." "Yes," Sirius replied, and he must have noticed the momentary panic on Harry's face, because he added, "But they're waiting in their room. You don't have to see them until you're ready." That reassured Harry, if only a little. "You should eat something before there's nothing left," Sirius said, getting out of bed and stretching. "What about you?" Harry asked. "I'll join you. Just go on down until you reach the kitchen. And if you see Creature, don't panic. He may be ugly, but he's harmless." Harry wanted to ask who Creature was, exactly, but Sirius had already gone into the bathroom before he could. With no small amount of hesitation, Harry left the room. On the door across the hall was a plaque that read, "No entry without the express permission of Regulus Arcturus Black," and headed down the narrow staircase. He looked uneasily at the closed doors on either side, trying not to make a sound, wondering if behind one of them his parents were sitting right now, torn between the urge to open each one and the rising dread of what that meeting might be like. He was halfway between the third and second floors when a door below him opened suddenly. Harry's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and watched a girl with long red hair shutting the door behind her, and then he realized it was only Ginny Weasley. "Hey, Harry," she said with a smile, spotting him on the stairs. "Hey," he replied with relief, taking the rest of the steps quickly to join her. It was nice to see a familiar face. "When did you get here?" Ginny asked. "Last night." "We heard you gave the ministry quite the runaround," she said with a cheeky grin. "You have to tell us everything. Tonks just said you were hiding near our house, and it took them nearly 5 hours to find you." Harry smiled, pleased, but within a second the smile dropped from his face. "It won't be such a good story, once they expel me from Hogwarts." "Don't say that," Ginny said seriously. "Hermione looked it up in the International Confederation of Wizards Law, and she says they can't expel you because it was self-defense. Dumbledore says the law's on your side, too." "Dumbledore," Harry repeated, a flicker of anger sparking within him. Ginny had started walking toward the kitchen and Harry followed beside her. "You saw him this summer." Well, yeah, a few times, Ginny said, as though it were obvious. He comes over a few times a week for meetings. He's also had some chats with Ron and Hermione to make sure they weren't sending you any classified information in their letters. What meetings? Harry asked. He was still furious with Dumbledore and with Ron and Hermione, but he wasn't ready to tell Ginny just how awful his summer had been. The order, she said as they crossed the first floor and headed toward the kitchen stairs. You didn't know. I thought that'd be the first thing they told you. Didn't exactly get a chance to talk about it yesterday, Harry said. From the look on Ginny's face, Harry realized she knew why he hadn't had time. Was he the only one who hadn't known his parents were alive? How long had Ron, Hermione, and Sirius known without telling him? Well, the Order of the Phoenix is basically a group that fights you-know-who, Ginny explained as they descended the narrow stone steps to the kitchen. Not that there's a lot of fighting at the moment. They mostly just protect you and gather information. Our parents are in the Order, so they brought me, Ron and the twins, to live here over the summer. We got threats at the burrow. Threats, Harry repeated in shock. Ron hadn't even mentioned that. What about Percy? I saw him yesterday. He's gone full Ministry of Magic lapdog. Yeah, we've heard, Ginny said bitterly. That tone didn't suit her. He's taken Fudge's side. We haven't seen him in weeks. A familiar feeling of guilt struck a chord in Harry's heart. If everything that he's done so far wasn't enough, now he was also breaking the Weasley family apart. They entered the kitchen. Harry immediately spotted Mrs. Weasley by the stove, and then Ron, Hermione, and the twins, who were seated around the table. Hedwig, perched atop one of the cupboards, hooted softly and swooped down to land on Harry's shoulder. He stroked her gratefully, remembering how she'd attacked the Death Eater and helped him escape. Hermione leapt up from her seat, and a second later, Harry was engulfed in a rib-crushing hug. Hedwig gave an indignant squawk and flew off. We're so sorry, Hermione said at once. We wanted to tell you everything, but Dumbledore swore us to secrecy. We couldn't write anything in our letters. Nice welcome, Hermione, Ron said with a sheepish laugh behind her. Let him breathe, will you? Hermione let go of Harry and wiped her sleeve across her face. Harry felt a pang. She felt so guilty for not writing that she was in tears. He looked away, reminding himself it didn't make up for what they'd done. But she's right, you know, Ron said, patting him on the shoulder. We wanted to write more, you know we did. Yeah, Harry said, trying to keep his voice calm. He was grateful when Mrs. Weasley hurried him to the table and placed a heaping plate of eggs and toast in front of him. How's it going, Harry? Fred called from across the table. It's been dead boring without you, George added with a wink. Finished, Mrs. Weasley pounced. Good, we're cleaning the dining room today. Off you go, Ginny, too. I haven't eaten anything yet, Ginny protested, reaching for her first bite of toast. Fine, then finish quickly and come, Mrs. Weasley ordered, shooing the twins out of the room. Harry understood she was trying to give him a moment alone with Ron and Hermione, so he was glad Ginny was still there. He wasn't sure he could keep his emotions in check once she left. He looked at Ron and Hermione. They were eyeing him cautiously, as if waiting for him to react. It irritated him. So, have you heard the big news? Ron asked hopefully. What news? Harry replied bitterly. About your parents, Ron said tentatively. Harry's heart skipped again, as though he'd missed a step. Oh, yeah. I'm so happy for you, Harry, Hermione said warmly. You deserve something good to happen. Looking at their beaming faces, Harry smiled too. Yes, maybe it was about time something good happened to him. But immediately a small, angry voice inside him told him not to get his hopes up, that he didn't deserve it. How long have you known? He asked, wanting to know how long they'd kept this massive secret from him. Since the day you were attacked, Hermione replied. And you didn't think that was something I ought to know? Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance that showed they'd feared this reaction. Well, we told you, Dumbledore. I don't care what Dumbledore said, Harry cut in, raising his voice. Hermione flinched slightly, and Ginny dropped her spoon in surprise, staring at him with wide brown eyes. I don't care what he told you. I don't care about the stupid order or whatever it is. This is me, it's my life. You don't have the right. He stopped, not sure how to express the deep sense of betrayal burning in him as he thought about how, while he'd nearly given up to the Dementors, Ron and Hermione had been here with his parents, and had chosen, yes, chosen, not to tell him. He didn't know how to contain the fury at the realization that, had he only known, he might not have gone with Billy, and Leopold might still be alive. Please don't shout at us, Harry, Hermione said shakily, tears in her eyes. We wanted to tell you more than anything, we really did. But Professor Dumbledore was afraid the letter might fall into the wrong hands. I'm sick of that excuse, Harry shouted, and before he knew it, his chair had clattered to the floor and he was on his feet. You could have found a way. I would have found a way if it had been me. Ron and Hermione looked ashamed. They knew he was right, and so did he. 3 years ago, he said to Ron, who was staring hard at the table, you convinced Fred and George to steal your dad's flying car to rescue me from the Dursleys. Why couldn't you do it again? I really needed you to be that friend again. Oh, Harry, Hermione murmured sadly. Ron looked up at him, and Harry felt his anger ebb slightly. Now he mostly felt ashamed for yelling, for showing his emotions like that, especially in front of Ginny. Everyone was looking at him, and he hated it. I'll see you later, all right, he said tersely, and left the kitchen before anyone could call him back. All summer, he'd longed to talk to Ron and Hermione again, to try and guess what Voldemort was up to and what the Ministry was doing to stop him. But now that he was with them, he just wanted to be alone. He knew they would make up soon enough. The truth was, the moment he saw them, he was already starting to forgive them. But right now, he didn't want them to ask about his summer adventures. He was ashamed of what he'd done. He climbed the stairs, thinking maybe he'd look for Sirius. As he reached the stairs to the second floor, someone else was coming down, whistling a tune. Harry looked up and stopped in shock. For one brief second, he thought someone had put a mirror in front of him, but then he realized that wasn't it at all. It was, without a doubt, his father. James Potter. He looked exactly like he had in the mirror of Erist. He was so identical to the reflection Harry had seen in his first year that he wondered if maybe this was just another illusion. Perhaps, like the echo that had come from Voldemort's wand in June, he'd just shown up to say one kind word and would vanish again just as quickly. But he didn't disappear. He continued to block the staircase, staring at Harry with an unrestrained curiosity that bordered on complete shock, although even that was nothing compared to what Harry himself was feeling. He was tall, much taller than Harry, but otherwise they were remarkably alike, just as everyone had always said. They looked alike in everything except the eyes. His father's eyes were dark, warm, and full of life. He tried to say something, but couldn't quite form a proper sentence. That, more than anything else, made him feel real. Hi, he said eventually. I'm not really sure what one's supposed to say to their son the first time they meet him. I mean, I guess it's not exactly the first time, but last time you were sort of. And now you're this. Harry wasn't sure whether to be offended that the man, his dad, referred to him as this. There was still some leftover anger from the conversation with Ron and Hermione, but it was hard to hold on to it while his father was looking at him like that, as though he were some kind of wonder. Mostly, it scared him. He turned around, he couldn't stay there, but found his way blocked by the ugliest, oldest house, elf he'd ever seen. Its grayish skin hung loose and wrinkled, its huge eyes were bloodshot and restless, and tufts of white hair sprouted from its enormous ears. At first it didn't seem to notice Harry at all, shuffling along the corridor muttering to itself. Only when it realized it was blocking Harry's path did it look up at him with a mixture of curiosity and disgust. Another one of the filthy kiddykins, it muttered in a croaky, grating voice, though it wasn't clear who it was speaking to. Creature never saw him before, but Creature knows who he is. Yes, yes, Creature sees the scar. Harry quickly swept his fringe to better hide the scar. Creature kept talking in a low voice, so quiet Harry could barely make out the words. They say the boy defeated the Dark Lord. Creature doesn't know if it's true. He's just a filthy half-blood. But the Masterkins whisper in their portraits. The Masterkins know, they say, he's got a great, great power in him, greater than the Dark Lord's. What did you say? Harry's father asked sharply. Creature jumped in fright. His eyes fixed on James, and then, as though nothing had happened, he gave a deep bow. Creature didn't notice Master, he said, in a sycophantic tone. Enough with the act, James snapped. That last thing you said, say it again. Creature said nothing. Creature is only cleaning the house, Elf said innocently, then muttered with hatred, stinking blood traitor, handing out orders to Creature. How Mistressy cursed him. Because of him her son left her. Shame, shame. He and his filthy mudblood wife defile Mistressy's house. I'm getting tired of your nonsense, Creature, James interrupted him, his voice threatening. Get out of here before I do something I'll regret. Creature bowed deeply and shuffled off, muttering a string of colorful curses Harry had never heard before. He talks a lot of rubbish, James said to Harry, sounding vaguely apologetic. I suppose there's no reason to take him seriously. But next time he calls Lily a mudblood, he'll regret his head's not hanging next to his mother's. He noticed Harry staring and cleared his throat. I'm joking, obviously. I wouldn't actually. Well, you know what I mean, right? Harry still didn't speak. His father was starting to look worried. Are you ever going to say anything? Harry felt his face flush. Are you ever going to stop talking? James let out a nervous chuckle. Harry immediately regretted the outburst, his face burning with anger and shame. He'd known his father for less than 5 minutes, and he was already acting like a prick. What was wrong with him? Sorry, he mumbled. He wanted to look down, but he was too curious and afraid to see how his father would react. He had never really stopped to think if he had parents how he should act around them. He supposed he was about to find out. It's all right. I do talk a bit too much sometimes, his father said, not sounding angry at all. Honestly, I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to behave, but it must be even stranger for you, thinking we were dead and all. Harry still couldn't manage to force any of the words in his head out of his mouth. Anyway, what are you doing now? The spontaneous question caught Harry off guard. He shrugged. You should come see Lily. She's waiting patiently, but she can't wait to see you. Harry's stomach twisted. He wasn't sure he was ready for that, but maybe it was best to get it over with, and maybe then this whole thing would stop feeling so overwhelming. He nodded uncertainly. His father smiled broadly. Suddenly, Harry realized they were less alike than he'd thought. He himself had never managed a smile so wide and carefree. He followed him up the stairs, heart pounding in his throat and making it hard to breathe. He couldn't get his mother's last words out of his head, or what he thought had been her last words, those he heard every time the Dementors came near. They stopped in front of one of the doors Harry had passed earlier. His father motioned for him to stay out of sight and opened the door. Harry's heart skipped a beat when a woman's voice came from the room. I turn my back for a second, and you disappear. We're supposed to wait here, James. I know, I couldn't help myself, James replied, wearing a charming smile. Anyway, I've got a surprise for you. He stepped aside and gestured for Harry to come in. Harry hesitated for a few seconds, wondering if he should turn and run, but in the end, he stepped into the doorway. The first thought that passed through his mind was that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He had seen her before, in the Mirror of Erist, in Hagrid's photo album, and at the cemetery in June, but those had been like reflections, unable to capture the light she radiated. As soon as she saw him, she dropped the laundry basket she was carrying and raised her hands to her face, as if to stifle a scream, but no sound came. Her eyes sparkled in the bright morning light that flooded the room, and 2 clear tears ran down her cheeks. It felt as if someone had driven a knife into his stomach and twisted it cruelly. He wanted to tell her not to cry, but once again he'd lost his voice. She took a hesitant step towards him, as though afraid that a sudden movement would scare him off. He closed the distance between them, not without trepidation, and she embraced him tightly. The light pouring in from the window behind her dazzled him, so he squeezed his eyes shut and rested his face against her shoulder. He was nearly her height and tried to breathe. If he had any doubt before about who they were, that doubt melted away in that moment. Something about her scent was so familiar and comforting that he had no doubt it was the same smell that had comforted him as a baby, his mother's scent. His eyes stung, so he shut them tighter. Suddenly, he realized he wasn't hugging her back, so he wrapped his arms around her very gently. She made a sound that was somewhere between joy and pain. "My Harry," she whispered, so softly only he could hear. His heart ached, but somehow it was a good kind of pain. "Please forgive me." "Don't," he wanted to tell her she didn't need to ask for forgiveness, but his voice broke. He didn't know what to say. He wasn't even sure he should speak. He was afraid that if he tried, the illusion would shatter and he'd realize it was all just a dream. After a long while, she let him go. She looked him over from head to toe and smiled, wiping the tears from her face. It was true, they did have the same eyes. Harry only regretted not having put on clean clothes for the occasion and that he'd postponed the much-needed haircut. Her husband came over and gave her a half hug. He looked very happy, even if he wasn't crying. Sirius had been right. Seeing them, standing with them, talking to them, helped him take that final step and accept that they were truly there, his parents. Seeing them both together like that, he had to ask, "You really were there at the graveyard? You saw everything?" "Yes," his father replied, "though I still don't understand how it happened, but we were there. You were very brave." Harry didn't like having his adventures praised, especially when he only made it out thanks to others or pure luck. But this compliment warmed him from within. And the fact that he was no longer the only one who'd witnessed Voldemort's return made him feel better, as if until now he'd been floating helplessly in space, and suddenly his feet had found solid ground. His mother had finished drying her eyes, and now she was looking towards Harry's left elbow. He turned to see what she was looking at and realized they had an audience. The moment he saw her, he knew who she was. His stomach twisted. It shouldn't have surprised him, and yet it did, unpleasantly. She looked very small, with black hair tied in a ponytail. It wasn't hard to imagine that Harry's hair would look like that if it were longer, dark eyes and freckled skin. She looked at him with great curiosity mixed with unease, but he looked away, feeling a new weight pressing on his chest. He understood his parents had been living different lives all these years, but for some reason he hadn't thought they'd have more children. But here she was, standing in front of him. He felt a sudden flash of anger towards Sirius for not telling him about her, and for not giving him time to prepare for this awkward meeting. "This is Emily," Harry's mother said. "I'm sure Sirius told you." "Yeah," Harry lied, not wanting to reveal how uncomfortable he was with this unexpected twist. Emily smiled at him, a wide smile that looked very much like his father's, their father's, and for some reason it annoyed him. Easy for her to smile, he thought. She grew up with their parents, loved and cared for, while he was left on the Dursleys' doorstep. Apparently, he hadn't hidden his irritation well, because her smile faded, and she looked less sure of herself. "How about some tea?" Lily said suddenly, her cheer a little too bright. She summoned a tea tray laden with biscuits and a teapot. Harry wondered if she prepared it all in advance for him and directed it to the table beside the bed. Harry's father moved a photo frame that had been resting there, and Harry saw that it was the picture of his parents he'd left behind at his father's old house. "I believe this is yours," his father said as he handed it to him. Harry murmured thanks and took it, looking at his young parents laughing in the snow. It felt strange to remember how much comfort that picture had once brought him, back when he had no idea he'd one day meet them face to face. When he looked up again, he found his father watching him with a strange expression. Realizing he'd been caught, James smiled. Suddenly, Harry realized that if his father had this photo, he must have been at the Potter house, and perhaps he had missed Harry by mere minutes. If he had just arrived a little earlier, might Leopold still be alive today? Harry sat in the armchair by the bed, while his father and Emily sat on the bed. His mother summoned another armchair for herself, and then turned to command the teapot to pour into 4 cups. Harry desperately wanted, and at the same time was deeply afraid, to ask his father about Leopold. As if he'd read his thoughts, James broke the silence and said, "Uncle Leo praised you, said you reminded him of my dad. I think that's the biggest compliment he ever gave anyone. He worshipped my dad." Harry looked down at the steaming cup in his hands. He knew he ought to feel pleased that Leopold had thought well of him, but it only made him feel worse. "Sirius told me you feel bad about what happened," his father said calmly. "Feel bad," Harry repeated, his anger flaring without warning. "He died because of me, so yeah, I feel pretty bad." He realized he'd overreacted, and to avoid their gazes, he took a sip of tea and burned his tongue. "It wasn't your fault, Harry," his mother said softly, but that only made the guilt sting even more. "It was," he said, trying harder to keep himself under control. "I'm sorry, but it was. The Death Eaters came for me, and I ran off and left him behind." An oppressive silence fell after his words. Harry continued staring into his cup, regretting speaking at all. He'd only just met his parents, and he was already ruining his time with them. "Emily, why don't you go down to the kitchen and fetch more biscuits?" his father said suddenly. The biscuit tray was still full. "Are you kicking me out?" Emily said grumpily. Harry felt a stab of dislike. She should be grateful their parents were trying to protect her. "Just for a few minutes," Lily said softly. Emily scowled and left the room. After a few seconds of silence, Harry's father spoke. "I know a thing or two about guilt," he said with unexpected seriousness. "Uncle Leo must have told you, so I'm speaking from experience when I say there's no point in blaming yourself. It won't bring him back." "So what, I'm just supposed to forget about it?" Harry replied irritably, then looked down again and cursed himself for ruining this reunion, which was supposed to be the best thing that ever happened to him. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," his father said immediately. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw him make an awkward, hesitant movement, and then he leaned forward and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry stiffened under the touch. It was strong and comforting, unfamiliar. "You don't. I mean, it's okay. It's okay to grieve. Uncle Leo deserves to be grieved." Harry wanted to demand whether his father didn't feel guilty about what had happened to his own father, Harry's grandfather, whether he didn't feel guilty about what had happened to Sirius, or about the life Harry himself had had to live. He's just as much to blame for what happened to you and your mother. He might as well have cast the killing curse at her himself, and he's the one who ruined your life before it had even begun. But he pushed down that sickening curiosity. He didn't want to think about all that. Not now. So instead, he nodded at his teacup. Then he lifted his gaze and looked at his parents to make sure they were still there, that he hadn't scared them off. They were still sitting there, smiling at him, and his mother gently stroked his back in a short, comforting motion. He immediately felt calmer. He really hoped one of them would say something, but they simply remained silent, still looking at him as though he were something rare and beautiful that needed no explanation. It embarrassed him, and he longed to talk about something, anything, just to break the silence. He wanted to ask them a million questions, but they all tangled together in his head, and he couldn't form even one coherent sentence. "So, where do you live?" he managed to ask at last, rather pathetically. "We haven't had time to find a place yet," his mother said quickly, as though he'd jolted her out of a daydream. "For now, we're staying with Sirius. I hope we're not overstaying our welcome." "He doesn't mind, you know that," her husband said, taking a biscuit from the tray. If the heavy words he said to Harry just a few minutes earlier were still weighing on him, he didn't show it. Besides, It's not like we can just go out house hunting. People would think the dead are rising. I think we'll need to wait a few weeks after we announce it. You're planning to tell the wizarding world you're alive? Harry asked uncertainly. Of course, his father replied casually, dunking the biscuit in his tea. People need to know the truth. They need to know Voldemort's back, and that Sirius is innocent. Lily looked like she wanted to say something that might dampen those hopes, but in the end, she chose to remain silent. She caught Harry's eye and smiled at him. He thought he knew what she was thinking. Why would anyone believe they'd seen Voldemort return? Why would anyone even believe they were really Lily and James Potter? And are you members of the Order and all that? We were among the first, Harry's mother told him. Dumbledore recruited us right after we finished school, along with Remus and Sirius, and he knew she wanted to say Wormtail's name, but she stopped herself after a quick glance at her husband. He didn't seem troubled by the subject, but Lily probably saw something Harry couldn't. Is that why Voldemort went after you back then? Harry asked. Because you were in Dumbledore's order. He expected a simple yes or no, but the answer seemed more complicated. His parents exchanged meaningful looks. His father opened his mouth, but Lily cut in, saying, "Yes, we disrupted a lot of his plans as members of the Order, and he wanted revenge." Harry looked at his father, who was sipping his tea with perfect calm. But he wasn't fooled. He could already tell there was something they weren't telling him. He was just wondering whether it would be too rude to try prying more information out of them when Emily returned with a plate of biscuits. James took the opportunity to start talking to Harry about Quidditch. Lily didn't seem remotely interested in Quidditch, but she still listened with a soft, happy smile on her face. "I'm going to be a chaser like Dad," Emily told Harry. "You're going to Hogwarts?" he asked uncertainly, only realizing how stupid he sounded after the words were out. "I'm starting this year," she replied excitedly. Harry thought about his summer with the Dursleys before his first year at Hogwarts, the tense anticipation and the thrill of knowing he was going to a school for wizards, and that he wouldn't have to see his aunt and uncle for a whole year. But then the memory of his hearing rose up within the pleasant recollection, sinking its cruel teeth into the small bit of hope he'd had about returning to school. His mother, who seemed to have the uncanny ability to read his thoughts, placed a comforting hand on his back and said, "You'll be going back to Hogwarts too. Don't worry about the hearing. They don't really have the authority to expel you." "She's right," his father added, "and we'll be there with you." That thought lifted Harry's spirits more than he could say. He had parents now, parents who would stand by him and support him through difficult times. And that, really, was all he'd ever wanted. Even if the worst happened and he was expelled, he wouldn't have to go back to the Dursleys. He could live with them, somewhere he was wanted and loved. Emily continued grilling their dad about Quidditch. His mum laughed at something someone said. Harry wasn't listening. A warm, golden feeling of happiness filled him from head to toe. He wasn't dreaming, he reminded himself. He was sitting there with his family. His family. And they were all safe and whole and real. Even his initial weariness of Emily had begun to melt away. He had always dreamed of having a brother or sister, and after all, it wasn't her fault she had been born after him. He realized that if he treated her badly just for being younger than him, he'd be no better than Snape, who had hated him simply for being his father's son. So he chose not to think about the Dursleys or the life his family had lived without him, not about Voldemort or the hearing. In that moment, he simply decided to be happy. Chapter 16. Choice or Fate. A torrential rain fell over Diagon Alley on the 30th of July, but James had no complaints. The cold, wet air was a blessing after the jarring journey through Gringotts' stifling tunnels. Besides, the cloudy skies and light mist made it easier for him to blend in among the passers-by without drawing too much attention. Now and then, a bystander would catch a glimpse of his face beneath his hood and whisper to their friends in shock or fear. The stares and murmurs he could handle. He just hoped he and Lily would finish their business before Thedily Prophet got wind of their visit. He wasn't afraid of the questions or the attention, and he could understand the curiosity that rose around the announcement of his and Lily's return from the dead. He simply preferred avoiding doing anything regrettable to the people who were printing vile remarks about his son on a daily basis. He descended the bank's slick marble steps quickly, a pouch of gold in his pocket and a battered leather suitcase in hand. It was strange, having so much money, when only a month earlier he and Lily had decided against buying a new car in favor of putting more into Emily's college savings. Now they knew Emily would probably never go to college, and her parents had no use for a car. He made his way to the Quidditch supplies shop, keeping his face hidden under the hood of his cloak. The stormy, grey weather matched his mood perfectly. He'd been in a vengeful frame of mind lately. Now that they had been reunited with Harry, and the days of worrying for his safety were over, James had time to focus on other things that had been troubling him. Regular items on his mental agenda included Sirius's innocence, Wormtail's whereabouts, demand of accountability from Snape, and the idiocy of the Ministry of Magic. But mostly, he had to do something about the fact that the Order was busy chasing its own tail instead of actually fighting Voldemort. 14 years was far too long to sit idle. Now he had work to do. He entered the shop, which was blessedly dry and warm, and cast a drying charm on himself. The shop was unusually crowded, though it didn't seem like any of the customers were truly interested in the Quidditch gear. Lily stood near the counter, her hair plaited in a long braid and wearing a greenish cloak that made her eyes stand out, looking anxious and restless. Relief instantly lit up her face when she saw James. "Did you find anything?" he asked, joining her at the counter and ignoring the curious glances and whispers from the other shoppers. Lily opened a small box lined with red silk, inside which lay a handsome golden snitch with perfect ivory wings held securely in place. Engraved in elegant script on the golden sphere were the initials, P. "Excellent choice," the shopkeeper said to James with excessive enthusiasm, far too pleased by the satisfied expression on his face. "That's our highest quality model. A birthday gift for your son, I presume. I believe the boy if he says he who must not be named has returned." "Yes," James cut him off curtly. "How much do I owe you?" They paid and left without delay, Harry's birthday present now safely tucked into Lily's cloak pocket. "Harry wasn't exaggerating about those looks being awful," she said wearily, pulling her hood over her head. "Don't people have any shame? It's not every day that they see a beautiful woman that's returned from the dead," James replied. Lily rolled her eyes at him, blushing slightly under her hood. "What's that?" she asked, nodding at the suitcase he'd retrieved from the vault. "Some of my dad's inventions," he said. "Thought I'd show them to Harry and Emily." Lily looked pleased. James smiled at her, though he felt a pang of guilt. It didn't feel right not telling her the whole truth, but he urged himself to be patient. Once it was all over, he'd tell her everything. They apparated back to Grimmauld Place, where the rain was coming down even harder. They stood in the downpour for several minutes until Sirius opened the door. "About time we're soaked through," James told him, pushing past into the lit hallway. He hadn't thought it possible, but compared to the storm raging outside, the house felt warm and inviting, perhaps due to the relentless cleaning efforts Marley Weasley had been overseeing, which were finally showing results. "At least you can stand in the rain," Sirius replied bitterly. He didn't close the door, instead remaining on the threshold and gazing longingly out at the wet street. James immediately regretted his tone. "Shut the door, Sirius," Lily said gently, removing her dripping cloak. Sirius obeyed reluctantly. James watched him, feeling the now familiar sting of guilt. He was trying his best to follow the advice he'd given Harry on that unforgettable day they first met, but he had to admit it was far harder than it sounded, fighting guilt that threatened to consume him. They entered the drawing room, where the household had gathered around the fire after a tiring day of cleaning. Marley was directing a pair of knitting needles with her wand as they worked on a pair of socks, while she read the biography of the famous singing witch, Celestina Warbeck. The children were playing Exploding Snap on the rug near the fireplace. James paused to take in the scene. Emily giggled at something Ron had said, and beside her, Harry smiled distantly, eyes cast down to the cards in his hand. Lily had seated herself behind them, watching with love and pride. This was his family, whole again after 14 years apart. He had always felt something was missing, always known deep in his heart that something in his and Lily's life wasn't right. He only wished he'd remembered earlier, returned for Harry sooner. He and Lily still hadn't talked to him about his life with Lily's sister, mostly because it seemed that Harry would use every possible excuse to avoid the topic. James felt a strong urge to hound him about it, but Lily kept reminding him that they agreed they wouldn't pressure Harry into a conversation that he was uncomfortable in, especially this early in their new-found relationship. If James trusted anything in life, it was Lily's instincts, especially when it came to their children. So he vowed to keep silent on the matter of those missing years, at least for the time being. "What's that, Dad?" Emily asked, pointing to the suitcase. He gave her a knowing smile, pushing aside the guilt and fear for now. He couldn't change the past, but he could do everything in his power to protect Harry now, to protect his family. "They're my dad's inventions," he said, placing the suitcase on a nearby table. The children, bored of the card game, gathered around to inspect its contents. He tapped the brass lock with his wand. The suitcase sprang open, doubling in size, revealing an assortment of strange devices and potion vials. "I use this," Hermione said in astonishment, holding up a bottle of Sleeky's hair potion. "I didn't know Harry's grandfather invented it." "That could have solved the misery of generations of Potter men," James said, running a hand through his wild hair. "But personally, I prefer the natural look." He smiled at Harry, who looked away awkwardly. James wished he'd stop shrinking away from him like that and be more at ease in his company as he was around Lily and Sirius. "What dose this, though?" Ron asked, trying on a blue flat cap he'd taken from the suitcase. "I'm not sure," James lied, taking the cap and inspecting it. "Don't remember ever seeing it before. Might just be a hat." A tap sounded on the window. Everyone turned towards the noise. Owls rarely came to headquarters, and James took the chance to tap the cap with his wand and vanish it. Sirius went to open the window, allowing a wet, disgruntled owl bearing the Ministry of Magic seal to flutter in. It landed on the table in front of Harry and impatiently offered him a letter before flying out again. Harry looked around. The room had gone quiet with expectation, then opened the letter steadily. He read it quickly and said coolly, "They've brought my hearing forward." "That's good, isn't it?" Ginny was the first to speak. "Better to get it over with." "I don't know. There's a Wisengamot seal on it," Ron said tactlessly, reading over Harry's shoulder. "Didn't think they dealt with underage wizards." "That Umbridge woman said something about them," Harry said, in a surprisingly calm voice. "She said they don't take breaches of the statute of secrecy lightly." "May I see?" James asked. Harry handed him the letter. The hearing had been moved to the 3rd of August, just 4 days away, and the Wisengamot seal was indeed affixed to the official notice. The new development forced James to accelerate his plans. "They're just trying to scare you," he told Harry, who stood with his hands in his pockets, trying to look unfazed. James wasn't fooled. "They want you to think they've got enough to convict you, but they've got nothing. It's obvious you acted in self-defense both times. Besides, once we tell them what Umbridge tried to do, they'll back off and try to wrap it up quickly. You'll see." Harry didn't look convinced. James was grateful that at that moment the front door bell rang, waking up Sirius's mother and signaling Arthur's return. Marley ushered everyone to the kitchen to finish preparing dinner. Harry went with Ron and Hermione, sparing James the need to keep trying to reassure him. Was he also that brooding and serious at that age? He doubted it. The next day was Harry's birthday. Time was running out for James, and he needed to find an opportunity to speak with his son alone, or at least without any of the Order members present. For some reason, this task was making him far more nervous than it ought to have. That morning, after thanking his parents for the snitch engraved with his initials, Harry went upstairs to put the gift in his room before breakfast. James made sure Lily was deep in conversation with Marley, and that Sirius wasn't watching him before slipping out of the kitchen and following Harry. "Hey," he said quietly, so as not to wake the portrait of Mrs. Black. Harry stopped on the stairs. He seemed to be examining the snitch as he walked, looking at it intently, as though it were more than just a gift. "Do you like it?" James asked, mostly to break the ice. "Yeah," Harry said, clearly a little embarrassed. "Thanks." "Say," James went on, before any Order member could interrupt, "you've still got my invisibility cloak, right?" Harry looked slightly uncomfortable. "Yeah, I was going to give it back to you before." "No, keep it," James said quickly, not wanting Harry to get the wrong idea. "Hogwarts is a lot less fun without it. I just need to borrow it for a few days." "Why?" Harry asked. "Order business," James replied, gesturing that he couldn't say more. Harry looked intrigued, but didn't argue. He handed James the cloak without any further questions, and James just hoped his son wouldn't find a reason to mention it to Lily. For a brief moment in Harry's room, as he passed him the cloak, James felt an overwhelming urge to tell him exactly what he was about to do, but he held back. The day would come when he would tell Harry everything, no matter what Dumbledore thought, but today wasn't that day. He had only one thing left to do, apart from wait. He owed it to Lily, and to the rest of the Order, to try and reach his goal the honest way at least once more. So at the end of that evening's Order meeting, during which James listened with mounting boredom to the reports from other members, he raised his hand when Dumbledore asked if anyone had anything to add before they adjourned. A faint sigh of frustration came from somewhere around the table. The tension in the room dropped almost comically, as if the others were just waiting for James to finish so they could leave. This was the fifth time he had done this, and everyone already knew exactly what he wanted to say. Only Dumbledore watched him with polite interest, and Lily looked torn between supporting him and explaining that he wasn't getting anywhere with these votes. "Well," James said, standing up, "you all know my speech by now. It's time to stop wasting our resources guarding the prophecy and start using them to gain some kind of advantage over Voldemort." He ignored the flinch of several Order members at the name. "There's no point pretending this won't be like last time. We need to take the fight to him, not wait for him to come to us. All those in favor of ending the guard shifts on the prophecy." Only his usual supporters raised their hands, Sirius, Mad-Eye, and Tonks. No one else dared challenge Dumbledore's stance. "Are you done?" Snape asked curtly, and without waiting for a response, stood up and left. James stared at his retreating back with hatred, reminding himself that this wasn't the time or place to hex him. His chance would come. "Anything else?" Dumbledore asked politely. "No," James replied. "The Order has spoken. Maybe I'll have better luck next time." The meeting ended. Mad-Eye gave James a silent nod of support and took a long swig from his flask, while Sirius shrugged and slumped in his chair. James had often considered telling Sirius what he was planning, but always stopped himself at the last moment. This wasn't a school prank, it was serious. He couldn't risk Sirius trying to stop him somehow, or telling Lily or Remus. In the past, he wouldn't have hesitated to tell his friend, but the truth was, he wasn't sure what Sirius would do with the information now. He swore to tell him once it was over, right after telling Lily. He knew Sirius would be angry at being kept in the dark, but he also knew Sirius would support him in the end, something he wasn't at all sure he could say about the rest of the Order, or even Lily. Marley began offering people tea and leftovers from Harry's birthday cake. James hadn't realized he was still standing by the table until Lily touched his arm. "I'm sorry, James," she said seriously, "but I agree with Dumbledore. Right now, the best thing for Harry is to make sure the full prophecy doesn't fall into Voldemort's hands. It's the only way we have right now to try and keep him safe. James didn't agree, so he only smiled and placed his hand over hers. He hated that they were on opposite sides of this, and hated himself for not telling her the whole truth. By the time the morning of Harry's hearing arrived, James was starting to doubt himself. Maybe his plan wasn't as good as he thought. Maybe it wasn't a good idea at all. And what if it all went wrong? What would happen to Lily and their children? He told himself to stop being an idiot. He'd made his decision, and he wasn't going to back down now. One way or another, this had to be done. And if Dumbledore and the Order weren't going to do it, he would. Maybe Harry's nerves were contagious. Maybe that's why he felt this way all of a sudden. Harry hadn't touched his breakfast, and when it was time to leave, he looked like a man heading to his execution. James tried to give him an encouraging smile as they stepped out into the chilly morning, but it only made James himself more nervous. The hard truth was that the only witnesses who could testify that Harry had acted in self-defense that summer were a Muggle, a squib, a house elf, and a dead man. What if the Wisengamot didn't buy Dumbledore's argument and decided Harry should be expelled from Hogwarts on the spot? James didn't think that was as unlikely as he tried to make Harry believe. He'd been absent from the wizarding world for so long. What if the Wisengamot wasn't what it had been in his mother's day? Sure, there were other wizarding schools in Europe, but James knew Harry wouldn't find comfort in that. He couldn't imagine how he'd have felt at Harry's age if someone told him he wasn't going back to Hogwarts with his friends. Lily, on the other hand, seemed utterly convinced that Harry would be cleared. She had no problem chatting with him calmly as they rode the underground to the other side of the city. Harry wasn't much of a talker on any day, and his nerves made him even less inclined to chat. But Lily had an almost magical ability to bring him out of his shell, even in his darkest of moods. If she was frightened by the possible outcome of the trial, she hid it well. James wondered whether she truly believed everything would be fine, or whether she was just putting on a brave face for Harry. Either way, her gentle demeanor was helping him far more than James's clumsy attempts at reassurance. The day was especially chilly for August, which worked in James's favor. His jacket had enough pockets to hide all the tools he needed without them being noticeable. Only when the three of them squeezed into the phone booth that served as the visitor entrance to the ministry, and James leaned over Lily to dial the code, did she apparently feel the bulge in his jacket pocket. "What have you got in there?" she asked. "Nothing," he said innocently. "Just happy to see you." Lily blushed, almost horrified that James would say such a thing in front of Harry. Harry, meanwhile, turned crimson and looked like he was calculating how to escape the phone box without making eye contact with either parent. His eyes accidentally met James's, and James winked cheerfully. Harry looked like he wanted the earth to swallow him whole. In that moment of shared embarrassment, the subject of James's pocket's content was thankfully forgotten. The lift shuddered and began to descend, carrying them from the Muggle world to the heart of the wizarding one. As the guard checked their wands, James's earlier fear began to dissolve, replaced by a quiet sense of triumph. The ministry's security was terrible, even worse than it had been in his youth. His chances of success had just skyrocketed. The queue for the lifts was enormous at this hour. James motioned for Lily and Harry to follow him and led them to the stairwell, a well-kept space lit by glass lamps casting a warm glow, rarely used. Even when his father had brought him to visit his mother at work, James had always hated the long queues and the cramped lifts, preferring the stairs. Besides, he wasn't keen on being stared at today. The climb wasn't short. The Wisengamot chambers were on the second floor. When they arrived, James checked his watch. 10 to 8. "What are we doing now?" Harry asked, after a few minutes of waiting in the reception area outside the chamber, where James had informed the tired, confused receptionist that they had arrived. "Waiting," James said, casting glances at the receptionist every few moments. She seemed increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze. But the hearing's at 11. Don't count on it, James replied, not bothering to lower his voice. He knew the receptionist could hear every word. I wouldn't be surprised if it was mysteriously brought forward. If the accused fails to show without good reason, they've got the right to declare him guilty. Harry paled slightly. Lily said in a soothing voice, "That's why we came early. Don't worry." At 2 minutes to 8, a paper memo floated into the office and landed on the receptionist's desk. James watched her open and read it carefully. She looked momentarily lost, but whether due to James's stare or her own conscience, she said, "Mr. Potter, your hearing has been moved forward to 8 o'clock." Harry leapt to his feet in alarm. James immediately turned towards the door he knew led to the courtroom, but the receptionist stopped him. "It's been moved to the old courtrooms, level 10. James's heart skipped a beat. That was a dirty move. Even in his mother's day, those courtrooms were rarely used except for the sentencing of particularly dangerous criminals, but it made his plan far simpler. It was as though some unseen force was telling him, now or never. Without wasting a second, James rushed out, Lily and Harry right behind him, and into the stairwell. There was no way they'd get a lift any time soon. They tore down the steps until they reached level 9, where the staircase ended in an ancient stone corridor, the oldest part of the ministry. The blue flames flickering in the torches along the walls made it feel like part of a strange dream. Harry turned at once down a narrow corridor ending in a black door, but Lily grabbed his arm and steered him after James toward the steps leading to level 10, unreachable by lift. As they ran, James couldn't help wondering why Harry had tried to Gothatway to that door, when it was obvious James was leading him somewhere else entirely. Surely he didn't know what lay behind it, did he? No, if he did, he wouldn't have gone there so eagerly on the way to his own hearing. They entered the courtroom at 2 minutes past 8. A few members of the Wisengamot were still making their way to their seats and looked surprised by the defendant's sudden appearance. "Even Fudge isn't here yet," James said to Harry, satisfied. "I can't wait to see the look on his face when he sees you showed up on time." Harry managed a small smile. Sure enough, a few moments later the door behind them opened. In walked the Minister for Magic, whom James had learned to dislike thanks to the dramatic and dishonest statements he kept publishing, insisting that Harry was a spoiled liar and Dumbledore a senile old man. His face twisted with fury when he spotted the Potters. Behind him stood a young ginger man wearing glasses. James guessed it was Marley and Arthur's third son, who had sided with the Ministry and cut off contact. "Hi, Percy," Harry said acidly. Percy flinched, as if even being spoken to by Harry might infect him with some dreadful disease, and didn't reply. "You're late, Minister," James said to Fudge. Fudge grumbled something and swept past them. "Don't provoke him," Lily said to James as he passed, then turned to Harry with a gentler tone. "Good luck, sweetheart." "If you'd kindly be seated, Mr. Potter," Fudge barked, taking his place at the front of the platform. Harry gave his parents a tense smile and walked nervously toward the chair in the center of the room. The chains around it rattled threateningly, but he ignored them with commendable composure. Lily and James went to sit on the stone bench for observers by the wall. "Where's Dumbledore?" Lily whispered. "Probably planning a fashionable entrance," James replied. No way that trick of theirs fooled him. The hearing began. As Fudge started reading names for the record, James noticed a squat woman sitting to his right. From the front, her face was lost in shadow, but from the side, her unattractive features were plain to see. "That's Umbridge," James whispered to Lily. Based on what she tried to do to Harry a few weeks earlier, and by the way Remus talked about her, he'd expected someone imposing and fearsome who hunted werewolves and vampires for fun, not this ridiculous toad-like creature. What are they playing at? Before Lily could answer, the door opened again, and Dumbledore entered with a confident stride. Harry turned in his seat and visibly relaxed. Dumbledore really did radiate calm and reassurance. James imagined that in the absence of his parents, Harry had had to find a father figure. But still, James wished he could be the one to make Harry feel like everything would be all right. The hearing continued without delay. Dumbledore summoned Mrs. Figg to testify about the Dementor attack. Amelia Bones, whom James remembered from when she just begun working at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, appeared to accept the testimony, though of course Fudge dismissed it outright. The opinions of the Wisengamot seemed divided. In light of that, James was glad Dumbledore had decided not to bring Billy to testify. House elves would lie without batting an eye if ordered by their masters, and such a witness would not have cast Harry in a favorable light. To avoid the subject of the Dementors possibly wandering out of Azkaban, Fudge steered the hearing towards the second offense Harry had committed that summer. "I only did it to get away from the Death Eaters," Harry protested, because Fudge was making it sound like he'd gone out on a joyride rather than fled for his life on a broomstick. "Calm down, don't get upset," Lily whispered, as if Harry could hear her. Another far-fetched tale, and how convenient, no witnesses again. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Dumbledore cut in. "At this point, I would like to summon my second witness, if I may." "Well, who is it now?" Fudge said impatiently. James squeezed Lily's hand and stepped to the front of the assembly. He hadn't known a human face could turn purple, but that's exactly what happened to Fudge's. Dumbledore gestured to the chair where Mrs. Figg had sat, but James declined and stood before the Wisengamot, positioned just ahead of where Harry and Dumbledore were seated, so he couldn't see them. "Please state your full name for the record," said Amelia Bones, though James saw that she recognized him. "James Henry Potter." "It's important to note that the witness is the boy's father," Fudge announced loudly. Percy Weasley was scribbling every word down fervently. "That is, if you believe the story of the Potters not being dead after all, not exactly the most reliable witness, Dumbledore." "That will be for our esteemed colleagues to decide, Cornelius," said Dumbledore calmly. "James, if you would kindly tell us what happened." "I'm the one asking questions here," Fudge barked. "Well, speak up," he snapped at James. James launched into a description of that day's events, recounting how he'd found Uncle Leo injured, what the nature of his wounds had been, and what his old uncle had told him before passing away. "How convenient," Fudge cried, glancing around at the Wisengamot as if sharing a joke. "Another bit of testimony that can't be verified." "I wouldn't exactly call someone being murdered convenient, but I suppose that does rather work in your favor," James retorted sharply. Fudge's neck flushed a deep crimson. "Need I remind you where you are, Mr. Potter?" he growled. "I thought I was standing before the Minister for Magic, whose duty is to protect the wizarding community. But apparently I was mistaken," James replied. It was easier than he'd imagined. Fudge looked livid. The members of the Wisengamot appeared shocked, but a few of them bore expressions of agreement or even amusement. "This is outrageous," the minister bellowed. "Dumbledore, I demand you restrain your witness." James was sure Dumbledore would silence him, but to his surprise, the headmaster merely said tranquilly, "Mr. Potter is an adult, Cornelius, not a student. I hardly have any control over what he chooses to say or do." "You know what this reminds me of?" James pressed on, clashing with Fudge head-on. He could only imagine Lily's expression in that moment. "You know who'd shave the power to control what people say and do? You. You could investigate what Harry testified happened that day. Unforgivable curses were used. Curses your office has the means to trace. But instead, you put him on trial like a criminal and ignore the fact that a ministry employee attacked him using a curse she had no authority to cast and tried to alter his memory. Just another of young Mr. Potter's imaginative tales," a sickly, sweet voice cut across him. Umbridge leaned forward in her chair, her face catching the dim light. "First Dementors in a Muggle town, then Death Eaters, and now a mysterious assault. I wonder what other fantasies his overactive imagination will bring us next." She let out a high-pitched, childish giggle that made the hairs on James's neck stand on end. The sound of a chair scraping came from behind James. Harry had risen to his feet. Knowing things would spiral out of control if his son started talking, James said quickly, "I was wondering when you'd show your ugly face. Got no shame, have you, showing up here after what you tried to do to him?" It wasn't the cleverest jab James had ever made, but it got the job done. "That's enough, Mr. Potter," Fudge shouted. "You've gone beyond all bounds. You are in contempt of this court. Leave the chamber at once or else." James gestured that he wouldn't resist. He turned away, avoiding Dumbledore's piercing gaze. Harry was still standing, looking at him as if unsure whether what his father had done was foolish or impressive. James winked at him as he passed. Across the room, Lily was glaring daggers. He knew she was furious, but also that her current anger would pale in comparison to what she'd feel that evening after he told her what he'd done. He exited the chamber and shut the door behind him. He was alone, completely alone. Without wasting a moment, he pulled his old invisibility cloak from his pocket and threw it over himself. The familiar sensation was comforting. The ability to see without being seen had always empowered him, made him feel he could do anything. Defeat the darkest wizard of all time, kiss Lily Evans, and even break into the Department of Mysteries. He reached the door leading to the department without incident. Suddenly, he thought of Matthew, his partner at the police station. What would he say if he knew his law-abiding partner was about to pull off such a brazen break-in? After making sure he was alone, James took a battered old Muggle torch from his pocket, attached to which was a cloudy vial filled with a thin liquid. He fiddled with the device for a few moments before managing to turn it on. The beam that shone out was bluish, and when it hit the door, the light seemed to pass through, allowing James to see the room beyond. "Dad, you genius," James muttered. This particular invention of his father's had never reached the market. The ministry had refused to approve a device that allowed wizards to invade others' privacy so thoroughly. So his father had shelved it, unable to bring himself to destroy it. The entrance hall of the Department of Mysteries appeared empty. James glanced over his shoulder one last time, was the hearing still going on, and entered. It felt like stepping into a deep black pool. The floor was glossy and black, reflecting the cold blue flames so perfectly he feared it might reflect him too. The silence was thick, suffocating. James shone his torch at the doors around him, peering into the rooms beyond like silent television screens. Most were empty, though in a few unspeakables twirled away. Now came the hard part. James didn't know which room he was looking for. He had no choice but to search each one, and the enchantment that reshuffled the doors whenever one was left had little effect on him, but sneaking into rooms where unspeakables were working was tricky. A young witch nearly discovered him in a room full of clocks, and it was sheer luck that her experiment distracted her just in time. He was growing nervous. He didn't have time to waste. Just when he was starting to wonder whether the whole plan was flawed, he found it. A vast, shadowy chamber filled with rows of dusty crystal orbs forming a gloomy labyrinth. Pleased, but aware the hardest part still lay ahead, he moved among the shelves, checking his surroundings carefully. Before long, he found what he was after, a heavy desk bearing a massive book. Making sure no one was around, he bent over it and flipped through the pages until he spotted the name, Harry Potter. Without delay, he headed into the rows. By wandlight, he found the correct shelf. The prophecy that had doomed his family looked so innocent, resting there on the dusty surface. He still couldn't fathom how Dumbledore and Voldemort gave such weight to something so small. Now he drew his father's other invention from his pocket, the blue cap. This had been Fleamont Potter's final and perhaps most important creation. The thinking cap, as he'd called it, was designed to shield the minds of witches and wizards from invasive spells. Tragically, he had died before it could be shared with the magical world. It might have saved many lives. James used to joke that no wizard in his right mind would wear such a thing in public. But now, under the invisibility cloak, he donned it, knowing it was his only chance of success. For the first time, he let himself consider what would happen if he failed. If caught, he'd go to Azkaban, but if the thinking cap failed when he touched the prophecy, he might prefer Azkaban. Still, there was no other way. He couldn't cast spells here without being detected. He had to do it the old-fashioned way. He closed his eyes and reminded himself why he was doing this. He had to do it, and he knew he'd never forgive himself if he let fear stop him. He thought of Harry resisting Umbridge's memory charm, so young, yet so strong. If he could do it, so could James. With a swift, sharp motion, he reached out and grabbed the crystal orb. At first, nothing happened. He studied the prophecy, running his thumb over its smooth surface. It was warm, as though it had been sitting in the sun. He tossed it in the air and caught it, when something in his peripheral vision made him flinch. But no one was there. Someone stood behind the shelves. James backed away, fear prickling his skin, shining his wand between the rows. He was alone. It's not real, he reminded himself. It's the curse on the prophecy, trying to drive you mad. And in a rebellious act, he threw the orb hard at the floor. The prophecy shattered into 1,000 pieces. White smoke billowed out, slithering heavily across the floor. The smoke rose and formed the figure of a fragile woman. She began to speak, but James couldn't hear her, for at that moment a piercing scream ripped through his ears. He clutched his head, trying to shut out the awful sound that flooded every cell of his body. Whose voice was it? If only he knew, perhaps he could help and end it. It tore at him. Was it his mother, Lily, Emily, maybe all three? But he couldn't help them. He hadn't saved his mother, hadn't saved Lily from Voldemort. If not for Snape's interference, she would have died. So what made him think he could protect Emily? He'd ripped her from her old life, brought her to this dangerous country, into the heart of a war. That wasn't what a father should do. How could he have been so selfish? A wave of self-loathing surged and drowned him. He'd only ever destroyed those closest to him, his father, Sirius, Harry, Lily. No one was safe from him. Everyone would be better off if he just stopped existing, vanished into himself. "Don't be an idiot," a voice whispered in his ear, soft and quiet, yet louder than the scream. "You know that's not true. You need to get back to them, so fight this." Whose voice was that? His father's, Sirius's, Remus's. "You haven't time to sit around wallowing in self-pity. You had 14 years for that. Now it's time to fight." But the voice sounded too young for any of them. Was it Harry? Suddenly he remembered where he was and why. The scream still echoed in his ears. He realized he was crouched on the floor of the Department of Mysteries. He stood, trembling all over. The seer's figure dissipated and the smoke vanished. The scream died away, leaving behind a maddening ring. He wiped his face and found it drenched in sweat. His heart was pounding in his chest, and he took a deep breath to steady it. Thanking Merlin that was over, he removed the thinking cap and ran a hand through his damp hair. He felt a wild urge to laugh, but held it back. Without looking back, he walked away, leaving the shattered prophecy behind. He hurried back to the courtroom, and on the stairs had to press himself against the wall to avoid colliding with Dumbledore, who was climbing swiftly, a worried, focused look on his face. James waited until the headmaster was out of sight before removing the cloak. He had barely stuffed it into his pocket when Lily and Harry appeared at the bottom of the stairs, beaming. Any trace of fear or hatred left in him melted away in that instant. "Well?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Cleared," Harry said joyfully. "All charges dropped." "Knew it," James exclaimed, and Harry even laughed. A fierce love surged through him, and James did something he hadn't yet done. He hugged Harry. He held him tightly for a brief moment, then let go. Harry still looked happy, though also slightly embarrassed. James knew it felt strange to him. He hadn't hugged his own father at that age either. "You were right," Lily said, looking at James with a mix of fondness and reproach. "Amelia Bones wasn't willing to ignore what you said about Umbridge, and she wanted Harry to tell her everything. Before we left, she told me she intends to open an investigation. I think she's had enough of Fudge meddling in her department. You got off lightly. It was all part of the plan, James replied smugly. Lily smiled at him indulgently. She always forgave him. Let's go tell everyone the good news, he said, clapping Harry on the shoulder as they made their way towards the lift. He knew he'd have to face the consequences of what he'd done soon, but right now, his happiness and relief were so overwhelming it was hard to worry about it. Harry would be going back to Hogwarts in a month, and with any luck, he'd never have to know about the prophecy that had sealed his fate. Chapter 17. Changes. Emily couldn't decide whether she liked number 12 Grimmauld Place or not. When her parents told her they were leaving the United States and returning to England to live in the wizarding world, she'd felt sad at the thought of saying goodbye to her friends and having to move somewhere new. But that sadness didn't compare to the excitement and anticipation she felt about discovering the magical world for the first time, a world her parents had been telling her about ever since the beginning of summer. She'd imagined the entire wizarding world would be like Hogwarts, which had thrilled and amazed her when Darby the House, elf, introduced her to the castle. She hadn't expected it to include places like Grimmauld Place, magical and impressive, but also frightening in equal measure. Whereas Hogwarts was full of broad, marble-floored corridors and arched ceilings, colorful and lively portraits that moved and spoke before her eyes, massive shifting staircases, and large windows looking out onto forests and lakes. Grimmauld Place had narrow hallways and staircases, grim and bitter portraits, and dusty windows overlooking a rundown and gloomy neighborhood. Still, Emily wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere else that summer. It was, without a doubt, the least boring summer holiday she'd ever had. Every nook and room in Grimmauld Place held magical objects and marvelous creatures that had, until now, existed only in Emily's wildest dreams. Each day brought a new discovery about the magical world, especially thanks to Hermione's detailed explanations. Hermione always tried to answer Emily's questions as best she could. Emily didn't always understand the answers, but Hermione promised her that once she started at Hogwarts, everything would become much clearer. In the meantime, Emily continued to spend the summer exploring the secrets of number 12 Grimmauld Place with the Weasley children, Hermione and Harry. She never quite knew how to behave around her brother. She'd always dreamed of having siblings, but now that the dream had suddenly come true, she didn't know how to feel. At first, when she discovered Harry existed, she'd been thrilled. And when she arrived at Grimmauld Place and started hearing stories about him from his friends, she was even more excited. She couldn't wait to meet her brother. His adventures at Hogwarts inspired her, and whenever she felt nervous about starting at the wizarding school, she thought of his stories and felt comforted. It was good to know that no matter what happened at Hogwarts, she'd have an older brother she could always turn to. But their first meeting hadn't gone at all as Emily had hoped. Harry hadn't seemed especially pleased to see her. That morning, her mum had warned her that the meeting might be emotionally charged, maybe even unpleasant, but it felt like she was the only one not included in the happy reunion. Harry didn't say a single word to her, not even hello, and from that moment on, he did everything he could to avoid making eye contact. Even so, Emily kept smiling. Her parents were overjoyed to be reunited with Harry, and she didn't want to ruin their happiness by complaining. Maybe her brother just needed more time, time she herself had already had. But when she went to bed that night, a heavy, foreign sadness filled her. Maybe Harry hated her. Maybe he blamed her for all the years he'd lived apart from their parents. She didn't know how to untangle those thoughts to stop them from nagging at her. For a moment, she considered waking Ginny, who always knew how to cheer her up, but changed her mind at the last second. She didn't want Ginny or Hermione to think she was a little girl who needed cuddling just because she couldn't sleep. In just over a month, she'd be off to Hogwarts, living with girls her own age. There'd be no one to wake up in the night when she felt sad. She'd just have to convince herself that everything would be fine and try to fall asleep. and everything was fine in the end. Over time, Harry began to be nicer to her, and sometimes, while cleaning, they even chatted a bit. Emily started to realize she'd been a bit naive to imagine Harry would instantly become the doting big brother who looked out for her. Just because they shared the same parents didn't mean they'd immediately act like Ginny and her brothers, who had grown up in the same house together. But maybe that was all right. Emily was still glad Harry was in her life, if only because he made their parents so happy. After Harry was cleared at his hearing, everyone in the house was in particularly high spirits. Following a celebratory dinner, the children gathered in Harry and Ron's room to listen to a Quidditch match on the wireless and play Exploding Snap. In honor of the joyous occasion, Mrs. Weasley had agreed to postpone Lights Out. "Johnson'll probably be captain this year," Fred said to Harry as he bit into a chocolate frog. "Good thing you weren't expelled. I don't know how we would have told her she needed a new seeker. She's already drawing up game plans, you know." "At this rate, she'll be worse than Wood," George added. "We were already thinking about quitting the team this year." "You're quitting," Ron piped up, sounding rather too interested. "Don't sound so pleased," George replied. "We're not quitting. We've still got this year to survive, and we'd rather Angelina didn't murder us before it's over." Ron looked vaguely disappointed. "What positions are opening up this year?" Ginny asked, placing a card carefully on the pile, making sure it didn't explode. "Just keeper, right?" "One too many," Fred said darkly. "There's no one in Gryffindor who can fill Wood's shoes. We're doomed." "Maybe McGonagall'll let you take a first year again," Hermione suggested, studying her cards intently. "You know, like she did with Harry." "No first year could be a keeper," Ron said, inexplicably annoyed. "They're tiny." "I think Emily would make a great keeper," Fred said, winking at her. "My dad says I'd be better as a chaser," Emily replied, though the compliment pleased her. "I always played offense in basketball, but I don't even know how to fly yet." To her great surprise, Harry suddenly said, "I can teach you if you want." "Really?" she asked, stunned. "Sure," he replied, barely looking at her as he focused on choosing a card. "We're supposed to finish cleaning the greenhouse tomorrow. I think there's enough room in there." "Isn't it dangerous to fly indoors?" Hermione cut in, clearly thinking it was a bad idea. "It's dangerous outdoors too," Harry replied. "I'll ask Mum and Dad if they'll let me," Emily said quickly, leaping to her feet before Hermione could talk Harry out of it. She left the room and bounded up the stairs towards her parents' bedroom. Learning to fly was one of the things she'd most longed to do since finding out she was a witch. She was sure that even if her mum hesitated, her dad would convince her to agree. She was just about to knock on their door when she heard her mother's voice from inside and froze. She sounded furious, as though restraining herself from shouting. "How could you do that?" she asked. Her voice was angry and frightened, but there was something else there too, something Emily couldn't quite place, something that made her hesitate. "You could have ended up in Azkaban, or worse." The mention of the wizard prison sparked Emily's curiosity. Her parents argued sometimes, but never like this. She crept closer to the door to hear better. "But I didn't," her father replied. He sounded very calm, Mabetukam. "No, you didn't," Lily snapped, somehow sounding even angrier. "But what if you had? What if they'd caught you? What if you hadn't been able to break the curse? How do you think that would have affected Emily and Harry?" "I did it for them," James said, his voice rising slightly. "Do you think Iwantedto do it? Dumbledore's going to kick me out of the Order when he finds out. But I didn't have a choice." "You did have a choice." Emily jumped when her mother suddenly shouted. "There's always a choice. You just like to believe you know best. Haven't you learned anything?" Her voice cracked. "Don't you remember what happened the last time you didn't listen to Dumbledore?" "No," James said softly, but it sounded like thunder in the silence. Emily shivered. "That's not fair, Lily. I paid for that mistake." "You've learned nothing." The whisper was so faint Emily barely caught it. Silence fell. Emily began to think maybe she shouldn't have been listening, and with a guilty heart, she turned to leave. But then her mother asked, suddenly, "What did you do with it?" "I destroyed it," her husband replied. After another long pause, Lily said, "I can't believe that after all these years, you still don't understand that your actions have consequences." James began to answer angrily, but Emily didn't want to hear any more. She made her way back to the boys' room, a new, unsettling worry weighing on her. "What did they say?" Harry asked when she came back in. Emily had already forgotten about flying lessons. All she could think about was her parents' argument, and the more she thought about it, the more she realized it probably wasn't something she was meant to hear. "You all right?" Ginny asked, worried. Now everyone was looking at her. Maybe she should have dismissed the fight and acted normal, but she couldn't stop thinking about her mum's harsh words. She began hesitantly, "I think my dad did something bad." Everyone stared at her in confusion and concern. She realized she sounded very childish. She sat on the carpet, wondering whether she should keep what she'd overheard to herself or tell the others. They were older than her and understood the wizarding world much better. Maybe they could help her make sense of it all. Harry mumbled. Hermione gave him a sharp look, urging him to say something. "Why do you think that?" "I heard them arguing," Emily blurted. "Well, married people argue sometimes," Harry said awkwardly. "Not like that," Emily replied sharply, surprising everyone. "Mum said he could have gone to Azkaban, and he said he didn't have a choice, and that Dumbledore would kick him out of the order." Wait, start from the beginning," Fred interrupted. Emily took a breath and did her best to recount everything she'd heard. When she finished, she glanced at Harry for the first time. He looked deep in thought. "I don't even get what he did," Ron said. "Okay, he destroyed something, but what? Could have been anything." "It must have been something important if Mrs. Potter was that angry," Hermione said thoughtfully. "Something Dumbledore told him not to do, the thing the Order's protecting. It must be that." "But if the Order's protecting it, why would Mr. Potter destroy it?" Ginny asked. Emily had held back one personal detail, but now she said, "He said he did it for us, for me and Harry." Harry gave her a strange look. It made her uncomfortable, and she looked away. "If only we knew what it was," Ron said, seemingly missing the new tension in the room. "It's something Voldemort wants," Harry said suddenly. Everyone but Emily flinched at the name of the dark wizard. "How do you know?" Ron asked uneasily. "I don't," Harry said quickly. "But it makes sense, right? That's why the Order's guarding it, and it's not something Dumbledore can use, or he would have done it already. By destroying it, my dad stopped Voldemort from getting stronger. Will you stop flinching?" "Then why didn't Dumbledore destroy it himself?" Emily asked, caught up in the discussion. "Because it's illegal," Ginny said. "Mrs. Potter said he could have gone to Azkaban, so whatever it was, it must have been against the law. Maybe he broke in somewhere to get it." "He wouldn't do that," Emily said firmly, defending her dad's honor. "I think he would," Harry said seriously. "He seems like the kind of person who'd break the law if he thought it was for a good reason." "He wouldn't break the law," Emily insisted. "He used to be a police officer in America. He wouldn't do that." For some reason, this seemed to annoy Harry greatly. He looked down and began tidying up his cards. "Whatever you say, you probably know him a lot better than I do," he said coolly. His words were like a knife of ice cutting through her. It wasn't fair of Harry to speak to her like that. It wasn't her fault he barely knew their parents. Thankfully, Mrs. Weasley entered just then and ordered everyone to bed. Emily returned to her room without looking at Harry, regretting she'd eavesdropped on her parents' argument in the first place. In the corridor, she ran into her mother, still dressed in her day clothes, heading downstairs. Emily expected to see her looking pale and fragile as she had during Harry's absence, but that wasn't the case. A clear tension remained in her face as she smiled warmly and wished Emily good night, but she didn't seem broken or anguished after the argument. On the contrary, her anger had given her a new strength that Emily had never seen before. In that moment, she realized her mother was far stronger than she'd ever imagined. The following day, the tension between Emily's parents was obvious. She'd hoped she'd only imagined what she'd heard the night before, but by breakfast it was clear they were barely speaking, just enough to pretend everything was normal. Emily's father was unusually quiet. He looked tired and angry and didn't say a word during the whole meal. Emily had never seen him behave like that before, and it frightened her. She had always been so sure her dad would never break the law, but what if she didn't know him as well as she thought? He had always been a sort of hero to her, a role model, but what if the image of the brave, dedicated policeman had just been a mask? So many things had changed in her life since this summer began. Maybe he had changed, too. All at once, everything seemed grey and threatening. She started to think she would have preferred if they had stayed in the United States, if her parents had never remembered who they truly were, because it was beginning to feel like the parents who raised her were very different from the strange, shadowy people they had suddenly become. And the worst part was that she had no one to turn to for help or comfort, because they had always been the ones who made everything seem all right. To her surprise, it was Harry who managed to cheer her up. Maybe he felt bad about the way he had spoken to her the night before, or maybe he'd simply noticed she looked troubled, because that afternoon, as they weeded wilted plants in the greenhouse, he suddenly said, "So, do you still want those flying lessons?" Emily was so surprised she didn't answer. She hadn't even noticed that Ron and Hermione had moved away from where they'd been working, and now she and Harry were alone. "Look," Harry went on. Emily realized she'd stopped trying to pull up the wilted plant in her hand. Even if Dad did break the law somehow, it doesn't make him a bad person. Not everything's black and white. Emily stayed silent. She knew Harry was right, but she still felt like a heavy weight was pressing on her chest. She tried hard to put what she was feeling into words. "It's just," she began at last, feeling embarrassed. "Everything's changing, you know." Harry just nodded, digging into the soil with quiet focus. Emily didn't want the conversation to end, but she didn't know what else to say. It felt good to tell someone how she felt, even if it was only in a few words. She felt like Harry understood her, even though he didn't say much. Everything had changed for him, too. "You really will teach me to fly?" she asked at last. "Course," said Harry. He sounded relieved that she'd changed the subject. A lot had changed for her that summer, but maybe change wasn't such a bad thing. Maybe her parents had always been who they were now, and she was only just old enough to see them for who they really were. Maybe that was all right. Chapter 18. The Observer. It was late at night when the fire in the headmaster's office flared emerald green. Lily's face appeared among the flames, her hair cascading into the embers. Her eyes, the same color as the fire, flashed within the blaze. Very few things could surprise Severus Snape, but Lily's sudden appearance in the fire caught him unprepared. He felt her gaze on him like two burning embers, and as always, he turned his eyes away to avoid meeting hers, reinforcing the thick wall around his heart. Lily had never trained in legilimency, but he had always felt that if there was a witch or wizard in the world capable of breaking through his defenses with a single glance, it would be her. "Lily," said Dumbledore gently, rising from the armchair by the fire. "We were just speaking of you. Is everything all right at headquarters?" "All is well, Professor," Lily replied. She sounded troubled. "I don't want to interrupt, but I need to speak with you urgently." "Of course," Dumbledore said calmly, gesturing for her to join them in the office. Lily's head disappeared from the flames, and a moment later she stepped out of the fireplace and into the room. Severus quickly turned his gaze away. There was danger in looking at her too long. It was like staring at the sun. "May I offer you a drink?" Dumbledore asked pleasantly, motioning to the bottle of wine he and Severus had been sharing. "No, thank you," Lily said, and without ceremony continued. "Professor, James just told me that during the hearing today, He entered the Department of Mysteries and destroyed the prophecy. Severus's hand tightened around his wine goblet, but otherwise he gave no reaction. Destroy the prophecy. That was extreme, even for Potter. Dumbledore responded to the news with calm. Severus knew that he too simply had excellent control over his emotions. The headmaster returned to his seat peacefully and interlaced his fingers beneath his chin as he thought. Lily watched him tensely, her arms rigid by her sides. I suspected he was planning something daring, the headmaster said at last, but I could not have imagined he would do something so dangerous. How did he do it? Severus asked. Lily looked at him as if she hadn't expected him to speak. At any other time, he would have kept silent, but his curiosity now outweighed his shame. He hated Potter with every fiber of his being, that much was true, but one couldn't deny the man was a skilled wizard. If he weren't, Severus would not consider him a rival. He burned to know how Potter had overcome the curse protecting the prophecy. It was supposed to drive anyone who touched it to madness. I didn't ask for the details, Lily replied coolly. We already know the ministry's security is inadequate, Dumbledore said calmly. That is why the Order was guarding the prophecy. There's no point wondering how it was done. James has upset the balance. Now we must consider, in the absence of the prophecy, what Voldemort's next move will be. Do you want me to report the development to him? Severus asked. Dumbledore pondered the question. No, he said at last. Let him find out on his own. It will buy us more time to prepare. What will happen to James, Professor? Lily asked in a thin voice. I expect the Order will want to vote on whether to expel him, Dumbledore replied. But I do not believe it will be necessary to wipe his memories, whatever they decide. I have no right to ask a woman to keep secrets from her husband. Of course, Order activities will not be privy to him. Lily nodded, looking somewhat calmer. I'll call an emergency Order meeting for tomorrow evening, Dumbledore said. Is there anything else you wanted to say, Lily? Yes, she said, steadying her voice. How will this affect Harry? Dumbledore gave her a gentle smile. I don't yet know, he said. I believe James destroyed the prophecy thinking that if Voldemort couldn't learn its contents, he might forget about it and move on, and hopefully forget about Harry as well. But I fear he won't give up on Harry so easily. Lily nodded again. The pain was evident on her face. Severus wished he could spare her from it. That's why he'd taken her away all those years ago. But now he was beginning to realize that perhaps she didn't want to be saved. Good night, Professor, she said to Dumbledore, and turned towards the fire. One moment, Dumbledore stopped her. Since you're here, there's something I wanted to ask you. Severus drained the rest of his wine in one gulp and didn't look at either of them. It was cruel of the old man to make him witness this conversation. I'm having a very difficult time finding a defense against the dark arts teacher, Dumbledore said. As you know, last year's teacher turned out to be a Death Eater in disguise. My greatest fear is that if I don't find someone soon, the ministry will force me to appoint someone of their choosing. So I ask you, would you consider taking the position? Me? Lily asked, surprised. She was so modest. Severus found it hard to begrudge her that Dumbledore was offering the job to her instead of him. Yes, you, Dumbledore said with a smile, his eyes twinkling fondly. As I recall, you worked as a teacher in a Muggle school. Besides, you were an excellent student and have gained valuable experience as an Order member. I believe the ministry would find it hard to refuse your appointment. You would, of course, need to be very careful not to appear to favor your children, but aside from that, I believe you're the perfect choice. Lily seemed to be seriously considering the offer. Promising to think it over, she returned to headquarters. Once the green flames had died away and the reddish glow returned to the office, Dumbledore stood. It's late, Severus, he said, hinting that it was time to leave. But Severus wasn't going to let him off so easily. You're out of excuses, he said, rising to his feet as well. You can't say there's no one else to teach potions. You know she's a gifted brewer, even better than I am. She could teach. Let me take the defense job. My answer remains no, Dumbledore said firmly. Are you punishing me for what I did? Severus demanded. You would have done the same thing. Good night, Severus. Dumbledore ended the conversation calmly. He entered his room and closed the door behind him, leaving Severus alone. From the dimness, the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black let out a wicked chuckle. Maybe you'll have better luck next year, boy, he sneered. Severus ignored him. He had no illusions regarding his standing with the headmaster. He knew full well that if it weren't for his value as a spy, he would not be returning to his teaching post in the upcoming year. Instead, he would be standing trial for kidnapping and unauthorized memory alteration. He was lucky to avoid a sentence in Azkaban for his actions, but he hated being at the Order's and Dumbledore's mercy. He seemed to have a talent for avoiding persecution for his crimes, but that did not mean he wasn't paying a dear personal cost. He threw a handful of flue powder into the fire and returned home. Darkness greeted him as he stepped out of the flames. No light was on in the house save for the dying embers in the hearth. The house, to which guests were never invited, clearly reflected Severus's character, furnished simply, even ascetically, with only the most basic items. There were no decorations or photographs, no personal items. A stranger walking in would likely assume no one lived there. Severus removed his cloak, which floated over and hung itself on the coat rack. He crossed the room, passed the door to the kitchen and the staircase leading to the bedroom, and ran his wand along the bookcase. The bookcase pivoted, revealing a hidden staircase. He climbed the pitch-black stairs, finding his way expertly by feel, and entered his potion lab. The windowless room was thick with the cloying scent of brewing potion, lit by a few large floating candles that cast a greasy light over the perfectly organized instruments and shelves laden with potion ingredients. Severus rolled up his sleeves and approached the cauldron bubbling over the fire. On the table beside it, a silver knife was finely chopping monkshood petals, and a mortar contained powdered moonstone. He noted with satisfaction that the potion was beginning to turn the proper black-gray hue. He donned his reading glasses and examined the open book on the table again. For most of his life, reading had required effort. He would hold the page close, nearly touching his nose, to decipher the words. Lily had always told him he needed reading glasses, but he'd dismissed her. He tried to recall if he'd ever told her he'd finally given in, but couldn't remember. The sand in the hovering hourglass had run out. Severus stirred the potion, 7 times clockwise, once anti-clockwise, watching as it turned a dull silver. Candlelight flickered on the dark mark on his forearm, so black it seemed to consume the light. Brewing had always given him a sense of calm. But once the potion was perfected, a familiar, choking loneliness descended on him once again. He wondered what Lily was doing now. Was she already asleep, or lying awake, lost in thought? Or perhaps she sat in the darkness, watching her children sleep. Had she already forgiven Potter his foolishness? He knew it was only a matter of time before she did. He had watched them for so many years. He could predict what they would do before they even considered doing it. That's how he knew she would not hold a grudge for long. Many times he had entertained the thought that she would leave him, that this time the obstacle would be too much. But his hopes were always in vain. The years passed while Severus watched them live their lives, 2 ordinary Muggles, dull and unremarkable, and their bond only grew stronger. With every hardship they overcame, their love deepened. It would have been so easy for him to separate them. They had been like toys in his hands, powerless before his abilities, but he had never been able to make himself do it. No matter how much he wanted to believe Lily was deluded, that she didn't see Potter for what he truly was, he couldn't lie to himself. He could remove Potter from her life, make her hate him, but he couldn't make her love him instead. He couldn't make her happy. That was the choice he had made 14 years ago, the one he vowed to stick to, come what may. To put Lily's happiness and well-being above all else, even if it meant setting aside his own desires and his hate for Potter. He stored the memory of that stormy Halloween night and the following days in his pensive, and he relived them countless times over the years. Now, he placed the pensive on his workstation and reviewed them again. The green light flashed in the windows of the country home, once on the ground floor and a few moments later on the second floor. Almost at the same moment, there was a huge, fiery explosion that blew off the roof and a part of the wall. There was no fire or smoke, only a strong smell of burning, and debris fell to the ground around the house. His heart pounding with panic, Severus ran inside. He passed by Potter, who was lying on the floor. He had been certain he was dead then, and ran up the stairs, expecting to come face to face with the Dark Lord standing over a grieving Lily wailing over her dead baby. Instead, the Dark Lord was nowhere to be found. Lily was lying on the floor, covered in debris, next to her living boy, who was sitting there silently with a bleeding gash on his forehead. The room was eerily silent after the explosion. Nothing could be heard except the wailing of the wind outside. Lily's son looked at Severus with wide, innocent eyes. That was the first time he realized the boy had inherited his mother's eyes. He fell to his knees and took Lily in his arms, bracing himself to feel the chill of death in her limbs. He was shocked to discover her skin was intensely warm, as if she had been sitting in the sun for hours. He touched her neck with trembling fingers and felt a weak pulse. "What has happened here?" His own voice sounded thin, almost unnatural in the silence. Lily did not wake to answer his query, and her son only rubbed his eyes tiredly with his small hands. He lifted Lily in his arms and carried her downstairs. He had to take her away and treat her mysterious ailment. At any moment, the Dark Lord could return, or other Death Eaters could arrive on the scene. He barely gave the boy any thought. In the hall, he stepped over Potter's body and then paused. Potter was motionless and pale. However, his curiosity getting the better of him, he laid Lily on the floor for a moment and checked Potter for a pulse. His skin was a normal temperature, not particularly cold, nor hot like his wife, and he was alive. Looking back at that moment, Severus arrived at one of the major crossroads of his life. His first instinct was to leave Potter to fend for himself. Then a dark, slithering notion crept in on him. Why shouldn't he just put Potter out of his misery? It would be easy. He was utterly helpless, and no soul would ever know what had happened there. He didn't contemplate this idea long before his rational side took over. He would kill his enemies in battle without batting an eye, but to murder a helpless wizard was a pathetic and cowardly act, even by his standards. And besides, what would he tell Lily? He was a very good liar, but lying to Lily was somehow different. He could tell her simply that Potter had been murdered by the Dark Lord, and she would believe him. But for how long could he keep the truth from her before the terrible lie would consume him? Making a decision, Severus reluctantly laid Lily next to her husband and transfigured some of the sofa cushions into their likeness, in case the Dark Lord came back to finish the job. Then, as the storm outside worsened, he apparated home with the real Potters. He took them to his home and placed them on two makeshift beds that he had put in the very same hidden room he was now brewing his potion in. After casting a few simple diagnostic spells on Lily, he discovered there was seemingly nothing wrong with her. But for some reason, she was getting weaker by the moment, as if she was fighting the grip of death itself. Severus brewed every potion he could think of to help her regain her strength. He must have done something right, because as morning came, the color returned to Lily's face and her breath steadied. Potter was still clinging to life. Severus allowed himself time to inspect and investigate his mysterious condition. Like Lily, there was seemingly no reason for his weakened state. Had they somehow survived the killing curse? He saw the Dark Lord enter their home, saw the green flashes that could only mean the unforgivable curse had been used, and Severus knew enough about dark magic to know it was not technically possible to survive it. So how were they still alive? He monitored Potter in that state for as long as possible in an attempt to find answers, until he was on the very brink of death. Then he administered him the same treatment as Lily, allowing him a chance to at least fight for his life. That was the most mercy he would allow him. He still begrudged him saving his life when they had been in school, and decided that with this, his life debt to him had finally been paid. Then he waited. Lily and Potter were expected to remain unconscious for hours, assuming they would survive. He clasped the dark mark on his arm nervously, expecting a summon from the Dark Lord, who would surely blame him for his failure and punish him severely. But none came. At last, he decided to return to the scene of the crime in an attempt to find answers. He cast a sleeping spell on his patients, just to be safe, and apparated back to Godric's Hollow. He did not expect the scene that greeted him when he arrived. Lily's ruined home was surrounded by a huge crowd of wizards and witches, standing there in plain sight in robes and hats for all the Muggle neighbors to see. They were talking excitedly among themselves. Some were weeping, some were laying flowers against the fence. "What happened here?" Severus asked a group of chatting middle-aged wizards. "Haven't you heard?" One of them answered eagerly. "He who must not be named has been vanquished." "That's impossible," were the first words that left Severus' mouth. "You better believe it," the wizard replied. "It was the Potter's boy, Harry, they say his name is. He who must not be named came to off them. He killed the parents, but when he got to the boy, they say, the killing curse bounced off and turned back on him. And the most amazing part is the boy survived. The only mark left on him is a bolt-shaped scar." "How do you know he has been defeated?" Severus demanded to know. "Has anyone found a body?" But the wizard lost interest in the conversation, moving on to discuss with his friends the massive arrests being conducted by the ministry across the country. Realizing he was facing the danger of being arrested himself, Severus slipped away and returned home. He could not believe the story about the Dark Lord's defeat. A wizard like him, with his knowledge and control of the dark arts, was not so easy to kill. However, it was not the most strange and shocking thing that had happened that night. He went into the secret room, where the Potters were still lying side by side, pale and weak, like two corpses waiting to be buried in a lover's grave. He looked over them for a long time and calmly contemplated his options. If it was true that the Dark Lord was defeated, his fellow Death Eaters would surely start turning on each other soon, giving each other up to gain some favor in the Wisengamot and avoid Azkaban. Severus' only sanctuary lay with Dumbledore. He could use the Potters as leverage, trading them in for the headmaster's protection. That was the best solution, he had no doubt about that. Yet, he could not bring himself to go through with it. Anyone who believed the Dark Lord had truly been defeated was a fool. He may have disappeared, but Severus had no doubt he would return, be it tomorrow, next year, or in 10 years. And when he returns, he would seek vengeance on those the world dubbed his vanquishers, the Potters. It didn't matter what really happened that night. It didn't matter if Lily's son had actually had something to do with the Dark Lord's disappearance. It didn't even matter if the prophecy was true or not. As long as the Dark Lord lived, Lily would never be safe. Unless. Right now, the whole world believes Lily and James Potter are dead. What if they were to continue to believe so? No one, not even the Dark Lord, will think to hunt down someone who was dead. A plan started to take shape in Severus' mind. He could take Lily far away, but as soon as she woke up, she would want to go back for her son, who by now must be under the protection of the ministry or Dumbledore, being watched after closely. Severus would have to use memory charms to make her forget about the boy, forget about the life she used to live. She would have to start a completely new life, preferably as a Muggle, to avoid ever being detected by the ministry. He found himself doing something he had long since forbidden himself from doing, fantasizing about a possible life with Lily, just the two of them, together. He despised Muggle culture and society, but he would tolerate it if it meant having a chance of a life with Lily. He wouldn't even have to win her over. All he had to do was make her believe they were already in love, maybe even married. He looked at Potter and again contemplated the possibility of murder. It was the only way. He couldn't let him go free now and risk arousing his suspicion or that of Dumbledore. No one would believe Potter had survived while Lily didn't. They would investigate, and Potter, he was like a dog with a bone when it came to things that mattered to him. Severus couldn't risk that anyone would ever find out the truth. If he wiped Lily's memories and someone from her past came bursting in, especially her husband, he could break the charm and she would know what Severus had done to her. She would feel disgusted, violated. She would never forgive him for as long as she lived. He had no choice. Potter had to die now. He got up and stood over his sleeping enemy, wand in hand. He had never killed anyone before, although he had dreamt about eliminating Potter many times over the years. If he were ever to kill someone, it was fitting it would be Potter, his most hated rival. He was almost prepared to cast the killing curse. But for some reason, as he looked at the man's pale face, committing it to memory so he could compare it to the mask of death that would soon replace it, he suddenly thought about Lily's young son, the black-haired boy who looked quite similar to the man Severus was about to kill. A terrible understanding dawned on him. Last night, as he was desperate to save Lily, he left a 1-year-old baby alone in a ruined house, while knowing full well that the Dark Lord or one of his followers might come back at any moment to murder him. He saw an injured baby, and instead of helping him, he abandoned him to his fate. Potter would have never done something like that. He would have protected that baby at all costs. Even if he had been in Severus' place, and that boy was not his son, but the son of his rival, he would not have abandoned it. Severus' arm dropped, and he returned to his seat in defeat. He was not worthy of Lily's love. He was a monster. She had chosen Potter to be the father of her child, not him, and for a good reason. He loved her, provided for her, was prepared to give his life for her and their child. All Severus had done was to give her up to the Dark Lord, abandoned her infant son to his fate, contemplated murdering her husband, and plotted to manipulate her to believe she loved him instead. As night fell again, Severus had made his decision. He would take Lily far away, give her a new life as a Muggle, and Potter would join her. Severus would monitor her new life, of course, but Potter would be there to love and support her, maybe even have more children with her. She deserved that much, and when the Dark Lord returns, he may come after her son, but she will be safe and ignorant of the child's fate. At the beginning, he felt sick playing master of puppets to them, but like everything in life, he soon got used to it, to the point that a year or two into the charade, he didn't even give it any particular thought. It was his dark little secret, just one of many. But none of that mattered now. His great plan had failed, and now Lily wouldn't even look at him. He began to wonder whether it might have been better had he simply let them both die. The following evening, Severus arrived at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix at precisely 2 minutes to 7. Diggle and Podmore had arrived just before him and were already knocking on the door. Severus positioned himself behind them, nodding coolly when they greeted him with a good evening, and the moment the door opened, he slipped inside behind them. "Good evening, Professor Snape." Molly Weasley greeted him warmly as she closed the door behind him. "Hello," he replied, and made haste towards the kitchen before she could invite him to stay for dinner. The kitchen was filled with members of the Order standing about and talking amongst themselves, speculating as to why Dumbledore had summoned such an urgent meeting. It seemed Dumbledore himself was running late. Severus avoided making eye contact with anyone, walking over to take his place at the far end of the table. He noticed Potter sitting beside his ever-loyal companions, Black and Lupin. No doubt he had already shared the reckless stunt he had pulled, and they already knew the exact reason for the meeting. Severus had expected to see them laughing and chatting animatedly, just as he had seen them do countless times in their youth, but that wasn't the case. They sat with solemn expressions, barely exchanging a word, and it was plain to see that Lupin was angry with Potter. And suddenly it hit him how much time had passed since they'd finished school. He remembered the days they used to torment him as if they'd happened yesterday, but the truth was 20 years had gone by. Suddenly the room and everyone in it seemed dull, unreal. Even Lily, who was standing far from her husband and speaking with Hester Jones, looked pale and distant to him, as though she weren't really there. 20 years was a long time. So why couldn't he forget everything that had happened? Why couldn't he move on? Why couldn't he simply live? Perhaps he had never learnt how. Dumbledore arrived and the meeting began. Lily took a seat beside Potter, but Severus noticed clearly there was no warmth between them. She still hadn't forgiven him. "I have an important announcement," Dumbledore began. He stood in front of his chair with his arms folded behind his back. "I'm sorry to report that yesterday morning the prophecy stored in the Department of Mysteries was destroyed." A wave of astonished murmurs swept through the kitchen. Severus looked over at Potter, who leaned back in his chair and tried to appear unbothered. "How did that happen, Dumbledore?" Arthur Weasley asked in disbelief. "It was me," Potter said before Dumbledore could answer. "I did it." Another wave of murmurs, louder this time, grew into a deafening noise. Yes, Potter certainly loved attention. Even now, he didn't flinch under the stunned, horrified stares directed at him. "You knew about this?" Sturgis Podmore asked Lily sternly. "Only after it was done," she replied coolly. "How could you?" Marley Weasley looked distraught. "What if you'd failed? You have children. How do you think Harry would have felt?" "It's probably very easy for you to judge me," Potter cut across her angrily. "Just try to imagine that prophecy was about one of your own children. Wouldn't you do everything you could for the faintest chance that Voldemort might leave them alone? Arthur, wouldn't you risk everything if you thought you could change that fate?" Marley shook her head and covered her mouth with her hand, as if the very thought was unbearable. Her husband removed his glasses and began cleaning them with grim concentration. "Destroying the prophecy," said Severus, his quiet voice cutting through the room like smoke, cold and unyielding. "Doesn't mean the Dark Lord will stop believing it." "Probably not. I don't know what he thinks. It's not like I'm in his inner circle or anything," Potter retorted, refusing to miss the opportunity for a jab. He stood up. "But I do know we can't keep running. 15 years ago, Lily and I listened to Dumbledore's advice and went into hiding, and look where that got us. It's time to stop hiding, to stop wasting our time with prophecies and guard shifts. If you want to throw me out of the Order, go ahead. I won't regret it, as long as what I did wakes you up and makes you realize that we're at war. I don't know about you, but I have too much to lose." Silence fell at the end of his speech, and he sat back down. The Order members exchanged glances. "Let us vote," said Dumbledore. "All in favor of expelling James from the Order." Severus raised his hand without hesitation. So did Elphias Doge, Sturgis Podmore, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Hester Jones, Emmeline Vance, and after a moment's hesitation, Marley Weasley. Dumbledore did not raise his hand, nor did Lily. Potter was spared by a vote of 9-7. "It is decided that James shall remain a member of the Order of the Phoenix," Dumbledore concluded. Severus looked at him angrily, and he wasn't alone. Why was he allowing Potter to stay after what he had done? This leniency again, Severus thought. It would be his downfall one day. "There must be repercussions," Shacklebolt thundered. "The Order can't function if everyone does whatever they please." "Didn't seem to bother you before," Potter remarked acidly, looking directly at Severus. "Maybe you would have thought differently if I were buddies with Voldemort." "Quite right, Kingsley," Dumbledore said, ignoring Potter's criticism. "I propose that James be suspended from meetings and activities for 2 months, and that his continued membership be contingent on not acting against the Order's decisions again. All in favor?" Everyone except Black raised their hands. "Then it is settled," said Dumbledore. "If you do something like this again, you won't get off so easily," Elphias Doge said to Potter angrily. "Oh, I'm so scared," Potter replied mockingly. "James, if you would," Dumbledore said calmly. Potter left the room without protest. Lily watched his back, and Severus wondered how much that uninspired speech of his had affected her. He'd always known how to charm her. The meeting ended shortly afterwards. Everyone was still in shock after the sharp turn of events, and it seemed no one had a good idea as to what to do next. Lupin went on and on about his plans to prevent the werewolves from joining forces with the Dark Lord. Severus considered it a futile attempt, but said nothing. His standing with the Order was not solid ever since the truth about the Potters came out, so he chose his battles carefully during the meeting. He was one of the first to leave the room as soon as the meeting ended. He reached the first floor and headed for the door without exchanging a single glance with the Order members lingering in the hallway. "Hey, wait!" someone called. Everyone turned, but not Severus. He recognized the voice, and instead of stopping, quickened his pace, his hand closing around his wand in his pocket. He didn't want and didn't need to deal with this now. He was nearly at the door when the boy caught up to him. He passed Severus easily and blocked his way. Severus tried to walk around him, not even looking at him, but he moved stubbornly, blocking his path. "Why did you do it?" Harry demanded. He was upset. Severus had foreseen he wouldn't be able to control his emotions, and had also predicted he would seek confrontation after learning the truth about his parents' fate. How typical, throwing his emotions out in the open and revealing his weaknesses for all to see. He made another attempt for the door, but Harry wouldn't budge. Severus, unwilling under any circumstances to lay a hand on him, took a step back. "Why did you do it?" Harry asked again, his emotions flaring out of control. Severus could almost see them, surrounding him like a blinding halo. "Why did you take them?" Severus didn't answer. He wanted to put the boy in his place, to tell him that even if he wanted to explain, there was no way his tiny mind could grasp the reasoning behind Severus's actions. He wanted to shove him aside, to hex him, but he could do nothing. The boy stood before him unafraid, and rightfully so. If Severus so much as tried to lay a finger on him, at least half a dozen Order members would be on him at once. "Answer me," he shouted. The portrait of Mrs. Black awoke and began shrieking at full volume. "I owe you no answers, Potter," Severus said quietly. "You do," Harry insisted fervently. "You ruined my life when you left me there. What did I ever do to make you hate me so much?" Severus's rage flared like fire, breaking through all his self-control. How dare he speak to him about ruined lives? How dare he be so ungrateful? He saved his mother's life, kept her safe and protected so that one day he would be reunited with her. That was more than he deserved, and certainly more than anyone has ever done for Severus. But before he could do anything rash, Lupin and Black appeared. Black grabbed the boy's shoulder and pulled him out of Severus's path quickly, as if he feared Severus might be carrying a terrible contagious disease. When he tried to resist, Lupin said, "Let him go, Harry. There's no use." Silently grateful to the werewolf, Severus forced himself to calm down. He passed by Black and the boy, ignoring their hateful glares. His hand was already on the door handle when Harry spoke again. "Why didn't you take me too?" The question, or perhaps the vulnerability in it, caught Severus off guard. He turned his head, almost involuntarily, and made a mistake. He looked into Harry's eyes. A sharp pain pierced his arm. He tore his gaze away quickly, but couldn't shake the wave of terror that had seized him without warning. He turned his back on the boy and left quickly. The night air was chilly. Even through his heavy cloak, Severus shivered. He slipped into the narrow alleyway between the houses, so none of the departing Order members would see him in such a state of confusion and loss of control. He rolled up his sleeve and gripped his left forearm. The dark mark was burning with an unnatural heat, searing his skin. What was that? The pain was real, of that there was no doubt. But what was the meaning of the feeling that came before it? What was the source of that uncontrollable fear that had overtaken him when he looked into the boy's eyes, Lily's eyes? He knew it had nothing to do with what he felt for either of them. It was something else, something powerful, something. The dark mark still burned. He couldn't delay much longer. But why was it happening now of all times? Was it connected to what he had seen when he glanced for a split second into the boy's mind? Could the Dark Lord somehow know? No, that was impossible. It had to be a coincidence. The Dark Lord was skilled in legilimency, but even he couldn't probe the mind of someone hundreds of kilometers away. Steadying his thoughts and emotions, Severus rebuilt the wall that shielded his secrets and disapparated. He reappeared a moment later on a flagstone path cracked with age, at the foot of a dark, crumbling keep. Beyond the worn stone railing surrounding the cliff's edge, the ocean thrashed in the darkness like a great monster. The moon and stars were hidden behind clouds. He lit his wand tip and approached the large door in the wall surrounding the keep. It was an entirely unremarkable wooden door. But when Severus pressed his bare forearm against it, the shape of the dark mark remained imprinted on it in glowing red, and the door opened silently. He crossed the wind-swept yard and entered the forebuilding, which was cold and damp. The interior was in complete darkness, save for the flicker of firelight from a nearby room. Severus crossed the stone hall in silence and entered the room calmly. There was almost no furniture there, no decoration, save from a single armchair and a great mirror in a beautiful silver frame that reflected the light of the fire. No sound was heard but the crackling of the logs in the hearth. The Dark Lord sat alone in the armchair by the fire, his figure a dark shadow in the mirror behind him. The flickering light cast deep shadows over his face, making him appear more monstrous than ever, and at the same time oddly vulnerable. He looked lost in painful thought. The idea that the Dark Lord could be vulnerable was strange. During the last war, Severus had never met with the Dark Lord alone. He was always surrounded by his followers, day and night. They would serve him and listen raptly to his endless speeches about the place of wizards in the world and the endless possibilities of magic that they were being denied by the Ministry of Magic. But since his return to power, the Dark Lord seemed unable to bear anyone's presence, save for the great snake now coiled about his chair. He had secluded himself in this abandoned keep, its previous owners unknown, for days and weeks at a time, summoning his followers only to issue orders or receive updates on his plans. Severus stood before his master and knelt, lowering his gaze to the carpet. "My lord." "Severus," said the Dark Lord. His voice was high and rasping, like a serpent's whisper. "Rise." Severus stood and looked into the Dark Lord's face. His red, slitted eyes were dreadful. Anyone else would have crumbled beneath their gaze, but not Severus. He had long since learnt that fear was a relative thing. "How may I serve you, my lord?" he asked. He thought of Harry Potter and buried the thought deep in his mind, far beyond the Dark Lord's reach. "The boy," he said. For one awful moment, Severus feared he knew that he could smell it on him. But the Dark Lord continued, "Tell me about the boy." With immense relief, Severus began to speak. It wasn't the first time the Dark Lord had made this strange request, and Severus had learnt never to ask exactly what he wanted to know or why. The consequences of doing so were terrible. Even Dumbledore couldn't explain the purpose of the Dark Lord's new, strange curiosity. Was he planning a way to capture Potter? Whatever the case, the new situation was certainly odd, even concerning. If Severus hadn't known who he was dealing with, he'd have thought the Dark Lord was concerned about the boy's well-being. He began weaving insignificant details about the boy's life before the Dark Lord, who listened patiently. Severus made sure to present him as an ordinary teenager, his head full of nonsense like pranks and Quidditch, destined to become an average wizard at best. He had no trouble describing the boy's striking lack of talent in potions. But deep within his mind, in the place even the Dark Lord could not penetrate, and from which Severus himself tried to keep his distance, he knew this wasn't the truth. The boy had already resisted the imperious curse and a memory charm, and he hadn't even reached adulthood yet. Dumbledore believed, and in secret, Severus agreed with him, that tremendous potential lay hidden within the boy's mind. With the right guidance and education, he might one day become a great wizard, a wizard who could rival the Dark Lord and perhaps even Dumbledore himself. Severus would expect no less from Lily's son. And what of Lily and James Potter? The Dark Lord interrupted Severus, apparently bored by the tales of the younger Potter's schoolboy mischief. Is it true they had been alive all this time? Yes, my lord, Severus replied, wondering whether the Dark Lord didn't read the papers. They've rejoined Dumbledore's order. How is that possible? The Dark Lord asked, his anger beginning to rise. I cast the killing curse on them myself. How is it they are not dead? I am on my way to finding out, my lord, Severus answered, bowing his head humbly under his master's fury. They cannot explain it either, and even Dumbledore is at a loss for an explanation. The boy has reunited with them, the Dark Lord asked. All three of them are under Dumbledore's protection, Severus said, careful to omit the existence of Lily's young daughter. As long as the Dark Lord remained unaware of her, she would be safe. And he's with them, the Dark Lord pressed, his patience wearing thin. And Severus understood. He didn't want to know whether Harry was vulnerable. He wanted to know whether he had his parents back. He nodded cautiously, afraid the Dark Lord's rage might erupt. The Dark Lord fell silent. Severus stood still, waiting for orders tensely. Go, the Dark Lord said at last. Severus bowed, and with great relief, departed from the Dark Lord's hideout. Chapter 19. The Day I Died. Lily dreamt she was in their house in Godric's Hollow. Nothing there had changed, as if not a day had passed since their wedding. The wide windows, which were the feature that first made her fall in love with that house, looked out over the garden and bathed the rooms in bright light. Harry and Emily were there, at their present age. Lily didn't dwell on the fact that neither of them had ever seen, or at least remembered, this house. The four of them sat in the living room, Harry, Emily, and James, enjoying a peaceful summer afternoon. In the dream, Lily watched herself with her husband and children, as if she was watching a movie, and suddenly a terrible fear filled her. She knew that at any moment, a shadow would fall over the world, and all of it would be taken from her. The dream shifted, and her fear came true. It was no longer a summer afternoon, but a stormy autumn night. The front door opened slowly. Lily didn't dare look and see who stood in the doorway, but she knew it was him. Take Harry and run. She picked up Harry, who was now a baby, and ran upstairs. Her legs were heavy as lead, getting heavier and heavier as she climbed. She arrived in Harry's room. A crashing sound was heard downstairs, and Harry began to cry in distress. Outside, a storm was still raging. It was a firestorm, with enormous bowls of orange fire raining from the sky. Someone was climbing the stairs. She knew James was dead, murdered, and no was coming for them. Voldemort, he was coming for Harry. He was going to kill her Harry. She felt like a huge weight came down on her, and she fell to her knees, sick to her stomach. She looked up at the Dark Lord, looked straight into his unnaturally red eyes, corrupted by dark magic, and begged for her son's life. Voldemort raised his wand with a steady hand. There was no shame or regret in his eyes, only hate and triumph. Avada Kedavra. A green light blinded her. The firestorm burst into the room through the window and engulfed her in flames, burning her alive. The world exploded in white light. She woke in her bed at Grimmauld Place, her heart racing. Faint morning light slipped between the closed shutters. She sat up, feeling her nightdress cling to her sweaty skin, and clutched her chest, feeling her heart racing. It wasn't the first time she'd had a dream like that. Since her memories had returned, such dreams plagued her regularly, and she had started to realize she'd had them long before. Severus's memory charms had simply prevented her from remembering them upon waking. A sharp pain tore through her body as she realized she was alone in bed. The clear, stinging knowledge that James was dead, that she had lost him forever, overwhelmed her to the point she almost choked, until she managed to remind herself that he was safe and sound, asleep 2 floors above. They hadn't shared a bed since he confessed his rebellion against the order. It was hard for them to be in the same room without arguing, especially when they were alone. Lily had felt hurt and betrayed that James had done something so extreme and dangerous without even discussing it with her. But only in that moment did she understand why she was truly so angry with him. For a brief time 14 years ago, a brief time that had felt like an eternity, James had been dead to her. She had felt the loss in every cell of her body. It had torn her apart from within, but she couldn't even mourn him. She could do nothing but sit there and wait for Voldemort to murder her and Harry too. James had never felt that. He didn't know what it was like to lose her, not truly. He'd faced Voldemort that night filled with hope that she and Harry would get away, that his sacrifice would ensure they lived on. Maybe that was why he couldn't understand the depth of her anger. He didn't know how unbearable it would be for her to lose him. Feeling a sudden urge to see him, to know he was safe, Lily wrapped herself in her dressing gown and left the room. It seemed no one else was awake yet. She climbed the narrow stairs silently, passing closed doors, until she reached the 4th floor. She pressed her ear to Sirius's door. No sound. She carefully turned the handle and peered inside. The window was wide open, casting light on posters of motorbikes and scantily clad Muggle women. James lay asleep in the large bed at the center of the room, next to a huge black dog. Lily smiled to herself, waves of affection and forgiveness washing over her. She crossed the room silently and sat at the edge of the bed. In sleep, James looked younger. The faint signs of age on his face softened, his untidy hair giving him an almost boyish look. Without his glasses, he seemed exposed, vulnerable. She touched him gently, and he stirred immediately, blinking in the dim light. "Lily," he mumbled hoarsely. "Let's not fight any more," she said. James sat up, the sleepiness vanishing from his face almost at once. "I don't want to fight either," he said, speaking quietly so as not to wake Padfoot. "I know what I did was illegal, but—" "That's not it," Lily said, her throat tightening. Just thinking about it brought her to the verge of tears. "James, the night Voldemort found us, I lost you. For several minutes you were dead to me. It felt—" She couldn't describe how it felt. No words could capture that kind of pain. "When you told me you destroyed the prophecy, the first thing I thought was how easily you could have been hurt. You could have ended up in Azkaban or in the closed ward at St. Mungo's, or worse. I realize now that I lashed out because it took me back to losing you the night Voldemort came for us." She choked and fought back the tears. James took her hands and clasped them tightly, pressing them to his forehead in a gesture of deep remorse. "I'm so sorry, Lily," he said sincerely. "I didn't even think of that. I was willing to sacrifice everything for our family, but I didn't think what it would do to you, Merlin. I'm such an idiot." Lily shook her head but didn't contradict him. She felt that if she tried to speak, she'd break down in tears. "What I did was dangerous," James said with solemnity, "and I promise I'll never put myself in that kind of danger again. Not as long as I have a choice. I swear it." Lily swallowed and said faintly, choice being the key word. James didn't respond. They both knew they weren't going to have much choice if they wanted to keep Harry and Emily safe, not with Voldemort gaining power again. Lily still wasn't in agreement about destroying the prophecy, especially due to the chaos element it brought into their situation, but she couldn't keep her distance from James going. It felt like losing a part of herself. They had no choice but to sit and work through their differences, as they always had, even if it felt like a rift too wide to mend. James pulled her into an embrace, and she clung to him, sinking into his touch with relief. He was there. He was alive. That was what mattered. Padfoot stirred with a sneeze. The moment he saw Lily, he perked up and transformed back into Sirius. "Finally made up?" he asked, and at their smiling faces added, "Good. I'm sick of prongs trying to cuddle me at night." "I wasn't cuddling you," James retorted. "I was trying to strangle you so you'd stop snoring." Lily laughed. She had missed James so much these past few days. "Actually, I've got some news," she said, cutting through James and Sirius's friendly bickering. Dumbledore's offered me the defense against the dark arts post. She watched James's reaction. He looked intrigued. And what did you say? He asked. I didn't give him an answer yet, Lily replied uncertainly. I'm not sure I should take it. I've been away from the wizarding world for so long, and it would mean being Emily and Harry's teacher. All the more reason you should take it, James encouraged her. I'm sure they'd be pleased to have you around, and who'd better teach defense than a member of the Order? You knew more about defensive spells and detecting dark magic 14 years ago than most wizard folk know today. And besides, it's your dream job. James was right. When she was a student, and later during the war, she had dreamt of teaching at Hogwarts one day. She hadn't expected to teach defense. Her strongest subjects had always been charms and potions, but it was still a dream come true. She bit her lip hesitantly. In truth, she was mostly worried Harry would be against the idea, that he would feel embarrassed having his returned-from-the-dead mum as his teacher. But they got along so well, and it was hard to turn down the opportunity to spend more time with him after all of their years apart. We don't have time to find a place of our own, she told James, her mind already searching for possible problems. And you won't be able to live in Hogwarts with me. Where will we stay? Nonsense, Sirius interjected. You can stay here as long as you need to. My home is your home. See, no reason for you not to take the job, James told her encouragingly. So will you write to Dumbledore to tell him the good news? I guess there really isn't, Lily admitted, her excitement starting to grow. Lily was in high spirits over the following days. She had good reasons. She and James had reconciled. Voldemort and the Death Eaters were still keeping a low profile, and she was about to fulfill her dream of becoming a Hogwarts professor. Beside it being a dream come true, she would get something every witch mother secretly desired: the chance to see her children nearly every day during the school year. As James had expected, Harry and Emily were happy and excited when she shared the news with them. Emily bombarded her with questions about the class, and Harry smiled meekly and told her defense against the dark arts was his favorite class, and that she could probably give Professor Lupin a run for his money. For the first time since the summer began, Lily was able to breathe freely and feel that, truly and sincerely, everything was all right. But during the night time, something would stir in her. Night after night, she dreamt about their house in Godric's Hollow, reliving again and again the night Voldemort found them. She'd grown so used to the dreams that she no longer thought to wake James, and talked to him when she woke in the middle of the night, with a wrenching sense of terror. One night she saw the green light and the fire storm in her dream and woke up. She wasn't startled. She'd dreamed of it so often that, at times, she could even remind herself mid-dream that it wasn't real. But the fear still lingered, pressing down on her chest like a great stone. Knowing she wouldn't fall back asleep any time soon, not if she let the thoughts come, she wrapped herself in her dressing gown in the dark and slipped quietly out of the room, careful not to wake James. Lily loved Grimmauld Place at night. The sleeping portraits breathed in calming rhythms, and the mounted house-elf heads looked for all the world as if they were simply resting peacefully. In the darkness, it felt as though even the house itself was asleep, and the gloom was so deep it seemed the sun might never rise again. Lily rather liked that. She enjoyed the feeling that time had stopped, even if only for a little while. She made the familiar way to the drawing room in near total darkness. The light there was on, and inside, Harry sat on one of the threadbare sofas, absent-mindedly flipping through a battered book. He noticed Lily standing in the doorway and gave her an awkward smile. This was their usual nighttime rendezvous. They started running into each other there at nights a few days after Harry arrived in Grimmauld Place, and by now it became a sort of a habit. Lily knew she was supposed to be against Harry staying awake at nights, but she secretly looked forward to their nightly meetings. It was the only time they could talk without the presence of James and Emily or Harry's friends, and she sensed that allowed Harry to be more open with her. Outwardly, Harry bore an astonishing resemblance to James, but inside, Lily saw much of herself. Whenever someone commented on how much her son looked like her husband, she would silently think that there were no two people in the world more different than Harry and James. James liked to stand out in a crowd, while Harry preferred to fade into the background. James talked and joked endlessly, while Harry kept things to himself. James could hide his fears behind a flawless mask of confidence, but Harry was like an open book, a bit like her. "Can't sleep?" she asked softly, sitting beside him on the worn-out sofa. She already knew why Harry was there. She knew he was suffering from nightmares like her, but she respected the fact that he didn't always want to talk about that. She knew that she didn't. "Ron's snoring again," Harry gave an excuse, setting aside the book he was reading, Quidditch Through the Ages. She dared to gently probe her son's privacy and asked, "Did you have another nightmare?" Harry hesitated, then nodded. "Was it about the graveyard?" "No," he replied, fiddling with a frayed thread on the sofa cover. "It started with that dream about the corridor with the black door that never opens, the one I told you about. Then it changed to me running through a big old house, not a place I've actually visited. I was running away from someone, even though there was no one there. It's stupid, really. Nothing really scary was happening there, but—" Lily waited patiently for him to find the words to describe how he was feeling. There was this feeling of suffocation and helplessness and rage, like I was a prisoner, kind of like how I was feeling over the summer. She contemplated asking him about his summer with his uncles, as he was the one who brought it up, but before she could summon the courage, he raised his gaze and looked at her. "What kind of nightmare is that? I get why I keep having nightmares about the graveyard and Voldemort and Cedric, but I don't understand these other ones. I have one where I'm inside a cave by the ocean, but I've never been to the ocean." "Actual dreams are rarely straightforward," Lily answered, glad that Harry was opening up and determined to help him work through his feelings. "The dreams people usually have usually don't mean anything, even though some divination practitioners think otherwise. The nightmares you have about the night Voldemort returned aren't regular dreams. They're a byproduct of your trauma. They're a way for your mind to try and process what happened to you." Harry seemed slightly agitated by her explanation, as if the mention of trauma was somehow insulting to him. In an attempt to ease his mind, she told him, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. I dream about that night in our house in Godric's Hollow almost every night." "About Voldemort?" Harry asked cautiously. "Yes," Lily replied. Harry seemed unsure whether or not to say something. Lily waited patiently. At last he spoke. "I know I was a baby then, but I remember things from that night. I remember the killing curse. I used to dream about the green light when I was little. And when Dementors are around, I can hear you and Dad. I hear Dad telling you to run, and then you're begging Voldemort not to kill me, to take you instead." His voice broke, and he fell silent. Lily could barely hold back the tears threatening to spill. There were so many things she wanted to tell Harry, so many things she needed to say, but it was far harder than it seemed. She moved closer to him and wrapped her arms gently around him. "Is this all right?" she asked. Harry nodded and leaned into her embrace. The tears came, along with a pain too fierce for her to suppress. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Harry was meant to be the eldest of a bunch of successful, beautiful children, confident and strong like his father, with two loving parents to nurture and care for him. He wasn't meant to be an orphan. He wasn't meant to endure all this terror. He shouldn't have been forced to grow up so fast. It wasn't fair. They sat like that for a long time. Lily sank into the sofa, the pain and regret slowly dulling, replaced by a fragile sense of peace. Harry's head rested on her shoulder, and it was hard to tell whether he was asleep or awake. It felt so natural to sit together like that, peacefully, without needing to say a word. "Mum," he said, after a long silence, Outside the drawing-room windows, a faint glow of dawn was beginning to emerge over the city. "Can we go there?" he asked. "To our house." Lily had dreaded this moment. James had occasionally, tentatively, brought up the idea of returning to Godric's Hollow and seeing what had become of their home. Maybe they would find clues there as to how they survived that night. She always found excuses not to go. She was afraid to return. But she knew it wouldn't be fair to deny James, or Harry, the closure they so clearly needed, so she agreed. A few hours later, James, Lily, and Harry were ready to leave. Lily took Emily aside during breakfast and explained to her confused daughter where they were going. "Why can't I come with you?" she asked, not without a trace of hurt in her voice. Lily was surprised this hadn't happened sooner. So far, Emily had handled all the changes in their lives with such maturity and understanding that it was easy to forget she was only 11. Because, Lily hesitated, unsure how to explain to her daughter what Godric's Hollow meant to her, to James, and to Harry. "There are a lot of painful memories there, for all of us. We need closure. Do you understand?" Emily still didn't look happy about the arrangement, but she nodded anyway. "Can I fly Harry's broomstick while you're gone?" she asked hopefully. "Absolutely not," Lily replied firmly. "Ready to go." James appeared at her side. If the upcoming visit to their old home unsettled him, he hid it well. Lily nodded. James smiled at Emily and tried to ruffle her hair, but she dodged his hand with ease and stuck out her tongue. "See you soon, Em." Harry was waiting on the stairs. He stood in the narrow hall with Ron and Hermione, the three of them speaking in hushed voices. The moment Lily and James approached, they fell silent. "I'll see you later," Harry said to his friends, then followed his parents. As they stepped out the front door of number 12 Grimmauld Place, the bright summer sunlight dazzled them. It felt like waking from a dream after the house's shadowy gloom, and Lily was suddenly struck by the realization. They really were going back to Godric's Hollow. "How are we getting there?" Harry asked. "A portkey." "No, takes too long to get approval for one of those," James said, pulling out his wand. "We'll apparate. You've done it before." "Yeah, with Tonks." "Great, then you already know how unpleasant it is. Hold on to my arm. Not like that, tightly." Harry clutched James's arm, clearly self-conscious. Lily gave him an encouraging smile. "See you on the other side," James said, and with a crack he and Harry vanished. Lily took a deep breath, anchoring herself to the present moment, where everything was all right and apparated. She appeared on a bare patch of land surrounded by woodland. She hadn't visited in 14 years, but the place hadn't changed a bit. The tall, straight tree trunks, the carpet of twigs on the ground, the bird song in the branches, it was all still there, as if time had stood still. James and Harry were already there. Without a word, the small family began to walk. They emerged from the woods into the summer sunlight. The day was warm, but a cool breeze blew in from the sea. The fresh, salty smell took Lily back to their last summer together. They used to walk this very path, pushing Harry in a pram, wands hidden and ready for any lurking danger. It had been such a dark time, and yet Lily found herself remembering it with a touch of nostalgia. They'd been young, full of hope that the war would end soon and they could raise their family in peace. James must have been thinking the same, because he reached for her hand and held it tightly as they walked towards the village. The place had barely changed, apart from the fact that the quiet high street was now bustling with Muggle tourists. The family of three moved through the crowd like just another tourist family, but Lily felt she couldn't have been more different from them. None of them knew what this place meant to her. They reached the village square, where several cafes and restaurants buzzed with customers sitting at small tables in the sun. Lily, James, and Harry wove through groups of visitors clustered around a war memorial, when Harry suddenly said, "Look at that." Lily stopped and looked up at the obelisk. She was stunned to see that the stone had been replaced with a statue of herself. She looked around. The Muggles didn't seem to notice its true nature. She raised her eyes again, unsure what to feel. There she was, carved in stone like some goddess, cradling baby Harry as if she were the very embodiment of motherhood. Next to her stood James, also carved in painstaking detail, his messy hair, his glasses, smiling lovingly at them both. "This is ridiculous," Lily muttered, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. "You're right," said James. "I'm much taller in real life." His joke didn't make her laugh. What were people thinking, that she and James were some kind of heroes? They'd lost everything that night, and this was what people thought they'd want: a statue. They could have started by making sure their son was raised in a proper home where he was loved and valued, not with Petunia. A church bell began to toll. Startled, Lily looked up at the sound, along with dozens of other spellbound onlookers, to see the massive bronze bell swinging in the white church tower. As she lowered her gaze, she noticed a wrought iron gate in the churchyard wall, covered in green ivy. The graveyard. Behind that gate stood a headstone bearing her name. James placed a hand on her shoulder, pulling her gently from her thoughts. "There's nothing there, just stones," he said steadily. Lily nodded. Harry looked at her, concerned, so she made an effort to smile. "Let's go," she said, and led the way. They left the tourist-filled streets behind and entered the quieter lanes, where houses stood peacefully amidst their spacious gardens. Lily's heart pounded as she walked along the road, its worn cobblestones centuries old. 3 houses to go, then 2, then 1. She froze. She had expected to see a new family living in a house, unaware of the horrors that had taken place there. Or perhaps the house would have vanished entirely, leaving a gaping hole in the street. What she hadn't expected was to see the house still standing, ruined. Her stomach clenched sharply. James reached for her hand, but she was already moving towards the gate, as if in a trance. The northern part of the second floor had collapsed entirely, leaving a gaping hole in the side of the house. The garden she had once tended so lovingly, the garden where Harry had played in the summer, had withered beneath a blanket of overgrown weeds. She pushed open the gate, ignoring the sign affixed to it, and walked up the path to the front door. The blue paint had peeled away so much it was barely visible, but she still remembered the day they painted it. She had somehow believed it would keep them safe. She opened the door. A heavy scent of dust and mildew greeted her. It felt like a dream, strange, and yet achingly familiar. Clouds of dust rose from the carpet as she crossed the entryway with measured steps. The kitchen was flooded with blinding light from the collapsed ceiling, and sunlight poured into the sitting room through the windows, just like in her dream. But in her dream, the sofas and carpets hadn't been moth-eaten, and the scattered toys hadn't been broken and caked in dust. "Lily, take Harry and run. It's him. Go, run. I'll hold him off." She drifted towards the staircase and looked up. The light from above was unusually bright, almost blinding. She began to climb, passing the discolored wedding and family photographs on the wall. She could hear Harry crying, feel his weight in her arms, the weakness in her legs as she ran up the stairs. The upper floor was entirely destroyed. The wall that had once separated Harry's room from the corridor had collapsed, and what used to be her and James's bedroom was now just a pile of shattered bricks and broken roof tiles. In Harry's room, a hole had been blown through the outer wall, giving a clear view of the village and the moors, all the way to the sea. "No, not Harry. Please, I'll do anything." Lily stepped inside, collapsed beside Harry's broken cot, and began to weep. This had been her home, her first true home. As a child, she had thought the house where she lived with her parents and Petunia was her home, but that was only because she never knew what a true home was. She had loved her parents deeply and missed them greatly since their passing, but for all their love and affection for her, they never truly understood her. She had been a good girl, never caused any trouble, and they had been proud of her even after discovering she was a witch. But she had always known that if she wished to keep that favor, she could never let her mask slip. She could never let them see the side of her that was not always sweet and kind. She had to be smart, but not too smart. She had to be forgiving, but only towards those deemed worthy. She could go to a school for witches and wizards and learn magic, but she was to live a normal life and absolutely not involve herself in any sort of wizarding war, no matter the cause. She could never truly be herself around them. Hogwarts had become her home the moment she set foot there, but it wasn't her own. This house in Godric's Hollow, the home she and James had chosen together to start their life in, was the first place she could call her own. It was the first place she could truly be herself, without fear of judgment for being different, and without being afraid James would leave her if he saw her without a mask. He had always had the uncanny ability to see through it clearly, ever since they were children, long before she fell in love with him. In hindsight, that had been one of the reasons she used to dislike him. But her sanctuary had been violated and destroyed. The sense of peace and safety had been taken from it. Now it held nothing but frightening memories and the knowledge that things could never go back to the way they were. She was vaguely aware of James holding her. The fear, the grief, and the relief she had never allowed herself to feel before, they all came crashing down on her at once, and the pain they brought forced her out of her own body. So much time had passed, but that night refused to let her go. Wherever she turned, there she was, weeping silent tears for her murdered husband and pleading with the Dark Lord to spare her son, even at the cost of her own life. She knew it was in the past. She knew she was alive, that James and Harry were alive, and her Emily, who wouldn't have been born if not for that unexplainable miracle that took place that night, was safe back at headquarters. But none of that eased the pain. None of it eased the fear that at any moment it could all be taken from her again. She didn't know how long she cried. When the tears finally ran out, she was left with a blessed emptiness, her head resting on James's shoulder as she stared out through the broken wall. The sea was so beautiful. She told herself their new home would have to be near the ocean. Harry sat on the floor beside her, drawing patterns in the dust. Lily wondered quietly what was going through his mind. Did returning to the house where he was born stir anything in him? "Don't judge the house by how it looks now," James broke the silence. "It was beautiful once. You'd have loved it." Harry looked at the broken cot and the old toys with a hint of sadness. "I thought I'd remember something, but I don't remember anything." "You were very young," James said gently. Harry was focused on the shapes in the dust and didn't notice the affection in his father's gaze. "That reminds me," James said suddenly, springing to his feet. Harry and Lily turned to watch as he rummaged through the scattered toys. "I'm sure I left it here somewhere. Aha." He yanked open a cupboard door. It came off its hinges with a loud crash and pulled out a tiny toy broomstick. "This was your first toy broom," he said to Harry. "Sirius gave it to you on your first birthday. You wouldn't let go of it, not even when you went to bed." Harry joined his father and took the broomstick from his hands, examining it with curiosity. It felt utterly surreal. Lily remembered him flying on that broom in the garden as a baby, and now here he was, standing in what used to be his room, smiling at his old toy. In an instant, the tears came back. "Lily?" James asked, concerned. "They're tears of joy," she said thickly, wiping her face on her sleeve. They stayed at the house until midday, going through the rooms and scanning the remaining furniture for anything that could explain how they had been spared from their fate. But there was nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that could explain the mysterious events that took place. "I've had the pleasure of seeing the killing curse being cast a few times in my day," James said to Lily as they examined their old bedroom, which lay in ruins. "But I've never seen one that brought down a building." Lily thought about the firestorm from her dreams. "What are you thinking about?" James asked, sensing she was troubled. She went back to the nursery, with Harry and James following. On the remains of the outer wall, old scorch marks were still visible. "It also usually doesn't leave scorch marks," she said. "Are you sure you don't remember anything after he cast it?" James asked, not for the first time. Lily shook her head. You don't seem convinced, James noted. Lily hesitated and said, "When I have dreams about that night, there's always fire in the sky outside, like a firestorm. Obviously, that wasn't really what happened, but seeing these scorch marks. I think I would have remembered if the sky was burning that night," James said. "It's just a dream," Lily said, a little defensively. "But it isn't," Harry said, surprising them both. "You said so yourself. Mum, these types of dreams are not like other dreams. They're a product of the mind trying to deal with what happened. So why would the dream include something that didn't really happen?" Lily was deeply impressed with her son's observation. She didn't have a good counter-argument, and neither did James. "It was during our first night at Hogwarts," James was telling Harry over an hour later as they finished their lunch at the village inn. "The four of us were getting ready for bed, and I told them, mark my words, one day Lily Evans will be my wife." "I don't believe you," Harry said, a smile playing on his lips. "It's true. Ask Mooney and Padfoot." "Sirius backs up the story," Lily told Harry, "but Remus says it never happened." "He didn't say it didn't happen. He said he doesn't remember," James corrected her. "What I don't remember," Lily replied, "is that you threw peas at me during the welcome feast, and I called you a prat. How did you get 'she'll marry me' out of that?" "You can't argue with results," James said smugly. Lily threw her used napkin at him. The afternoon sun bathed the village in warm light as they stepped out of the inn. The tourists who had crowded the square in the morning had moved on to another village, and now the place looked much more like the sleepy, quiet hamlet Lily remembered. The gate of the graveyard still called to her. "Give me a few minutes," she said. "Are you sure?" James asked. She nodded and stepped into the graveyard. It was peaceful, almost welcoming, filled with birdsong and the rustle of leaves. Lily used to visit it during her time in the village, even though she wasn't related to anyone who was buried there. She had been intrigued by the ancient headstones, especially those of witches and wizards of old. Strolling through a graveyard because it gave her peace. It was one of those things she could never share with anyone except for James, for fear of being judged or ridiculed. She found the spot quickly, as though she had known exactly where to go, the white headstone engraved with her name and James's. She stood before it, and a shiver ran through her as she read the words. "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Chapter 20, Heritage. That summer at Grimmauld Place, Harry learned that dreams really can come true. He'd often thought of the daydream he'd had at the old Potter house, where he sat at the dining table, imagining he was surrounded by his happy friends and family. A few weeks later, at dinner time in Grimmauld Place, he suddenly realized the dream had become reality. As he sat at the table, a strange sense of detachment came over him. It wasn't a bad feeling. It had a great peacefulness, one he couldn't remember ever feeling before. This feeling allowed him to see his surroundings from a different perspective, as if he were watching the room from above, seeing everything that was happening in it at the same time. To his right, Hermione laughed involuntarily at something Ron had said. On his second day at Grimmauld Place, Harry had made up with Ron and Hermione, and there was no trace left of their tense conversation. He wasn't even angry at them about the letters anymore. He was so stunned and happy to have his parents back that he felt especially forgiving. In any case, at no point that summer, even at its awful beginning, had he doubted that he would eventually make up with his friends. They had always stuck together. It had always been that way, the most constant and secure thing he'd ever had. Behind Ron's back, George was levitating a fork, which he was probably plotting to stab into his younger brother's backside, while Fred snickered. But Mrs. Weasley spotted the scheme and scolded them loudly, causing George to lose concentration, and the fork fell to the floor. To Harry's left, Ginny and Emily listened with great interest to Tonks's tales. Today her hair was shoulder-length electric blue. She was telling them about her many attempts to get into the Hufflepuff Quidditch team during her time at Hogwarts, which included many accidents and a variety of unfortunate incidents. Ultimately, in her 6th year, Professor Sprout had forbidden her from even trying out. Ginny laughed joyfully at Tonks's accurate impersonation of the herbology teacher. Next to Tonks, Sirius was talking to Harry's dad. Both had already finished eating and were completely engrossed in conversation. Sirius talked, and Harry's dad listened intently. Really listened. He had this ability to make anyone in front of him feel as if they were the only person in the world at that moment. It sometimes made Harry feel exposed. On the other side of the table, Professor Lupin was engrossed in a discussion with Harry's mum, probably about the defense against the dark arts curriculum. She noticed him looking at her and gave him a warm smile. The gesture surprised and embarrassed him. He realized he had been staring. He forced an awkward smile and looked away. He sometimes had the feeling that his mother could read his mind. He wasn't sure if he liked that idea or not. At the end of dinner, everyone helped clear the table, and then Harry and the other children were chased away before the upcoming order meeting. There was still time before their lights out, so they went to their favorite spot in the house, the Black family conservatory. It was probably the safest room in the house, except for maybe the kitchen. When Harry first arrived, it was nearly impossible to get in because the magical plants inside had grown so wild. But after a few days of work, several bites from snapping cabbages, and plenty of sneezing from various pollen, the beds and pots were left exposed and harmless. Mrs. Weasley and Harry's mum replaced the dangerous plants with various flowers and medicinal herbs, and Sirius brought in some rickety armchairs and worn-out rugs he'd collected from around the house. The kids kept Ron's wizard's chess set there, a deck of exploding snap cards, and a stash of sweets and cauldron cakes. They would spend their free time there. During the day, if it wasn't too cloudy, a little sunlight managed to seep through the grimy glass walls and ceiling, illuminating the space with a pleasant summer glow. When the group arrived that evening, Crookshanks greeted them with a yawn from his spot on one of the sofas. Hermione pulled out a book she'd stashed between the cushions and was soon absorbed in it. The twins slipped into the corner and looked to be whispering over some mysterious pieces of parchment. Emily immediately dived under another sofa and pulled out Harry's firebolt, excited for another flying lesson. Harry believed she didn't need these lessons at all at that point. She had a natural talent for flying, and combined with her background in Muggle sports, something Harry didn't have. He wouldn't have been surprised if she could rival even the veteran chasers on the Gryffindor team. But it was something they could easily do together as siblings. Having a conversation was quite difficult for Harry, so he wasn't going to say anything about it. Up until now, Emily had practiced careful flying around the conservatory, as she had promised their mum she would, and catching bowls made of old socks that Harry and the others threw at her. This time, Harry suggested he release his snitch, the one his parents had given him for his birthday, and she could try to catch it. "That's a waste of time," Ginny declared. For some reason, she took Emily's Quidditch education very personally, claiming she had a responsibility to teach her about her little sister's rights. "Emily won't be a seeker. She has too much potential for that." "What are you on about?" Harry blurted out. "Everyone knows seeker is the hardest position on the team." Ginny let out a loud snort and rolled her eyes demonstratively. The sight was so amusing that even Ron chuckled. "The most pointless position on the team, you mean?" "That's something someone who'll never be able to catch the snitch would say." "Excuse me." This time it was Ginny's turn to blurt out. "I'd catch the snitch before you any day, Potter." "Let's test that," Harry said, and pulled the snitch out of the box in his pocket. "That wouldn't be fair. Even Neville Longbottom could catch the snitch on that broomstick," Ginny said, gesturing to the firebolt, on which Emily was still hovering low, watching the argument with great interest. "No broomsticks," Harry said. The snitch fluttered excitedly in his hand with its tiny wings. "Don't tell me you're afraid to lose." "In your dreams," Ginny replied stubbornly, narrowing her brown eyes. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Knowing it wouldn't be fair if he released the snitch himself, Harry entrusted it to Ron and took a step back. "Ready?" Ron asked, releasing the snitch in 1, 2, 3. He opened his palm, and the snitch shot out like an arrow. Ginny pounced on it immediately, but it evaded her outstretched hand and flew towards the grimy glass ceiling. She continued to watch it intently, her whole body tense, in a way that was comically similar to how Crookshanks watched it. Harry found himself looking at her watching the snitch instead of focusing on the snitch himself. But the moment he realized what he was doing, he looked away and instead concentrated on the buzzing of the golden wings. The snitch flew high above them for several long moments. Ron lost patience and went to sit next to Hermione, and Emily started practicing dodging maneuvers on the firebolt. Harry expected Ginny to get bored of the game too, but that wasn't what happened. She continued to wait with concentration for the snitch to approach, and when she noticed Harry looking at her, she gave him a victorious smile. He was so focused on her that he almost didn't notice the snitch change direction and start hurtling towards them. He positioned himself carefully, and when the snitch got close, he swiftly reached out his hand and caught it easily, just before Ginny slammed into him on her way to catch the snitch herself. Everyone present gave a collective groan. He crashed to the floor on his side with a thud, the snitch still clenched in his fist, and Ginny fell heavily on top of him. As he recovered from the painful blow, Ginny tried to snatch the snitch from his hand, clawing at his fingers with determination. He squirmed under her weight and moved his hand to the other side in an attempt to get it out of her reach, and she, in response, bit his hand hard. He let out a yelp of pain, and the snitch slipped out of his hand, right into Ginny's. She sprang to her feet, her freckled face glowing a bright pink and her hair disheveled, and raised her hand in a victory gesture. Then she noticed something at the end of the room and suddenly looked embarrassed. Harry straightened his glasses and turned to see what she was looking at. His dad was standing at the conservatory entrance and looked to be watching their competition with interest, along with the rest of the group. "Don't let me interrupt," he said lightly at the sight of Ginny's embarrassment. "Didn't the order meeting start already?" Hermione asked him, her book forgotten during the race to catch the snitch. "It has," James replied, and went to sit in one of the armchairs, examining the conservatory with interest. "I'm suspended from order activities. Nice space you got here." "What did you do?" Ron asked him with interest. Emily hovered towards them, and even the twins abandoned their plots to come closer and listen to the gossip. James put his feet up on a nearby stool comfortably and replied, "I set Snape's hair on fire." "No, I wish. It was something much less fun, which I can't tell you about." Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. They had spent a long time trying to guess what that mysterious forbidden object his dad had destroyed was that had made his mum so angry. It had to be related to his suspension. Emily had heard him say that Dumbledore would kick him out of the Order for what he did. "I can't believe Snape is still in the Order after what he did," Fred said. Harry would have preferred them to keep talking about his dad's suspension instead. He should be in Azkaban or something, not going on with his life as normal. "I think that's something we can all agree on," Ginny said in a grim tone, glancing at Harry. Everyone in the house had, of course, seen or heard his confrontation with Snape a few nights earlier. A fleeting emotion crossed James's face. "Well, you can't have everything in life," he said with that typical calmness that sometimes annoyed Harry. "We can't reveal to the world the fact he was behind our so-called resurrection. It would blow his cover with Voldemort. And the truth is, as much as I hate him, Snape is an important asset to the Order as a spy. It's certainly not something we had in the First War. It's almost impossible to infiltrate the Death Eater's ranks. It's a premium club." "How do you know he's really on our side?" Ron asked the question he had raised every time he discussed the topic with Harry and Hermione. "How do you know he's not spying on the Order for you-know-who?" "I hate to admit it, but I think if he were on Voldemort's side, I wouldn't be sitting here now," James replied, summing up the matter briefly. Harry suddenly realized he was clenching his fists so hard his nails were almost cutting into his skin. "I can't understand why he did it," he said in a quiet voice, almost to himself, but everyone heard him. Something in his father's face softened. "Neither can I. It's hard to understand how that greasy mind works. But we're all here together now. That's all that matters, isn't it?" Harry muttered something in agreement. His thoughts had already escaped to a distant, dark place, full of regret and resentment. In a clear attempt to distract him from the topic, his father leaned back in the armchair comfortably and asked, "So, do you want to tell me what's going on between you two?" Harry didn't understand who or what he was talking about. For some reason, Ginny, who had been standing next to him, suddenly moved away. "What, you don't know?" George said gleefully. "Don't you dare, George," Ginny growled at him. "I think it's safe to say," Fred continued for his brother, "that Ginny here would be happy to be your future daughter-in-law." "Really?" James asked with interest. "Ha," Harry wondered, in genuine confusion. "Shut up, both of you," Ginny said to the twins in an even more threatening voice. In her hand, which until now had held the snitch, her wand suddenly appeared. "You know what I'm capable of." Fred looked at the wand, paling. "You wouldn't dare," he said, but his voice was a little higher than usual. "If the ministry doesn't get you, Mum will kill you." "That's a risk I'm willing to take," Ginny said in a dangerous voice. "She's bluffing, Fred," George said confidently, and then in a sing-song voice he called out, "His eyes are green as a pickled toad." Ginny brandished her wand with a wide flourish, and something extraordinary happened. George made a horrible gurgling sound, and a ridiculously large lump of green snot shot out of his nose. But instead of falling to the floor, it remained floating in the air, taking the shape of a giant bat that swooped at the twins. "Run!" Fred shouted, and he and his brother ran out of the conservatory. Ginny chased after them determinedly, controlling the terrible bat that was pursuing her brothers. "The bat bogey hex," Ron called in awe, and ran after his sister to watch the hunt. Hermione watched them anxiously. She asked Harry's dad, who looked very impressed by Ginny's performance, "Won't Ginny get into trouble with the ministry for using magic outside of school?" "No, the house is unplottable," James replied casually. "I think she should be more worried about Marley." Hermione said something about finding a quiet place to read and left, holding her book in one hand and carrying a sleepy Crookshanks on her shoulder. Harry realized he was left alone with his dad and sister and wondered if she had left to give him some time with them. He would have preferred it if she had stayed and provided him with some moral support. He sat down on one of the sofas opposite his dad. "Dad, look," Emily said, and performed the dodging maneuver Harry had taught her the night before. Emily continued to practice while Harry and his dad watched her. Every now and then, James gave Emily some advice or praise. He and Harry didn't talk to each other. Harry sank into thought. "What's bothering you?" his dad asked him suddenly. "Nothing," he replied automatically. "You're biting your nails," his dad remarked. "Lily does that too when something is on her mind." Harry, who until that moment hadn't even noticed he was doing it, clenched his hand into a fist and put it in his lap. Knowing he needed to learn to share things with his parents, he said, "I can't stop thinking about, Snape. I'm angry at him for what he did to you and all, but what bothers me a lot more is, if on that night when the Dementors came I had known you were alive, I wouldn't have run away to your old house, and the Death Eaters wouldn't have followed me there, and Leopold." Despite his awkward phrasing, his dad understood exactly what he was trying to say. "It's very tempting to dwell on what might have been," was his reply, which didn't comfort Harry much. "Where is he buried?" he asked his dad. "In the field outside his house." Harry wondered who had buried him there and realized it must have been his dad. "What are you two talking about?" Emily joined the gloomy conversation, now hanging upside down from the broom at their eye level. James said, "Harry wants to go and visit my parents' house." "I want to go too," Emily said before Harry could contradict, rolling into a sitting position on the broom. I want to see where you grew up. I don't know anything about our family's past. I don't think your mum will be keen on the idea, James said with a hint of bitterness. She'll think it's dangerous. It is dangerous, Harry said. He felt his dad was underestimating what had happened there last month, and it annoyed him. Death Eaters found me there once. What's to stop them from coming there again? Me, his dad said simply, and then explained. The protections on the house and the surrounding area are based on runes. They're currently off, but I can activate them. We'll be very safe with them. Emily didn't doubt for a moment that it was an excellent idea and started making plans, as if it had already been decided they would go, even though their dad reminded her again that they needed to get Lily's approval. Harry didn't say anything. He wanted to, and was also afraid of, visiting Leopold's grave, and he also thought about those runes, which Leopold had told him had already been breached by Death Eaters in the past. A noise was heard from the corridor outside the conservatory, indicating that the order meeting had ended. Emily landed and returned the firebolt to its place before going to find their mum to ask her about the visit to the old Potter house. James followed her, and Harry trailed after them awkwardly. By the time they reached the entrance hall, most of the Order members had already quietly slipped out of the headquarters into the night. Snape had probably learned his lesson from the previous meeting, as he was nowhere to be seen. Tonks lingered in the corridor to talk to Lupin. They stood close to the wall so as not to bother the passing Order members, and Tonks curled a bunch of blue hair around her finger as she talked, just as Harry had sometimes seen girls at school do when they talked to boys. Harry's mum emerged from the stairs leading to the kitchen and smiled warmly when she saw the three of them. "What are you lot up to?" she asked, and brushed Harry's shoulder with her hand, as if she could detect that there was something on his mind. "I want to go visit Dad's old house," Emily said immediately. Harry wished he could also just say what he wanted just like that. Lily looked at James as if she thought it was his idea, and he shrugged sheepishly. Harry didn't mention that it really had been his idea. He was the first to bring it up. "Let's talk in the drawing room," she said. The four of them entered the drawing room, where a low fire was burning in the hearth. "Dad said the runes in the house will keep us safe," Emily said upon entering. "It's not so simple," Lily replied, and looked at her husband again, silently scolding him. "It actually is," James replied easily, leaning on the armrest of one of the sofas. "These runes have protected the Potter family for generations. Earlier this summer they were deactivated, but they failed before," Lily said shortly. She didn't need to elaborate. Her husband knew exactly what she was referring to. He only folded his arms calmly. Harry realized he was biting his nails again and scolded himself for doing that. He was overcome with the apprehension that his parents would get into a row about this, and that it would somehow be his fault. "You're doing it again," Emily said suddenly, sounding slightly angry. At first Harry thought she was talking to him, but realized she was talking to their parents. "Doing what, Em?" their father asked. "Hiding stuff from me," Emily said. She sat down heavily on one of the sofas and crossed her legs beneath her. "I hate it when you do that. It's like you think I can't handle it. I can." Their parents seemed to be at a loss for words, perhaps because what Emily said was true, so Harry said. This summer wasn't the first time Death Eaters got into the house. It happened before, when the runes were still activated. He began to tell her they killed their grandfather, but their father cut him off before he could. "That was different," he insisted. "They piggybacked on my apparition. It won't happen this time." "I still think it's not a good idea," Lily said uncertainly. "It's not fair," Emily said argumentatively, standing up to their mother heatedly. "It's one thing not to know anything about the wizarding world, but it's not fair that I don't get to know anything about our family. I know that your side are Muggles, so we can't just barge in on them because they think you died. But at least let me see where Dad grew up." Lily seemed stunned by the outburst. Harry's opinion was that Emily should speak to their mother more respectfully and that his father should be defending her. As always, he kept his thoughts to himself. "Can I get a moment alone with your mum?" James said at last. "It's time for you to go to bed anyway." Emily huffed and left without a word. Harry smiled at his mother apologetically. She smiled back and gave his arm an encouraging squeeze, as if to tell him that everything was all right, before he left as well. He went up to his and Ron's room on the third floor. Emily was nowhere to be seen, so he assumed she already got to her room. When he entered his room, he was surprised to see Ron wasn't alone. He and Hermione were sitting on his bed, in the midst of a lively conversation with Ginny, who was sitting on Harry's bed with her legs spread out, hugging his pillow. His snitch was flying around the room with a lively buzz. He had completely forgotten Ginny had it. "What are you talking about?" Harry asked, shooing Ginny's legs to make a space for himself to sit on his bed. "Tonks and Professor Lupin," Ginny updated him. "Hermione and I bet Ron they're going to date." "The easiest money I'll ever make," Ron said with unfounded confidence. "No way she'd go out with him. He's twice her age." "He's not the told," Hermione told him. "And besides, some women are attracted to older men." For some reason, this comment greatly annoyed Ron. "They probably also like them with thick skulls and crooked legs," he said disgruntledly. "I hope you're not talking about Victor," Hermione said in a high-pitched voice. Knowing full well how that argument was going to go, Harry stopped listening altogether. He looked at Ginny, and she rolled her eyes demonstratively, indicating she was already well acquainted with their arguments about Crumb as well. He chuckled at her reaction and easily caught the snitch as it flew past him. "What do I get?" Ginny asked him suddenly. "For what?" "For catching the snitch earlier. If I recall correctly, I was the one who caught the snitch. I don't know what you remember, but I'm the one who left the conservatory with the snitch in my hand, not you. I caught it first. Besides, you had to bite me to get it, and that would never have worked in a real game." "Oh, right," Ginny said cheerfully, as if she was trying to check if he had forgotten. She gave him a friendly shove with her foot. "You just got lucky, Potter, that's all. You can bite me all you like. It won't make you a better seeker than me." For some reason, this comment seemed to embarrass Ginny. Harry, who was enjoying their friendly banter and didn't realize he had said anything wrong, was about to apologize at once. But at that moment, Mrs. Weasley came in and scolded them for not being in bed yet. Ginny's embarrassment vanished without a trace. She tossed him his pillow and even stuck her tongue out at him teasingly before she left the room with Hermione. Ron, still fuming from the argument with Hermione, wrapped himself in his blanket angrily and lay with his face to the wall, without saying good night. Harry changed and got into bed. As soon as he laid his head on the pillow, he was flooded with a pleasant floral scent. He wasn't sure where the scent had come from, but it was lovely. He buried his face in the pillow, breathing in the fragrance, and soon fell into a peaceful, dreamless sleep, which was very unusual for him. The next morning at breakfast, Harry's parents told him and Emily that they were going to visit the old Potter home. Harry didn't know what his father told his mother to convince her to agree, but she looked to be at peace with the decision, so he didn't press the matter. "You don't have to come if you don't want to," Lily told him, sensing his discomfort at once. "No, I want to," he told her. He was worried about the upcoming visit, but he wanted to go, if only to show himself that nothing bad was going to happen if he went there again. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Mrs. Weasley asked Harry's parents in concern as they were getting ready to leave. Harry's father looked like he was going to reply impatiently, but before he could, Lily said, "Thank you for your concern, Marley. James's old house is as safe as Grimmauld Place when the defenses are activated. We will be safe there." They exited headquarters and apparated, Harry going along with his mother and Emily with their father. A moment later they appeared in the courtyard outside the Potter house, next to the shattered statue of the stag. It was a sunny and bright day, with a pleasant wind that blew through the tall grass. Emily looked up at the old fortress and let out a sound of awe. "Go wait inside while I activate the runes," James said. Harry would have liked to see how exactly the protective runes worked and how his father activated them, but he let his mother guide him inside nonetheless. Inside the entrance hall, sunbeams were shining in through the broken ceiling, and the stag banner was swaying softly in the breeze. Someone had cleared the enormous debris that had previously covered the cracked marble floor and cleaned the faded tapestries and the mantelpiece. The creature responsible for it appeared next to them with a pop as soon as they stepped inside. "Hello, Billy," Lily said to the house, elf affectionately. "Mistress Potter, Billy is happy you've come home," the house, elf said happily, bowing deeply to Lily. "And Master Harry, Billy is happy you are safe." "Thank you, Billy. This is Emily, my and James's youngest daughter. Emily, this is Billy." Billy was very excited to meet Emily. She bowed deeply to her, and then her large eyes filled with tears which she wiped away with the corner of her dress. "Did the Death Eaters do that?" Emily asked, referring to the hole in the ceiling. "Why did you and Dad never fix it?" "We never got around to that," Lily said. Harry didn't think Emily noticed the topic was making her uncomfortable. "We had to go into hiding from Voldemort, and after that all the story with Severus started." She noticed Harry looking at her and gave him a soft smile. She made it all sound so regular, like it wasn't the worst thing that had ever happened to their family. He realized she was trying to protect Emily from the harsh truth, but thought she should trust his sister to handle it. She was a part of that story too, even if she was born a few years later. His father came in before he could decide if he should say something. He greeted Billy warmly, and she bowed to him so deeply that her nose almost touched the floor. "I told you don't need to do that, Billy," he said to her. "Billy is glad Master Potter has come back home," the house elf said, wiping her eyes again. "The house is so sad without its master." "Thanks, Billy, but we're just visiting." He turned to Emily and Harry with a smile. "Ready for the grand tour?" Emily jumped forward excitedly. She and James led the way, with Harry and Lily trailing behind and Billy following. On the ground floor, there was the kitchen and the dining room in which Harry had had breakfast, where the outer wall had collapsed. There was also a large sitting room with a huge stone hearth carved in the shape of a lion's pharynx, with comfortable armchairs and a large liquor cabinet. That room was mostly used for entertaining guests. The most interesting room on the ground floor was a large room carpeted in a threadbare crimson carpet and lit by a long row of narrow windows across the outer wall. The room was completely empty, except for a row of strange-looking mannequins on wheels. On his first visit, Harry didn't understand the purpose of the room and assumed it was used for storage. Now his father explained it was actually a dueling room. "My dad had a passion for dueling," he told his family as they stood in the center of the empty room. "You can probably guess that with a name like Fleamont, he got into his fair share of fights in school, which helped hone his skill. But he kept practicing daily long after he graduated, and sometimes even enjoyed wiping the floor here with a guest who was stupid enough to challenge him." "Can you teach me how to duel?" Emily asked him straight away. "Yes, but after you know a little bit more magic." Harry felt confident enough to say he wanted to learn as well, but he didn't say anything. His mother didn't comment on Emily's request, but he sensed it troubled her. All of them, maybe except for Emily herself, knew that one day, maybe soon, she might need these dueling skills to defend herself in real life. They moved on to the second floor, where the halls were filled with portraits and tapestries. Harry had inspected them closely on his last visit, and now his father's tales spun the characters and events into life. "This is the illustrious Linfred of Stinchcombe, the first Potter," James explained as they stood in front of a very old tapestry. It depicted an old and merry wizard standing in the middle of a village square, holding a plant pot under one arm and flourishing his wand in the other. The wizard was surrounded by Muggle-looking village people that looked at him in gratitude. He was the inventor of many of the most important remedies and cures for magical ailments that plague wizard-kind to this day. They moved on to the next tapestry. This one showed a very detailed wizarding wedding banquet. Linfrid's son, Hardwin, married Ireland Peveril. The Peverils were one of the most ancient wizarding families in Britain before their male line had unfortunately ended. Harry moved closer to inspect the figure of Ireland Peveril, a beautiful fair-skinned witch with raven-black hair, and noticed a small detail he hadn't noticed during his first visit. "Is that the invisibility cloak?" he asked his father, pointing at one of the items in the bride's dowry, a silvery, shiny cloak. "It is," his father replied proudly. It had been a Peveril family heirloom, fabled to have been gifted to Ireland's ancestor by Death himself. After she married Hardwin, the cloak had been passed down the Potter family through the generations, always to the generation's eldest son. "It's a good thing I had agreed to lend it to Dumbledore when we were in hiding. I would hate to think what could have happened to it if I would have kept it in our house when Voldemort came." They inspected a few more tapestries and continued the tour through the family and guest rooms. Like James's old room, all of the bedrooms were decorated with thick rugs and comfortable four-poster beds, with curtains of deep green and red embroidered with shapes of stags and ivy. The narrow windows of the rooms all looked out into the fields around the house. Harry glanced out at every opportunity and searched for Leopold's house, as if he imagined the house had vanished upon its owner's demise. His mother noticed him looking out and caressed his back encouragingly, as if she knew exactly what was on his mind. Then they went to the other wing, where Fleamont Potter's study was located. The portraits on the walls spoke to them as they passed, trying to get James's attention, but he ignored them with proficiency. Emily looked at them with interest, as if she wanted to speak with each and every one of them. The other wing was slightly more modern. The library contained electrical lamps and was decorated with many black and white wizarding photographs of Harry and Emily's grandparents and great-grandparents. There was an especially interesting one of Henry Potter shaking hands with a stocky Muggle man with a cigar hanging from his mouth. Harry and Lily were certain it was Winston Churchill. After that, they visited the family sitting room, which was much more cozy than the one on the ground floor, decorated with fine art and more family photos, and then entered Fleamont Potter's lab. James approached the large portrait of Henry Potter that was hanging above the hearth. "Hi, Grandad." Henry Potter cracked open a single eye. When he saw who his visitor was, he leaned forward in interest and pushed his glasses up his nose. "James, is that really you?" he asked in astonishment. "I thought you passed away." "They won't get rid of me that easily, Grandad," James replied. He motioned for Harry and Emily to come closer so Henry Potter could look at them. "You remember my wife, Lily, and these are our children, Harry and Emily." "Ah, yes, I had the pleasure to meet my young namesake," Henry Potter said, and smiled at Harry affectionately. Then he turned to look at Emily with the same warm twinkle in his eyes. "It's wonderful to meet you, young lady. It has been many generations since the Potters have been blessed with a daughter." Emily smiled at him in slight embarrassment. It was probably the first time someone referred to her as a lady, at least in the positive sense. Harry's parents chatted with Henry Potter's portrait while he and Emily explored the lab, without touching anything, as they promised their mother. Like Billy and the other portraits that filled the house, Henry Potter was overjoyed to have James return to his ancestral home and listened with interest to the story of the miraculous survival. Harry was curious about the many trinkets and gadgets that were placed on the shelves around the room, some of which he had already inspected on his last visit. Now he knew that the odd assortment of Muggle items, vials and tools were his grandfather's inventions. Emily, on the other hand, was much more interested in the potion workstation. She stared in amazement at the meticulously arranged cauldrons, knives, and colorful potion ingredients, like a child in a candy shop. She demanded Harry to explain to her exactly what each item was used for, and showed impatience when he didn't have good enough answers. "Don't they teach about potions at Hogwarts?" she asked him. "I won't call what Snape does teaching," Harry replied sourly. At that point it was already noon. Lily said they should go back to Grimmauld Place for lunch, but Emily said she didn't want to go yet. James said he knew a great and safe place for a picnic on the grounds, and Billy volunteered to make them sandwiches. Knowing he couldn't postpone it for much longer, Harry approached his father and started to say, "Can you show me?" He couldn't find the words then, but his father understood all the same. His mother also understood what he needed at the moment, without anyone needing to say anything. She said that she and Emily would go help Billy with the food, and Harry and his father slipped away. Harry heard Emily asking where they were going, but thankfully, his mother answered on his behalf. Harry's father took him to a grassy hill not far away from Leopold's cottage. Leopold's saber was stuck in the ground, on a patch of earth where the grass was just beginning to grow again. There was no tombstone, nothing else to indicate that this was in fact a grave. Harry had expected his stomach to turn at that moment, or for him to feel a surge of guilt or self-hate, but there was none of that. He only felt numb. James started to say something to him. He dreaded what he was about to say, but then he seemed to decide against it. "Do you need a moment alone?" he asked instead. Harry nodded silently. His father patted him on the shoulder lightly and walked away. Harry sat cross-legged on the grass. The sun was warm, shining on the steel of the sword, and a light breeze was blowing. It was a perfect day. Leopold would have probably found a reason to complain about it. Not for the first time, Harry found himself wondering how Leopold had felt in his last moments. He had been plagued by similar thoughts about Cedric over the summer. What does a person think and feel in their last moments? Terror? Acceptance? Does it hurt? Does life suddenly make sense at that moment? Are they greeted by death as some sort of figure that takes them on a journey, or do the lights just go out and everything ends? A dull pain started building up in Harry's scar, and he rubbed it absent-mindedly. He had never given it much thought before the graveyard, when he saw the echoes of his parents and the people Voldemort had killed. But after that night, he thought a lot about the possibility of life after death. He knew it was supposed to be comforting to know that death wasn't the end, but there was nothing comforting about the echoes he saw. The thought that the terrible things that happened to these people in their last moments stayed with them in the afterlife filled him with despair. What was the point of eternal life if there was no peace in it? He sat there until the sun began to dip westward. Time passed by him in a strange way, as if he were asleep but awake at the same time. This often happened to him during the weeks he spent in Privet Drive that summer. Ever since he came to Grimmauld Place, he hadn't noticed it happening as much, but the feeling would still plague him from time to time, like he was watching someone else's dream. Finally, deciding he should go find his family before they started to worry, he got up, patted the grass off his trousers, and left Leopold's memorial behind. He found his parents and Emily sitting on a blanket in the shade of a massive oak tree that grew not far from the front door of the house. It seemed they had already finished eating, but they saved him a plate of sandwiches, which looked very appetizing. He realized he was actually quite hungry. "Are you all right, love?" his mother asked him kindly. He nodded and took a bite of a sandwich. It was true. He was all right, much better than he had expected to be. Emily was eyeing him curiously. Their parents must have told her what his disappearance was about, but thankfully she didn't ask him about it. "There's something I want to talk to you about," Lily said, drawing Emily closer to her. "I want to apologize about the way I behaved yesterday. I reacted out of fear. But your dad reminded me that we can't live our lives in fear. We tried that before, and it didn't end well." "You don't need to apologize," Harry said right away. His mother smiled at him gratefully. Emily asked, "Does it mean I can meet your side of the family now?" Harry swallowed hard and put the rest of his sandwich down, his appetite gone. He felt his parents giving him looks but didn't meet their eyes. "The thing is, sweetheart," his mother said to Emily gently, "my sister, Petunia, is afraid of magic. She has been since I discovered I was a witch. We lost touch years before Harry was born." "But Harry grew up with her," Emily stated the obvious. No one said anything. Harry knew that the inevitable conclusion was clear to his parents. It had been since they had been reunited, so he was especially grateful that they didn't press him for details about the Dursleys. He wasn't ready to talk about that yet. He didn't know if he ever will be. "Don't you go hiding things from me again," Emily said when no one spoke, starting to sound angry. "Look," Harry said to her before she'd start fighting with their parents again. "You're really not missing anything by not getting to know them. They're really boring. All they care about is neighborhood gossip and fancy cars. The fact that they're related to us by blood doesn't make them our family," Harry told her in a final tone. "The way I see it, the Weasleys and Hermione are more of a family to me than the Dursleys ever were. Trust me, they're not worth your time." He feared that he had revealed too much. His mother's eyes looked a little wet, and his father had that look that seemed nonchalant, but Harry had come to learn that it was his way of hiding the fact that he was furious. "Your brother is right," Lily said to Emily. "And besides, it will be very hard to explain to Petunia that we had been alive all this time. She has no understanding about the possibilities and limitations of magic." After that, Emily agreed to drop the subject. Harry was relieved when she then suggested they play a passing game with a quaffle she took from their dad's old room. As they played, their parents were leaning against the trunk of the tree while embracing each other, watching them at ease. Harry tried to guess what they were talking about. He suspected it was about him and the Dursleys. He was determined never to tell his parents any damning information about his years with the Dursleys. He was sure it would cause his mother great grief, and his father would get angry and do something stupid that would get him in trouble, or at least spark another row with his wife. Harry didn't want to ever be the reason behind their fights. And honestly, it didn't really matter. That chapter in his life was closed. Why dwell on the past when everything and everyone he ever wanted was right there beside him? Chapter 21, Unseen. Summers at the Weasleys always became brighter and more wonderful whenever Harry came to visit. It had been that way since the summer before Ginny's first year at Hogwarts, and that summer at number 12 Grimmauld Place was no different. Even though his presence was always quiet, almost shy, every member of the Weasley family seemed happier when he was around. Ron told more jokes and laughed more freely. The twins went out of their way to impress Harry with their tricks, and their mother outdid herself with her cooking, as though he were a long-lost son returned from a journey. It always felt as if even their father and their eldest brothers, Bill and Charlie, admired him in some way. Ginny wasn't immune to the fierce love her family had for Harry. Not that she still had a crush on him. The childish, silly infatuation had faded halfway through her second year, and besides, she had a boyfriend now. But she couldn't help but be swept up in the cheerfulness that filled the house after Harry arrived. It even felt as if the house itself grew lighter to mark the joyful occasion. Perhaps it had something to do with the way Mrs. Potter, once the tension and worry had passed, now seemed positively radiant. The happiness of the reunited Potter family was infectious. Ginny was happy for Harry, but also slightly cross with him. Even before that summer, so many people had loved him, and now, with his parents back, Ginny doubted there was a more beloved person in the entire world. And yet, sometimes, when he thought no one was looking, he would sink into a deep, gloomy melancholy. Ginny understood. She knew what it felt like to be haunted by memories. But still, part of her wanted to shake him and shout at him to pull himself together and start appreciating all the good things he had. She often wondered whether Ron and Hermione, who, shortly after the argument Ginny had witnessed, were once again inseparable from Harry, noticed this behavior and simply chose to carry on as usual. Ginny didn't know Harry as well as they did. Before that summer, She hadn't spent much time with him at all, and she couldn't tell whether this was normal for him or if something was actually terribly wrong with him. Either way, she didn't feel it was her place to interfere. It seemed silly to think she'd noticed something about Harry that Ron and Hermione, who knew him better than anyone, had missed. She decided to push the matter from her mind, and every time she saw Harry looking withdrawn and distant, she told herself it was probably because of his hearing. But as the days went by, it became harder to ignore. Harry seemed lost in dark thoughts whenever she looked his way, rubbing his scar with a pained expression. Yet rather than talk to Ron or Hermione or Sirius or Harry's parents, Ginny turned the blame on herself. Why was she even looking at him so much? Over time, Harry began to return to himself, or perhaps she had simply learned to stop watching him so closely. In any case, his mood improved dramatically once he was cleared at the hearing, and Ginny began to feel far more at ease around him. Sometimes the look on his face when he drifted into thought still frightened her, reminded her of some vague, distant fear, and she was relieved to see that expression slowly vanish. In mid-August, while Ginny, Hermione, and Emily were tidying their room, a loud thump sounded. 3 tawny owls, each bearing the Hogwarts crest, had tried to land on the window ledge at the same time, and were now scrambling to be the first to deliver the letter tied to their leg. Ginny knelt on Hermione's bed and opened the window, letting the owls in. They scattered bedraggled feathers everywhere, undoing all the girls' hard work. "Is this for me?" Emily asked in confusion as one owl landed on her bed frame and stretched out its leg towards her. "It's the start-of-term letter from Hogwarts," Ginny explained, taking her own and freeing the owl that had brought it. Emily hesitantly untied the letter, then examined the yellowish envelope from all angles. Meanwhile, Ginny had already opened hers and was skimming through the book list. She guessed most of the required books would be hand-me-downs from Ron and the twins, except for the one for Muggle studies. None of her older brothers had taken that subject. "Hey, Hermione, can I borrow innovations and discoveries in the Muggle world?" Ginny asked, not lifting her eyes from the list. "I'm a prefect," Hermione said. "I'm a prefect," Hermione repeated, this time with great excitement, holding up a bronze badge bearing the Gryffindor lion and the letter P. "That's brilliant, Hermione," Ginny replied with a wide smile, hugging her friend. She knew how much the title meant to her, how she'd hoped for it all summer. "You deserve it." "I'm going to tell the boys," Hermione said on her way out. "I bet Harry's a prefect too. We can go to meetings together and do patrols and everything." Ginny felt a faint pang in her chest, but it disappeared almost as soon as Hermione left the room. For a moment, the thought of Harry and Hermione wandering the castle together after lights out didn't sit well with her, but she pushed the feeling aside and told herself she was being ridiculous. Hermione had told her during their late-night chats that despite what Rita Skeeter had written the year before, she saw Harry like a younger brother, and the idea of anything happening between them just made her laugh. Ron wasn't included in that category. And besides, why should Ginny care if they started going out or anything? She was with Michael. It wasn't her business what happened in other people's love lives. But Harry wasn't made prefect. Ron was. Ginny was happy for him, even though Fred and George gave him a hard time about it. Ron had always struggled with self-confidence, and Ginny sometimes felt partly to blame. They were born only a year apart, and Ginny, as the only girl, had always stolen a bit of his spotlight. It didn't help that he was constantly under the twins' thumb. Their mother was overjoyed when she heard Ron had been made a prefect, so much so that she agreed to buy him a new racing broom. Ginny hadn't had any ambitions to become a prefect herself, but now she found herself hoping to be chosen next year, if only for the broom, and she prepared a special celebratory dinner for him and Hermione that evening. She outdid herself, cooking all their favorite dishes, and even went so far as to hang a banner above the table reading, "Congratulations to Ron and Hermione, our new prefects." Bill left work at Gringotts early to attend the party, and Ginny's father invited several other order members. including Tonks, Kingsley, Mad-Eye Moody, and, surprisingly, Mundungus Fletcher. It seemed he had finally regained the Order's trust after abandoning Harry before the Dementor attack. Ginny wondered whether this had anything to do with the fact that, lately, many Order members seemed to be angry at Mr. Potter instead. "We can pick up your supplies in Diagon Alley if you'd like," he offered Ginny's mum while pouring himself a glass of pumpkin juice. "We're going tomorrow anyway to get Emily a wand and supplies." "That's all right," she replied with a hint of coldness. In recent days, she had treated him with the same distant politeness she usually reserved for Sirius. "I need to choose a broom for Ron, and Ginny needs new robes." Mr. Potter shrugged. Whatever the reason for Mrs. Weasley's sudden dislike of him, Ginny and the others were certain it had something to do with his suspension from the Order. He didn't seem particularly bothered by it. "Want to come with us?" he asked Harry, who paused mid-bite and looked surprised by the offer. "Could be dangerous," Mad-Eye growled, his magical eye rolling in its socket as if calculating the risk. "He'll need to stay under the invisibility cloak." "All right," Harry said suddenly. "I'll stay under it the whole time." Mrs. Potter looked a little tense, but didn't say anything. "I'm not sure that's a good idea," Ginny's mum said. "Let him go," Sirius interjected. "It's not every day you get the chance to leave this house." Mr. Potter told his nervous wife, "It'll be nice to have a bit of family time out of the house. We've never really done that." He probably knew just what Mrs. Potter needed to hear, because after that she agreed, though she still looked slightly uneasy about the arrangement. When Ginny's mother said she needed new school robes, Ginny hadn't realized she meant Ginny was meant to come with her to try them on. It was easy to forget that, while her mother's vast experience allowed her to estimate the boys' sizes precisely, she had far less practice buying robes for a teenage girl. In any case, Ginny had no complaints. She hadn't left number 12 Grimmauld Place since the start of the summer, and the idea of stretching her legs in Diagon Alley, even just for a few hours, sounded wonderful. "Keep us posted on what the outside world looks like," Fred said after breakfast as she shrugged on her jacket. "I wonder if people still use quills." "Bet they've found a cure for dragonpox while we've been stuck in here," said George. "Don't forget Clean Sweep 11, not 1, Ron reminded her for the 10th time that morning. "Mum's bound to get it mixed up." "All right, Ron," she replied impatiently, "as long as you let me fly it sometimes." "I don't believe it's proper for a prefect to let a mere student use his broom," said George, in a passable imitation of Percy. "Would you lot give it a rest?" Harry had just appeared on the stairs, holding a silver, slippery-looking cloak in his arms. "That the invisibility cloak?" Fred asked with interest. "Oi, how come you never told us about it?" George asked, sounding faintly hurt. "We shared the Marauder's map with you." "It's not the same. I don't lend it out. It was my dad's," Harry replied, then fell silent suddenly, as if a thought had struck him without warning. "What's up?" Ron asked. Ginny's mother appeared before he could answer, hurrying Harry and Ginny along. Behind her back, Harry signaled to Ron that he'd explain later. "What was that about?" Ginny asked him in a low voice as they stood in the hallway, waiting for Mr. and Mrs. Potter. "I'll tell you later," he answered just as quietly, making sure Mrs. Weasley couldn't hear. "Ready?" Mr. Potter appeared beside them. "You've got the cloak." Harry nodded and swung the invisibility cloak over his shoulders. Before Ginny's eyes, he vanished without a trace. "That's incredible," Ginny said, staring through where Harry's chest should have been to the opposite wall. There was no way of knowing he was there. Emily and Mrs. Potter joined them a moment later. Emily was about to put on her hat when it suddenly slipped from her hands and began floating above her head. "Hey!" she cried, reaching for it, but each time she stretched up, it hovered just a bit higher. Harry's laughter rang out from somewhere nearby. "Give her back the hat, Harry. We need to go," said Mrs. Potter. There wasn't a hint of scolding in her tone, just warmth and affection. "That's not fair," Emily muttered, snatching the hat from her brother's invisible grasp. She tried to grab him next, but he must have moved, because Ginny felt something unseen brush past her. Just wait until I've got an invisibility cloak. I'm afraid I've only got the one, Emily, her father said as he buttoned up his jacket. I think that's probably for the best, Mrs. Potter added, though she didn't sound entirely pleased. Ginny, who could only imagine how many rules Harry had broken using that cloak, guessed Mrs. Potter would prefer none of her children had one. They stepped out into the cool morning air, Mrs. Weasley in the lead, and began walking down the quiet street. Ginny tightened her scarf against the chill, eyeing the dingy, neglected houses and wondering why Muggles were willing to live in such a place. They reached a busier road, where a few tired-looking Muggles wandered past and cars whooshed by, startling Ginny. She'd rarely ventured into London beyond the Leaky Cauldron or King's Cross station. "Hey, are you listening?" Harry whispered, making her jump. She'd already forgotten he was there. "Yeah," she replied, feeling slightly odd talking to what looked like thin air. She glanced around. Her mother and Mrs. Potter were walking just ahead, while Mr. Potter and Emily lagged a little behind. "I've been thinking," Harry said. "A few days before my hearing, my dad asked to borrow the cloak, said he needed it for an order mission." "Okay," Ginny said, unsure what he was getting at. "But I don't think I saw him go anywhere recently," Harry went on. "At least not without us." "Maybe the mission was at night," Ginny suggested. "Maybe," Harry said quickly. "But what if he didn't need to go at night? What if he needed the cloak to get to that thing he stole because it was in the Ministry?" Ginny glanced over her shoulder. Mr. Potter was listening to something Emily was telling him. "I don't know," she said doubtfully. "It's the Ministry of Magic. I don't see how one wizard could break in unnoticed and with nothing in the Daily Prophet. But the Prophet wouldn't want to tell the world the Ministry's vulnerable. Not if it's got anything to do with the Order or with Voldemort," Harry said. Ginny shivered involuntarily. "Sorry," she said. "I know there's no point being scared of the name. It's just a habit." Harry didn't answer. It was hard to hold a conversation with someone you couldn't see. "When we went to the Ministry for my hearing, there was a door," he said suddenly. "Whatever it was my dad took, I think it was behind it." "But even if he managed to sneak the cloak into the Ministry without raising suspicion," Ginny said, weighing up Harry's theory, "he was with you at the hearing, wasn't he?" "That's just it. He wasn't with us," Harry said, animated now. "Halfway through, he wound up Fudge and got thrown out of the courtroom. I'm starting to think he did it on purpose. He had at least an hour to do whatever he wanted before the hearing finished." Ginny glanced behind her again. The new details Harry had revealed sparked her curiosity and raised more questions than they answered. What could possibly be inside the Ministry that Mr. Potter wanted to steal? She and Harry didn't speak again until they reached the Leaky Cauldron. It was still early, and the dining room was nearly empty, save for a few customers eating breakfast and skimming through their papers. They passed the bar, where Tom the innkeeper was busy wiping down mugs, and headed for the passageway to Diagon Alley. Tom looked up as they passed and suddenly called out, "Hang on, aren't you?" But before he could finish the question, they'd slipped into the walled courtyard and shut the door behind them. Mrs. Potter tapped the brick wall with her wand, and it shifted aside to let them through. "Wow," Emily breathed, stepping onto the cobbled street like she was enchanted. She took in the bright shop fronts and market stalls with wide eyes, as if trying to see everything Diagon Alley had to offer all at once. Mrs. Potter checked Emily's supply list and said, "We'll need to go to Madame Malkin's for robes, Flourish and Blart's for books, and Ollivanders. We also need to buy a cauldron and a telescope. Don't forget the Quidditch sharp for a broomstick," Mr. Potter added. "First years aren't allowed their own brooms, James," his wife replied absently. "Right, forgot," said Mr. Potter, but the way he winked at Emily behind her back made it quite clear he hadn't forgotten at all. "Ginny and I will go pick up robes and Ron's broom," Mrs. Weasley said quickly. We'll meet you at Flourish and Blart's when we're done." "Are you sure it's wise to split up?" Mrs. Potter asked. "In the current climate, I think it's safe to say Death Eaters won't be jumping out at us in broad daylight," said Mr. Potter. "I agree," said Mrs. Weasley, taking Ginny by the arm. "Let's get going before the shops get crowded." Without waiting for a response, she started walking, Ginny in tow. Ginny looked back at the Potters with some disappointment. She'd hoped to enjoy Harry and Emily's company, but had a strong feeling her mum didn't want Mr. and Mrs. Potter discovering just how little gold the Weasleys had to spare. Their first stop was the second-hand robe shop, where Mrs. Weasley traded in Ron and Ginny's old robes for larger ones. One of Ginny's new old robes still had sleeves that were too short, and another bore a stubborn potion stain the shopkeeper couldn't remove. Feeling increasingly downhearted, Ginny carried the bag containing her new old robes and followed her mum to the Quidditch supply shop. It looked like she'd need to get creative again this year to hide the shabby state of her clothes. Just as Ron had predicted, their mum did confuse the Cleansweep 11 with the Cleansweep 1, and her face fell when she realized how much more expensive the newer model was. Ginny stood beside her as she rummaged through her purse for enough coins to pay, pretending to examine a display of quaffles to avoid the hot flush of embarrassment. At last, the awkward experience was over, and Ginny and her mother headed to the bookshop, Ron's new broom safely in Ginny's hands. As they walked, the morning sun broke through the clouds, splashing color across the grey street, and Diagon Alley began to fill with shoppers. They found Mrs. Potter in Flourish and Blart's, absorbed in a section dedicated to defense against the dark arts. Ever since she'd revealed that she would be teaching the subject this year, Ginny had wondered what kind of teacher she'd be. No doubt better than most they'd had, perhaps even close to Professor Lupin. "James and Emily have gone to the apothecary," Mrs. Potter said as she spotted Ginny and her mother through the shelves. "And where's Harry?" Mrs. Weasley asked. "Here," Harry's voice came from somewhere near Ginny's shoulder. Ginny wanted to tell him about the Cleansweep 11, but just then, a witch leading two children passed them in the narrow aisle, forcing her to fall silent. "Sorry," the witch said to Ginny for no clear reason, and hurried her children along. "She stepped on my foot," Harry explained. "Maybe you two should wait outside. It's getting crowded," Mrs. Potter said, flipping through a book titled Dark Arts and How to Spot Them. "But don't wander off." Ginny was quite happy with the suggestion. The time they'd spent in Diagon Alley so far seemed to have convinced Mrs. Potter that no one was currently trying to kill Harry. Outside, the August sun beat down pleasantly, warming Ginny's face. She tilted her head toward it and closed her eyes, savoring the feeling. A month and a half at Grimmauld Place had taught her to appreciate sunlight. Suddenly, Harry said, "This is where," and fell silent, but Ginny already knew what he meant. "This is where Lucius Malfoy gave me Riddle's diary," she said steadily. Harry didn't reply. It annoyed Ginny slightly that he could see her while she couldn't see him. "I'm sorry," he said at last. "I'm an idiot." "Won't argue with that," she replied lightly. She hated being pitted. "But you couldn't have stopped it. And anyway, you're the one who saved me in the end." "It's not that," Harry said. He sounded very serious, very grown-up, and Ginny didn't like it. "I just realized I never asked if you were all right. I didn't ask how you were coping with what happened." Ginny shook her head dismissively. Truthfully, there had been times when she desperately wanted Harry to ask how she was doing after the chamber, to care. She'd hoped it would bring them closer. But that was a long time ago. "If you had, I probably would have just yelled at you," she said. "I hated everyone treating me like I was going to fall apart back then." Harry made a noise that might have been a faint chuckle. "Yeah, I get that." Ginny smiled, almost in spite of herself. Not for the first time, she thought she and Harry were more alike than they allowed the world to see. A splash of bright pink caught her eye. There was no mistaking Tonks, striding down the street in her Aura's robes, carrying a crate in her arms. Tonks, Ginny called excitedly. Tonks startled and nearly dropped the crate. Then she spotted Ginny and grinned, heading towards the bookshop. She set the crate down on the pavement. "Watch her, Ginny," she said. "What are you doing out here on your own?" "I'm here too," said Harry from beneath the cloak. "School shopping," Ginny said. "What's in the box?" "New sneakerscopes for the office," Tonks replied, rolling her eyes. "Kingsley bet I'd break them all, so I've got to be careful." "Don't you lot have dark wizards to catch?" Harry asked. "Isn't that what auras do?" "Yeah, well, someone's got to do the grunt work," Tonks said. "But I'm up for a promotion soon. Wish me luck." Ginny raised her hands and crossed her fingers. At that moment, a loud crash rang out, making her jump. Shouting could be heard from inside the bookshop. "Stay here," Tonks told them, already drawing her wand. "My mum and Mrs. Weasley are in there," Harry said, making it very clear he had no intention of staying outside. "I'll handle it," Tonks replied, and strode inside quickly. Ginny, her heart pounding in her chest, reached out and grabbed Harry's invisible arm before he could follow. "Come on," she hissed, pulling him into the alley between the shops. She probably looked ridiculous, yanking at thin air, but passers-by were too distracted by the commotion in the shop to notice her. "They could be in danger," Harry said, as if she didn't already know. Frightened and angry, she managed to yank the cloak off his head and slipped under it. Suddenly, they were face to face. "And what exactly do you think, Otto?" she demanded. "Tonks knows what she's doing, and she told us to wait here. If you try using magic outside school again, you'll definitely be expelled." Harry didn't look pleased, but he listened to her anyway. Ginny studied his face. The daylight filtering through the cloak lit it in a shadowy sort of way that made him look older. "What's going on in there? Is there a fight?" That seemed to be what Harry thought, and after the summer he'd had, Ginny couldn't really blame him for expecting the worst. "I'm sure it's nothing," she said, with a sudden urge to comfort him. "Probably just two witches arguing over the last copy of Lockhart's biography." Harry looked at her. Suddenly, she realized how close they were standing, practically touching. It was warm beneath the cloak, and Harry's scent was everywhere, wrapping around her like a cozy blanket. Oddly, she didn't mind. It felt like she'd stepped out of the real world and into this hidden one under the cloak, where no one could see her except Harry. And in this world, the rules were slightly different. Here, she was allowed to think and feel things she couldn't in the world outside. Harry was still looking at her, but he no longer looked angry or as though he was about to storm into the shop and fight off imaginary enemies. He looked like he'd just made a strange and surprising discovery, like he was seeing Ginny for the first time in his life. Tonks and Mr. Potter appeared in the alley before them, wands drawn. The enchantment that had held Ginny rooted to the spot, shattered instantly. "I told them to stay put," Tonks said tensely. Remembering that they were still invisible, Ginny pulled off the invisibility cloak and returned to the real world. The morning air was cold against her burning cheeks. Relief flooded Tonks's face. Mr. Potter eyed Ginny with amused suspicion. "What were you doing under the cloak?" he asked. Something about the expression on his face annoyed her a lot. "We thought there might be Death Eaters," she said, trying hard to sound like it was no big deal. "I figured it was safer." "Right," Mr. Potter said, and for some reason looked rather pleased with himself. He glanced toward the spot where Harry was meant to be. Harry didn't make a sound. For all anyone knew, he could have vanished off the face of the earth. It turned out the commotion in the bookshop had been caused by a witch accusing Mrs. Potter of impersonating the real Lily Potter, who apparently had been something of a role model to her, and saying she wasn't worthy of calling herself Harry Potter's mother. Luckily for the witch, Tonks and the shopkeeper managed to get her out of there before Mr. Potter arrived. Mrs. Potter bore the slander with dignity, but the expression on Mr. Potter's face, as he comforted her outside, the bookshop made it clear the witch would have regretted her words if he got there in time. Still, something good had come of the incident. The last traces of tension between Mr. Potter and Ginny's mum seemed to vanish completely once Mr. Potter succeeded in coaxing a smile from his pale, shaken wife. In doing so, he won back at least a bit of the lost respect Ginny's mum had for him. In the end, the only casualty was Tonks, whose sneaker scopes had got smashed when passers-by tried to crowd the bookshop window to see what the fuss was about. They finished their shopping quickly and returned to 12 Grimold Place. Red sparks burst from the end of Emily's new wand, Willow, with dragon heartstring core, every time she accidentally touched it in her pocket, until she was forced to stuff it into one of the book bags to avoid drawing attention as they passed through Muggle London. Harry didn't say a word the whole way home, and when he pulled off the invisibility cloak in the entrance hall, he didn't look at Ginny. Ron, who'd been waiting by the door, snatched his new broomstick from her hands and tore off the wrapping with excitement. Ginny didn't comment on the lack of thanks, and as her brother gushed about the broom to Harry, she walked past them. She was sure Harry was watching her, and went to write to Michael. Chapter 22. A New Beginning. The 1st of September was fast approaching. Emily found herself thinking about Hogwarts at every possible moment, even in her sleep, which was filled with wonderful and terrifying dreams about the castle she'd visited at the start of the summer. Every so often, butterflies would flutter in her stomach, and she found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on anything that didn't involve imagining life at the school for witchcraft and wizardry. On the night of the 31st of August, she couldn't fall asleep. Countless hopes and fears swirled around her mind, refusing to let her rest. What if she didn't make any friends? What if she turned up to her first lesson only to discover she couldn't do any magic at all? She could see it clearly, Professor Dumbledore standing over her, telling her gravely that a mistake had been made and that she didn't belong at Hogwarts after all. Eventually, she drifted into a restless sleep, only to wake up again before sunrise. She sprang out of bed, unable to contain the nerves and excitement, and dressed quickly in the clothes she'd laid out the night before. "Emily," Ginny mumbled sleepily from the corner bed. "What time is it?" 6:10. Ginny groaned, pulled the blanket over her head, and promptly went back to sleep. Emily checked her school list again for the 5th time, made sure she had packed everything, and then sat down on the bed to wait. The clock read 6:25. With nothing better to do, she decided to go downstairs to the kitchen. To her delight, her dad was already up. He was sitting at the table with Professor Lupin, which was how the other children called him, and Sirius. Lupin seemed to be in the middle of telling a story, which he cut off the moment Emily entered. He'd been absent from headquarters the past few days, no doubt off on some secret order mission. Emily didn't know what it had involved, but judging by the bandages wrapped around his left hand, she could guess. "It's not as bad as it looks," he said with a kind smile, noticing her staring at the bandages. "You're up early. The train doesn't leave until 11, her dad said, excited. Emily nodded quickly. The butterflies hadn't gone anywhere. "It's all right," he said, giving a lazy wave of his wand as the kettle above the hearth began to whistle. "It'll feel much better once you're on the train." Emily, for whom 11 o'clock felt light years away, took the cup of tea he handed her and said nothing. "What were you saying?" Sirius asked Lupin, probably thinking it wasn't anything so secret that Emily couldn't hear it. "Just that it's no wonder they're suspicious," he replied, accepting a fresh cup from Emily's dad. "I've made something of a name for myself in the wizarding world since the last war, and it doesn't help that Greyback's in a position of influence over there. You know he doesn't trust me. We'll have to come up with a new plan." One by one, the rest of the household began to trickle into the kitchen. First came Mrs. Weasley, then Emily's mum, who looked almost as excited as Emily herself, followed by Ginny and Hermione, then the twins, who arrived with a thunderous crack and were met with a sharp telling off from their mother, and finally Harry and Ron, who looked pale and tired after staying up late to finish their summer homework. "I told you you should have started earlier," Hermione said knowledgeably, flipping through a book titled Hogwarts, a history over her porridge. Ron mimed her words behind her back. After breakfast, the house descended into chaos. Ron hadn't finished packing, and while Mrs. Weasley scolded him and helped him shove things into his trunk, Fred and George decided to levitate their own trunks downstairs and managed to hit Ginny on the stairs as she went back up to fetch her scarf. Emily could hear Mrs. Weasley's shrieking echoing through the house, competing with the screeches of Mrs. Black's portrait, as she and Harry said goodbye to their mum. "You'll see them again in a few hours," her husband told her as she clung to Emily like she never meant to let go and dabbed at her eyes. "I'm the one who should be crying." "I'm just so happy," she replied, moving on to hug Harry. "Our children are going to Hogwarts." She finished her farewells and shooed them along with promises that she'd see them at the start of term feast. Comforted by the thought that she'd be seeing her mother on the other end of the journey she so dreaded, Emily followed Harry into the entrance hall. Waiting for them there were Tonks, disguised as a tall woman with silvery curls in a checkered suit, and Mad-Eye Moody, who had hid his magical eye beneath a hat and was muttering to her about how Sturgis Podmore was late and Lupin would have to take his place. Beside them sat a huge black dog, whom Emily had learnt to recognize as Sirius's other form. Mrs. Weasley, weaving her way between the luggage in a matching coat and hat, and looking harried regardless, spotted the dog and sighed heavily. Dumbledore said no, Sirius. Sirius barked in protest, as if to say he didn't care what Dumbledore said. "Aren't you going to say something?" she demanded of Emily's dad. "He listens to you." "Sirius is a grown man," he replied, a trace of annoyance in his voice. Sirius barked again, this time in agreement. Soon enough, the Weasley children and Hermione gathered, and the flustered Mrs. Weasley urged them all to get going. Emily, along with her father, Harry, Tonks, and Sirius, left first for the station. Moody had been put in charge of their trunks. The moment the door closed behind them, Sirius bounded into the street and began running in circles, chasing pigeons and scattering cats with his tongue lolling out. Emily laughed. "It's cruel locking him up in that house," her dad said to Tonks as they made their way to the station. "He needs sunlight sometimes. You understand that, don't you?" "Of course," she said sympathetically. "But don't be too hard on Marley. She only wants to keep him out of trouble." "Sirius isn't one of her children. He can look after himself." Tonks, clearly uncomfortable with taking sides, turned to Emily and changed the subject. "So nervous." Emily, watching Sirius chase a stick Harry had thrown, realized she had almost forgotten how anxious she was. "Don't worry," said Tonks. "I've never met anyone who went to Hogwarts and didn't love it." They arrived at the station at 10:20. Emily's dad paused just before the entrance and pulled from his pocket a collar, lead, and muzzle. Sirius eyed the items and gave a disgruntled growl. "You know I hate this as much as you do," James said, fastening the collar around Sirius's furry neck. "But we don't want to upset any Muggles today. Try to act like a regular dog, yeah." In response, Sirius pretended to snap at him when he brought the muzzle too close. They entered the station, Sirius now on a lead and muzzled, and walked past the platforms until Emily spotted the sign for Platform 9, and a little beyond it, the sign for Platform 10. She glanced at the train ticket she'd tucked carefully into her pocket that morning. The Hogwarts Express was to depart from Platform 9 3/4. "But where?" "Just a moment," her dad said, gesturing ahead. Harry and Tonks were walking towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, pretending to examine a nearby poster. And then, before Emily's eyes, they vanished. "Now it's our turn," said her F-Dad, as Sirius tugged impatiently at the lead towards the mysterious wall. Emily hurried to keep up. "What do I do?" she asked, bewildered. Her dad placed a hand on her shoulder and leaned against the wall. Before she could fully understand what was happening, Emily stumbled, then found herself somewhere entirely new. The suited men and tourists were gone, replaced by witches and wizards in robes and a sea of children about her own age. Owls hooted in their cages, and cats eyed passers by suspiciously from their baskets. It was loud. Everyone was talking at once, bidding tearful goodbyes, greeting friends, and comparing summer stories. Harry alone didn't seem eager to chat with his peers. He was leaning against the platform wall as though hoping it would swallow him back into the Muggle world, and kept flattening his hair over his famous scar. But his attempts to vanish into the crowd were in vain. Not a single child or adult passed by without staring. Emily knew her brother was famous in the wizarding world, even more so than their parents, but she'd had no idea just how much. A few moments later, Mrs. Weasley appeared through the barrier with Ron and Hermione, followed by the twins and Ginny, and finally Professor Lupin bringing up the rear. He caught sight of Sirius, still muzzled, and gave an uncharacteristic snort of laughter. Sirius growled warningly and bared his teeth. All right, Emily's dad said, unfastening the muzzle. The moment he was free, Sirius bounded forward and began licking his friend's face until the latter shoved him off with great effort. Enough, see, Snuffles, that's disgusting. At least he's acting like a dog, Tonks said, with an embarrassed smile. Emily's dad wiped his face irritably, while Sirius sat contentedly at Harry's feet, tail wagging. A shrill whistle sounded, and white steam poured from the engine, filling the platform. Emily's heart leapt, and she looked around in alarm. It's all right, there's still 10 minutes, her dad said, checking his watch. When he looked up again, there was a proud, excited smile on his face. Well, this is it, eh? Emily's heart was in her throat. She had a sudden urge to call it all off, to say she didn't want to go to Hogwarts after all. She had never been apart from her dad for so long. You'll be all right, you'll see, he said, pulling her into a tight hug. Give it 3 days, and you won't even be thinking about me. He released her and turned to say goodbye to Harry, who was staring at his shoes. He gripped his shoulder firmly. Take care of yourself, he said quietly, then added in a lighter tone, try not to get into too much trouble. Harry gave a quick nod. James gave him a very brief hug and let him go to say goodbye to Mrs. Weasley, who embraced him warmly. Then, to Emily's surprise, she hugged her too. Mad-Eye arrived just in time with their trunks. Emily found herself bidding quick farewells to Tonks, getting a friendly pat on the shoulder from Professor Lupin and an excited bark from Sirius, before being swept along with the other children towards the train. She looked back at her dad one last time. He gave her an encouraging smile and waved. Was it just her imagination, or did he look a little sad? Oh, for heaven's sake! Mrs. Weasley huffed as Sirius reared up on his hind legs and placed his paws on Harry's shoulders in a gesture that was not at all dog-like. He's going to miss the train because of you. Emily was already on the train by the time Sirius gave Harry a final lick on the head and let go. Harry grabbed his trunk, Broom and Hedwig's cage, and hauled them onto the train. Ron helped him lift them in, then seized his arm and pulled him aboard, just as the train began to move. Emily looked out through the window to catch one last glimpse of her dad. The train was speeding up now, and he became no more than a speck in the distance. Sirius ran alongside the train, his tail wagging, until it rounded a bend in the track and the station vanished from sight. There was no turning back now. Emily pulled herself away from the window as the cityscape quickly gave way to suburbs. Ron and Hermione had to go to the prefect's compartment, and she found herself alone with Harry and Ginny. Let's look for a compartment, Ginny suggested. What? Oh, yeah, Harry replied in a strange tone, looking nervous for some reason. Emily, you might want to find someone from your year. All right, Emily answered quietly, accepting the inevitable. You can come find me if you need anything, Harry added, clearly awkward. And you can borrow Hedwig if you want to write to Dad once we get there. She's much quicker than the school owls. Okay, Emily said again. And one more thing, he said, looking a bit more serious. There might be people who say things about me. Don't listen to them, okay? Emily nodded resolutely. She knew there were those who wanted to believe her brother was mad, that he hadn't witnessed Voldemort's return. She was determined to stand by his story, no matter what the other students might say. "Well, see you later, I guess." "Have fun," Ginny said with a wide smile. "I'll try," Emily muttered nervously, watching the two of them drag their trunks away down the corridor in search of seats. She was left on her own. The train lurched as it moved along, and Emily had to grip her trunk tightly to stop it toppling over. Feeling very much alone, she began to walk towards the rear of the train. Each compartment she passed was filled with chattering, laughing students who didn't even seem to notice her as she struggled past with her enormous, heavy trunk. Everyone looked so grown up, and she began to wonder bitterly whether she was the only one starting first year. But before long, she peered into a compartment where 5 girls were sitting, all of them looking to be about her age. Deciding to take her chances, she slid open the door and poked her head in. "Is there a seat left here?" "Sure," said a girl with cinnamon-colored skin and a long, shiny black braid. She had a proud, aquiline nose and deep brown eyes framed by thick, dark lashes. Unlike Emily and the other girls, she was already dressed in her school robes. "Are you all first years too?" Emily asked, pushing her trunk into the luggage rack, beginning to gain confidence. "Yeah," said a girl with straw-colored hair and a round, friendly face. She contrasted sharply with the girl in school robes beside her. She was wearing a simple t-shirt, jeans with holes in the knees, and scuffed trainers. Emily liked her at once. "I'm Jenna. That's Margaret," she pointed to the girl beside her. "That's Bridget," she pointed at the girl opposite, who wore a checked skirt and shiny black shoes with a perfect red headband in her blonde hair. At the sound of her name, Bridget glanced up from a thick spellbook in her lap, then promptly returned to it. "And these are Annabel and Sophie." "Sophia," one of the 2 girls by the window, corrected her sharply, as though Jenna had made some dreadful faux pas. "Right sorry," Jenna said sheepishly. "I'm Emily," Emily said, feeling a sudden surge of happiness. She sat in the last empty seat, between Jenna and the window, which now showed rolling fields and hills under a bright autumn sun. Suddenly, everything didn't seem so grey and frightening anymore. "So, you're from a wizarding family?" Jenna asked Emily curiously. "My parents are Muggles, but they weren't too surprised when I got the letter. They always say the government's hiding things from us, like magic folk and aliens." Emily, beginning to grasp what sort of people Jenna's parents were, had just opened her mouth to respond when Bridget cut in. "I saw you on the platform," she said, peering over the edge Offstandard Book of Spells, Grade 1. "You were with Harry Potter." "Yeah, he's my brother," Emily replied. Margaret's eyes widened. Annabel and Sophia stared at her with a mixture of caution and curiosity, and Sophia whispered something in her friend's ear. Only Jenna looked confused. What's so special about her brother?" "You've never heard of Harry Potter?" Margaret asked in astonishment. "Muggle parents, remember," Jenna replied pointedly. "He's the boy who lived," said Bridget. She looked at Emily as though doubting they could possibly share blood. "He defeated the Dark Lord when he was just a baby." Jenna looked impressed. "So he must be a pretty powerful wizard, huh?" "But he's not so special now, is he?" Bridget went on, still watching Emily. "Apparently your parents survived the killing curse too. Tell me the truth. Where have you all been all this time?" Emily, beginning to feel this line of questioning was too intrusive, was relieved when Annabel and Sophia suddenly got up and began gathering their things, drawing attention away from her. "Where are you going?" Margaret asked. They didn't reply, just grabbed their trunks and owls and left the compartment. "What's their problem?" Jenna wondered aloud. "Isn't it obvious?" Bridget said. Her knowing tone was beginning to grate on Emily's nerves. "Harry Potter's a controversial figure. They don't want to share a compartment with his sister." Emily felt her face flush. She didn't like Bridget referring to her brother as a figure, and she liked even less the way she was being spoken about, as though she weren't there. Was this how it was going to be? Would her classmates shun her because of her surname? Maybe that was what Harry meant when he told her not to listen to what people said about him. "Wait, I'm confused," said Jenna, looking between Emily and Margaret. "I thought he was a hero." "He's a hero," said Margaret proudly. "My mum believes his story completely. She says if Dumbledore backs him, he must be telling the truth, and you know who really is back." "Not everyone agrees," Bridget said. "My dad says he's not sure he can be trusted." "Well, then you can go too," Emily snapped. "I don't care what your dad says, Harry's not lying. He saw it happen with his own eyes. My parents did too. They saw Voldemort return." Bridget dropped her book in shock, and Margaret gave a little shriek. What happened?" Jenna asked, looking around in confusion. "You said his name," Margaret whispered, stunned. "Well, yeah," Emily said carelessly. "My dad says you shouldn't be afraid to say it. Being afraid gives him power." "Right, stop everything," Jenna said loudly, waving her arms. "I don't understand anything. Someone explain from the beginning, Voldemort." Margaret shuddered again, and Bridget was starting to look frayed and twitchy. Delighted by Jenna's attitude, Emily launched into the story she had first heard that summer, the tale of the Dark Lord and the boy who lived. By the time Emily had finished telling the story, it was midday, and a plump witch pushing a trolley laden with food peeked into their compartment and offered them lunch and sweets. Emily stocked up on a few chocolate frogs and a large bag of hovering sweets for the rest of the journey. "So he's back now?" Jenna asked after Emily wrapped up the story, examining a chocolate frog box. "What does that mean, really? What's going to happen?" Emily was about to answer, but at the last moment she hesitated and shrugged. In the days leading up to the journey, her parents had repeatedly stressed how important it was not to tell anyone, even hint, about the order. Jenna accepted her uncertainty and turned her attention to the chocolate frog she'd bought. Emily had the feeling Bridget was watching her, but when she glanced her way, the other girl was absorbed in her book. Emily spent a very enjoyable hour swapping chocolate frog cards with Margaret while Jenna examined them and asked questions about the characters who smiled and waved at her from the cards. Bridget put her book away and started writing in a little notebook bound in blue velvet. "Which house do you want to be sorted into?" Margaret asked after trading an Agrippa card with Emily in exchange for a cowardly Fulbert. Emily's card pack, a hand-me-down from Ron, included at least 5 Fulberts. "My mum was in Ravenclaw, and my aunt was in Gryffindor, so I hope I'll be in one of those." "I want to be in Gryffindor," Emily said without hesitation. "My parents were in Gryffindor, and Harry is too." "Yeah, Gryffindor sounds good," Jenna mumbled. "Remind me again what you're talking about." Margaret launched into a detailed explanation about the 4 Hogwarts houses and the founders they were named after. "Sounds cool," Jenna said, holding the twitching leg of a restless chocolate frog. "I'll go wherever you lot go." "You don't get to choose which house you're sorted into," Bridget cut in. "There's a sorting ceremony. That's how they decide who goes where." Jenna looked disappointed. "I'm not really brave or clever or ambitious. I'll probably end up in Hufflepuff." Emily popped a hovering sweet into her mouth to hide her disappointment. She had grown rather fond of Jenna and Margaret, less so of Bridget, and the thought that they might not be sorted into the same house was a bit disheartening. It soon began to grow dark, and the lamps on the train flickered on. The girls changed into their school uniforms, knowing that Hogwarts was drawing near. Jenna examined the wide black robes with a dubious expression. It was also Emily's first time wearing wizarding robes. "There it is," Margaret cried suddenly. The other girls rushed to the window. On the horizon, towers bathed in light stood out against the dark sky. "Wow," Jenna breathed, pressing her face to the glass for a better view. "It's not a prank, then." Emily laughed. At that moment, everything was funny to her. After a while of tense anticipation, as Hogwarts towers drew nearer, the train slowed and came to a stop. A great commotion erupted in the carriage as the students, now in uniform, poured out of their compartments and began moving toward the exits. Emily's heart pounded with excitement as she squeezed between the older students, her new friends following close behind. Outside, the air was cool and sharp. Emily nearly tripped when the carriage abruptly ended and gave way to a platform. "Mind your step," said a bored-sounding voice above her. She looked up and saw Ron standing by the door. "Oh, hi, Emily. How's it going?" Emily beamed at him, filled with a sudden rush of affection for everyone around her. But before she could answer, she was jostled forward. She made her way through the crowd, leading her friends towards a deep female voice calling, "First years this way, first years." A tall, square-jawed woman emerged from the darkness, holding a large lantern that cast heavy shadows across her stern features. A small group of children Emily's age had already gathered around her. "Where's Hagrid?" a familiar voice asked from behind Emily. She turned and saw Harry had separated himself from the older students and was speaking to the woman with the lantern. "I'm not sure. I was asked to stand in for him tonight," she replied. For some reason, Harry looked a little troubled. Emily caught his eye and smiled, but he didn't smile back. Ginny urged him on, and the two of them walked away. "Was that Harry Potter?" one of the boys standing near Emily asked in awe. Jenna let out a yelp of pain. Emily realized Margaret must have stepped on her foot just as she was about to say something. Emily gave her a grateful smile. That wasn't what she wanted to focus on right now. "Is everyone here?" the tall woman asked once the platform had cleared, scanning the group of children assembled around her. "My name is Professor Grubblyplank, and I'll be leading you to the castle. This way, don't wander off." She set off at a brisk pace, and the children struggled to keep up. No one spoke. They were too busy keeping up with her pace, and the narrow, damp stone passage they followed wasn't exactly awe-inspiring. A salty scent hung in the moist air. Emily recognized they were close to the lake. And indeed, after several minutes of walking, they emerged at the edge of a vast lake. A dozen boats floated in the shallow water, gently rocking against the pebbled shore. Everything was dark. "To the boats," Professor Grubblyplank instructed the hesitant students. "4 to a boat, exactly." Emily claimed a boat with Margaret, Jenna, and Bridget. In the dim lantern light, all three of them looked very pale. "Everyone seated?" Professor Grubblyplank asked from one of the boats. "Excellent, off we go." All at once, the boat swayed and began to move, gliding silently into the heart of the lake. The only sound was the gentle lapping of water against the boat hulls. The dark ripples on the lake were still and soft, like folds in a vast sheet of silk. Emily remembered that once, when her family were still Muggles, her parents had taken her to a large amusement park. She had sat beside her mother in a very similar boat, which glided along a canal through a dark and silent tunnel. She remembered being frightened. The darkness and emptiness felt enormous, even though she knew it was all just part of a ride, when suddenly something changed, and she and her mother drifted into a magical, glowing world full of trees and twinkling fairies. She had thought then that it wouldn't have been nearly as beautiful if it hadn't come after that eerie uncertainty. This was the same, only far more wondrous. The boats passed a rocky cliff, and beyond it the castle was revealed. All the children gasped in unison. Even Emily, who had already visited the castle once that summer, was stunned by the sight. It looked like something from a film. The towering structure was surrounded by a halo of warm, inviting light, and yet it was so imposing, almost intimidating, like something from another world. It was the most breathtaking thing Emily had ever seen. After a while, the boats drew to a halt at a stone jetty beneath the castle. Emily leapt from the boat and looked back at her friends. Even Bridget was glowing with excitement. The first years climbed after Grubblyplank up a long flight of stone steps until they suddenly found themselves right at the foot of the castle. Emily craned her neck painfully to see the turrets and balconies high above as she climbed another set of steps with the rest of the excited children, this one leading directly into the entrance hall. The older students could be heard chatting, and laughing through the doors of the great hall on the far side. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said a stern female voice. Emily looked up and recognized the woman she had seen coming in and out of number 12, Grimmauld Place over the summer, the one the other children had called Professor McGonagall. "My name is Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. I will be overseeing your sorting ceremony. At the end of this ceremony, each of you will be assigned to one of Hogwarts' 4 houses: Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, or Slytherin. During your time here, you'll live in your house's dormitories and use its common room. It will be, as its name suggests, your home within Hogwarts. Your house head and prefects will be your first port of call should you need anything. You'll earn house points for academic achievement. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will win the House Cup. However, bear in mind, breaking rules or poor behavior will result in losing house points. In later years, you may try out for your house Quidditch team and bring it glory in that way as well." Beside Emily, Margaret straightened attentively. Emily glanced at her, and they exchanged a smile. "Now we shall begin. Please form 2 neat lines in front of the doors." After a brief moment of shuffling and confusion, the first years managed to line up. Emily stood beside Jenna, and Margaret stood behind them next to a boy they didn't know. Bridget had somehow made it to the front. "This way," McGonagall instructed and strode briskly towards the great hall. Emily noticed she was carrying a stool and a particularly shabby wizard's hat. For the first time, she wondered what the sorting ceremony actually involved. "I heard you have to fight a troll," whispered the boy walking beside Margaret after Emily turned to her friend and voiced the question. "Don't be an idiot," Margaret replied. "The sorting hat decides. They put it on your head and it announces your house." "That's it," Jenna giggled nervously. She had clearly taken the troll theory seriously. The boy, on the other hand, looked disappointed. "Silence at the back," Professor McGonagall ordered as they reached the doors. Emily felt her gaze settle on her and wondered if the professor knew who she was. The doors to the great hall opened for them, revealing a vast and impressive space lit by countless floating candles. On either side of Emily stood the 4 great house tables. In the summer, they had been empty, but now students sat around them, and above each table floated banners bearing the house crest. The first years around her gasped in amazement and pointed out the enchanted ceiling, which mirrored the starry night sky perfectly. Emily felt as though everyone was looking at her as she walked down the aisle towards the 5th table at the front of the hall, the staff table. She glanced at it quickly and soon spotted her mother, her red hair tied in an elegant bun and wearing a fine green robe. Emily waved at her excitedly, and her mother returned the gesture with a warm, proud smile and a small wave. The line came to a halt in front of the staff table. Professor McGonagall placed the stool down, and on top of it, the battered old hat. But Emily had already learned that in the wizarding world, appearances could be deceiving. Sure enough, before her eyes and those of everyone in the hall, one of the seams in the sorting hat split open, and it began to sing in a deep, rasping voice. Emily tried to pay attention to the words, but she was too excited to concentrate. She craned her neck to see the Gryffindor table and scanned it until she spotted Harry sitting beside Ron and Hermione, listening intently to the sorting hat song. He hadn't noticed her, so she turned her gaze to the staff table again, where her mother was also listening with a serious expression. Emily found it hard to feel serious just then. She studied the other people seated at the table, her future teachers, and tried to guess what each of them taught. Dumbledore sat at the center of the table, eyes closed as he listened to the song. To his left sat Snape, as gloomy and severe-looking as ever. Emily had heard many stories about him from the other children over the summer. He was supposedly the most disliked teacher at Hogwarts. But she had trouble reconciling the cruel impressions and exaggerated impressions with the man who had visited her home and brought her presents for as long as she could remember. After all, if he and her mum were friends, he couldn't Bethatoffel, could he? She caught his eye and waved. He turned away without responding. Perhaps he hadn't seen her among all the students. At last, the Sorting Hat's song ended to a round of applause. Professor McGonagall unfurled a long scroll of parchment. "When I call your name," she said clearly, "please come forward and place the Sorting Hat on your head. Agbury, Christian." A particularly pale and anxious-looking boy stepped out of the line and nervously sat on the stool. After a few moments, the hat bellowed, "Hufflepuff." The table to Emily's right erupted into cheers. Christian Agbury, now flushed with excitement, hurried over to join his housemates. And so the sorting continued. Emily knew she'd be called towards the end, and the wait was nerve-wracking. The boy who had stood beside Margaret, Billy Donovan, was sorted into Gryffindor. Immediately after him, Bridget became the first student to be sorted into Ravenclaw, and she looked especially pleased about it. Most of the students had already been sorted when Professor McGonagall called out, "Mohari, Margaret." Margaret strode past Emily and Jenna confidently and placed the sorting hat on her head. The hat considered her for quite a while, during which her eyes were hidden beneath its brim, until it finally declared, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table cheered loudly, just as it had for every new student. Margaret beamed at Emily and Jenna in excitement as she went to take her seat. After Mandy O'Connolly was sorted into Hufflepuff, it was finally Emily's turn. "Potter, Emily." A soft wave of murmurs swept through the hall. Emily was certain no other student had stirred such a reaction. Telling herself she was probably imagining it due to nerves, she stepped out of the line and walked determinedly to the front of the hall. The sorting hat was far too large for her, and as soon as she sat down, it slipped over her eyes. She found herself in complete darkness. "Not much of a debate here," a voice said in her ear. She wasn't frightened. Somehow she knew it was the sorting hat speaking. "There's a great deal of kindness and a desire to prove yourself, magnified by the sudden change from being an only child to having a sibling, one that takes much of your parents' attention. But more than anything, I see a thirst for adventure, courage in the face of adversity, and loyalty. No question, you belong in Gryffindor." A huge wave of relief washed over Emily. Forgetting the comment about Harry and her parents immediately when she heard the name Gryffindor, she lifted the hat off, blinking in the hall's sudden brightness, and hurried to the Gryffindor table. She took a seat beside Margaret and four other boys who had been sorted into Gryffindor earlier. Her new friend gave her a beaming smile. Emily glanced down the table, her heart pounding, and noticed many curious glances directed her way from students she didn't yet know. For the first time, she began to wonder if it was because she was Harry's sister. She saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione cheering for her with enthusiasm, and a little further along, the twins, and then Ginny, who caught her eye and gave her two thumbs up. Emily smiled so widely her face hurt. Professor McGonagall had to call for silence to continue the sorting ceremony. It seemed the whole hall had broken into chatter, something that hadn't happened for the other students. Many people were still looking at Emily. Two more boys were sorted into Slytherin and a girl into Ravenclaw. Finally, only Jenna remained, standing alone in the center of the hall looking particularly tense. At last, Professor McGonagall called, "Winterbottom, Jenna." Jenna almost ran to the sorting hat. As she sat on the stool, the enormous hat covering her face, she looked small and fragile. Emily crossed her fingers, hoping Jenna would be sorted into Gryffindor. Several long minutes passed, and nothing happened. The students began whispering amongst themselves. Had something gone wrong? It was clearly unusual for the sorting hat to take this long to make up its mind. Emily didn't know whether Jenna could hear the whispers, but the way her hands gripped her robes tightly suggested she was becoming more and more anxious. At last, the sorting hat's voice rose above the murmurs and declared, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table burst into applause. Jenna removed the hat with trembling hands and walked over to join Emily and Margaret, a huge, nervous grin on her pale face. "I was sure it was going to say I didn't belong in any house and that I'd have to go home. she told them in a shaken voice, once she joined them at the table. The important thing is you're here now, Margaret said cheerfully. Emily felt truly happy. She was going to spend the next 7 years at Hogwarts with the new friends she'd just made. Suddenly, the chatter in the hall fell silent. Emily looked up and saw Dumbledore standing behind the staff table, arms outstretched in a welcoming gesture. She had liked the old wizard from the moment she first met him, and now she felt a fresh, overwhelming wave of admiration and affection as he looked fondly over the students. "Welcome to Hogwarts," he called in a deep, steady voice. "And to our returning students, welcome back. I have a few announcements before we begin the year, but I believe they can wait until after the feast." Dumbledore smiled at the students, and a few chuckled. "If I may take just a moment more of your time," he continued, "I'd like to introduce our new staff members. Most of you will already know Professor Grubblyplank, who will be temporarily replacing Professor Hagrid as care of magical creatures teacher." There was a round of polite applause. Professor Grubblyplank, seated at the far end of the table, nodded her head in a formal sort of thanks. "And now," Dumbledore went on, "I am proud to introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Potter." The hall filled with a mixture of applause and murmurs of curiosity or skepticism as Emily's mother gave a short bow and a small, pleasant smile. Emily, for her part, clapped enthusiastically. "Wait, that's your mum?" Jenna asked in amazement as she clapped. "That's brilliant." Emily grinned from ear to ear. The worries that had weighed on her that morning now felt far away and faint. She had no doubt about it. This was going to be a great year.